Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Crashed the Wrong Wedding? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The chair creaked as he leaned backward, adjusting his neck in an attempt to rid it of the increasingly annoying cramp that has been getting worse the past hour. The plastic leg staggered under the pressure. Katsuki cursed beautifully to no one in particular when he nearly fell over. He then cursed Pink Girl for being a cheap and forgetting, once again, his very polite request to get new furniture. Like seriously, she was his secretary. He paid her actual good money to do this kind of stuff. While he was at it, Electric Boy for quitting his deteriorating hero career. If Katsuki had never met the guy, he would have already had properly functioning and comfortable couches in his own office. Kaminari would have been on his merry way and wonderfully failing half the missions he was sent on. A brain-fried extra dancing to the backdrop of bodies and burning buildings. Maybe a passing villain would think he was too loony and send him away. Interrupted from those pleasant thoughts by a loud ring, Katsuki made it a statement to, violently, press the answer button. It was his personal cell phone, so he knew it wasn't a business call. An FKit. He was tired, grumpy, his old hag of a mother wanted to have lunch with him, and his eyes were drooping down to his stomach from how sleep-deprived and hungry he felt. Whoever was on the other end would get hell. Hi. Great weather we're having. Oh wait up, you can't see sheet outside. Who the heck calls at 2 a.m. in the morning? At least I'm working, jackass. No answer. Katsuki was in the middle of blasting into the other's speaker again but paused. Just to check, he lifted the phone away from his ear to see if the person had the nerve hang up. It happened a lot. After was even more confused when he saw the names Pink Girls instead. You deaf? I asked you a question, too actually. Silence again. His previously drooping eye twitched. Yeah, whatever. I'm hanging up. No. He very nearly jumped out of his skin at the sudden voice assaulting his ears. If it wasn't for his years of concealing any emotion other than anger, Katsuki would have actually done it. Thank if he didn't. About to retort, he was cut off when the same voice then devolved into a strange choking sound. The words died into another fit of noises. Call it his instinct, but Katsuki knew something was serious here. He sat up, ignoring the squeak from his forgotten chair. Ashido, he rarely used her name. Speak up. What happened? He'd never been more frustrated when he received no answer yet again. A range of erratic sobs intertwined with deep breaths substituted any coherent communication that would have taken this conversation somewhere. Lost, Katsuki eyed the scattered medical files littering his desk. This wasn't like dealing with one of his clients. This was, as much as he didn't like to admit it, someone he actually cared about. He couldn't F it up. Oh God, what have I done? I can't dash. He took a deep gulp of air and let it out. Ashido, you're hysterical. Blunt as always, she wouldn't want him to sugarcoat things. That's just how their weird friendship worked. Don't try to talk yet, just listen to my own breathing. Instantly, the attempts at stringing together ideas stopped, and there was nothing between them but silent, unstable sniffles. Her own sniffles, but Katsuki didn't comment on them. Great. Now, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you as your boss who will fire your butt if you don't listen. Match your breathing to mine. The combination of his strangely calm yet still unmistakably grumpy attitude seemed to do the trick, as gradually, the girl's breathing calmed to a normal pace. Her heart didn't feel like it would beat out of her ribcage anymore. Her palms were still wet with a solution of sweat and acid, but the discomfort of it all was nothing compared to the pain of what happened just an hour ago. When the blonde noted that she was coherent enough, at least for now, he spoke again. Now tell me where you are, Pinky. She gulped, so out of character for how quickly she usually spat out words. I'm outside the building. I left my keys there, my wallet too. Faster than could be seen by the naked eye, all might would be proud, he emerged into reception and slammed the door open into the cold night air. There was not a person out in the streets, as it should be in a decent neighborhood at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, but if one were to turn left and peer along the walls of the clinic, they would see a shivering figure leaning against the water tank. Upon taking her appearance in running makeup, missing a high-heel shoe, and without a jacket, Katsuki was frozen on the spot for only a millisecond before quietly marching up to her. "Ashido, what the F dash?" Okay, those weren't the most sensitive of words. But Katsuki wasn't a sensitive person. Anyone who didn't like that can kindly F off. Ashido, not being under that category, simply sent him a shaky smile. It didn't reach her eyes. He left. An uncomfortable feeling settled into his gut. Whoever he was only had 3 possible candidates. And seeing as Katsuki himself obviously wasn't it, he didn't need to be the prodigy he was to figure it out. He asked anyway. Does he? Wait, no. There's a spare coat in the closet. I'll get it before you freeze your pink hair to death. Before he could make a move to do so, Ashido held a stuttering hand up. It was their signal, one they developed as teenagers when the other just needed time to stop and not have anything happen. It was one of the reasons why Katsuki wasn't as annoyed as he played off to be when she applied to be his secretary. There were worse people he could be forced to see on a daily basis. Not agreeing with this action but respecting it anyway, Katsuki walked back to her side and sat down. The pavement was freezing, by the way, thanks for asking. He wouldn't be surprised if both of their buttes were stuck to the ground by the time they tried to stand up. He shrugged the state of his legs off just in time to see a burst of new tears creep down pink cheeks. He left. She repeated, wiping her eyes with a renewed vigor that wasn't there before. It helped, having someone to talk to about this. Everything was wonderful at first. Here, she needed a moment to breathe the snot that was leaving her nose back in. We went on a sea candlelit dinner and everything. A stuffed laugh. I know, we don't usually do that kind of stuff, but I was planning to tell him something special, so I decided to have a special date. Ashido seemed strangely out of breath from speaking the equivalent to what would usually take her 10 seconds or less to spew out. As much as he's told her to shut up, Katsuki couldn't help but wish that she'd start talking his ear off again. Misinterpreting her silence as not continuing, he practically whispered. "What were you going to tell him?" There was that choking noise again. "I'm PR'd in T." The world turned white. For Katsuki, things like marriage and PR'd were far-off ideas borderlining on fantasy. He's never had a relationship with anyone, let alone been NTMT to that level with another body. It was unnecessary. He's never had the urge to be with someone and start a family. His own goals and his small circle of people who he tolerated were all he's thought about. Sure, there were clients who came in halfway through their time before, giving grandiose gifts to express their gratitude for saving so-and-so wife or baby. But that's never been something that he pictured happening to someone he cared about. Someone who mattered. Just as well, his reaction wasn't the most refined. Even he could admit that. "So, you're going to be even more of a beach these next few months?" Thankfully, it seemed Ashido was expecting such a response. She laughed, her first genuine and Ashido-like laugh since what happened. "Oh, you're still a riot explodey boy. But a poor innocent one. You see, when a man and a woman love each other very much," Katsuki scoffed. Instead of getting the backlash of teasing he was expecting, to his shock, the girl's tear ducts seemed to choose that exact moment to resume their course. But this type of crying wasn't the same as before. He could tell by the watery smile she sent his way. "Thanks, I mean it. For not treating me any differently." The sneer on Katsuki's face hardened. "How did he treat you?" He didn't like how any semblance of life that had revived itself in her posture during their talk seemed to instantly die out at the mention of her boyfriend. He's seen it in the sappy movies she or Pikachu Boy would force him to watch on Saturday nights, but witnessing it in person was a million times more aggravating. Like I said, he left. Just broke down and told me that it wasn't fair that he wasn't being completely honest. A shift in the wind caused an echo in the distance, but they were both too absorbed to ignore it. There's another woman, one who his parents arranged a marriage with because his hero job had garnered so much attention. He was planning to tell me and break it off tonight. Their wedding is at 8 a.m. For the first time in his life, Katsuki was speechless. She continued, I guess sometimes, as soon as you pass someone, you never look back. Contrary to before, he saw red. In some corners of his memory he could recall dropping a Shido off at Kaminari's and ringing the doorbell like a FING Girl Scout until said boy walked out in his Pokemon pajamas. He shoved the sleeping woman into the other's arms. The only explanation offered to the baffled glance was an offhand statement about watching over her and about being back in a few hours. Taking in the desperate atmosphere and in a rare moment of insight, Kaminari only nodded and retreated back into the house before Katsuki was back on the road driving as a madman. The bored female voice of his GPS prattled on about routes. He was sure he ran through at least 4 red lights in the city portion of his road trip. After what felt like 5 minutes of clarity but was in reality an entire 2 hours of booking it down the road, he came to stop near a gated area with the correct address. He stopped for gas sometime halfway, but his mind was too high on emotion to function on anything but muscle memory. The place was massive, and that set Katsuki off. Golden lights and a bed of daisies surrounded the brick wall around the gate. Beyond the artistic black metal designs, he could spot a fountain of 2 lovers uniting under a cherry blossom. That in itself would have been fine enough, but through what little hints of the moon were peeking through the clouds, he could make out crystal finishings on the dress of the bride. Limos filled with the kind of people you would expect to go into cardiac arrest if you so much as spilled water on their clothes or even breathed the wrong way were mingling about, but their numbers were far and few in between. The remaining loiterers were already making their way inside for the ceremony. Whoever was getting hitched was obviously very well off. It was a day of celebration, a day of happiness towards the uniting of 2 people who saw stars in each other's eyes and probably FANG thought about each other in their sleep. People who were so in love that they'd blow off half their life savings on this one special day. A stage in her relationship that Ashido is, or was, very quickly approaching. Katsuki seethed. He didn't understand those feelings. He couldn't fathom the very notion of throwing away everything he worked towards to be with someone who probably forgets to close the windows in the mornings, leaving him sneezing with a cold in the afternoon. Who left their socks inside inconvenient places for Katsuki to find and trip over. Who probably breathed so loudly that every exhale would break his concentration and send them into an argument. Which would then lead to divorce. Which would mean everything he spent years trying to fix and coddle over was gone just like that. He didn't understand it, but that didn't stop him from slamming his car door open and promptly pummeling the security guard by the gate in the face and jumping the fence. It didn't stop him when he heard shouts of intruder and villain yelled over his shoulder, not even when the last 2 or 3 guests left outside turned around and got into fighting stances. Heroes, he realized that he misjudged them. One man with a sugar quirk rushed him after dumping the contents of a honey jar in his mouth. Katsuki ducked his very obvious right swing, getting down and taking advantage of the uneven steps to trip him and send the much stronger body sprawling on the stairs. Another one, this time with a bubble breath quirk, attempted to seal off the pathway with a giant shield. Not giving a single F-dash, Katsuki winded up his arm and threw out the strongest punch he could muster, shattering the glass and socking the guy in the face. It wasn't supernatural by any stretch, but it was enough of a direct hit that he didn't get back up after hitting the rose bushes. Making his way up the last remaining platforms leading to the church on adrenaline alone, Katsuki knew the effects of everything he just did would catch up to him soon. He was a physical therapy doctor in his late 20s, for FS sake. Not some vigilante brat on the run. It was nearing 10 years since he last physically challenged his body and hyperactive senses to break all previous limits. Relapsing back to such strenuous exercise when he's done nothing more than light boxing as a hobby would come to kick him in the stomach later. He knew, but that was later and this was now. Which was why 11, he counted, steps from making it to the church doors, the last remaining hero that stood in his way seemed to piss him off the most. Well, what do we have here? You're all by yourself. You really are in over your head. Oh, scratch that. It was his girly sneer and squeaky voice. And Katsuki would shoot himself in the head twice before thinking of losing to such a punk and missing out on his chance to give the man on the altar a piece of his mind. He wasted no small talk. Aiming to send a right hook across the BSTRD's jaw, Katsuki narrowly dodged a countering punch sent towards his stomach. The blow still grazed his side, sending him jumping back before the hook could land. "Let me in." He seethed. Red eyes were blown to resemble a wild animal out for blood. But unlike most people who had the common sense to cower immediately under the famous Katsuki Bakugo glare, the other's smirk only grew wider. And oh, Katsuki swore that was the moment the speech sealed his. "So feisty. Let's see how you like it when you see your own power turned against you." Bringing his hands up to activate whatever quirk was stolen, his smug expression was quickly replaced with horror upon noticing not a single ounce of power flowing through his veins. "Wait, your dash," not gracing him with a proper explanation. "Katsuki need him where the sun doesn't shine." It was followed by a gracious shove that landed his weeping self into the poison ivy plants. Asikas to be him. Not sparing another moment, Katsuki lifted his foot and kicked down the door. Because pleasantries that he was tired, grumpy, his old hag of a mother wanted to have lunch with him, his eyes were drooping down to his stomach from how sleep-deprived and hungry he felt, and now he was going to beat the sheet out of that red-hair pansy. At the explosive boom of the church door slamming into the wall behind it, nearly cracking the design, the other door outright giving up and landing on the floor, every single pair of eyes was on him in an instant. Katsuki prided himself on his yell that could cover a football field, and it came in handy at that moment when he took in the sheer massiveness of this entire event. "Oi, fuckface." He pointed a determined finger at the male silhouette by the altar. The pair were both frozen and staring wide-eyed at his presence. Right, pay attention to him. If you think you're just going to waltz into this fancy-but church with your fake-as-sheet smile and your miserable beach of a wife while my friend is sitting on the street carrying your baby, then you need to step right down here so I can detonate your butt until no one in this building can recognize your conniving lying face, you dipshit excuse for a human being. A beat of silence. And then all hell broke loose. It started with a loud slap sound, resonating from none other than the bride of the day who activated some quirk to maximize the pain that her ex-fiancé felt. At about the same time, a lady who was standing near the front fainted from the news, knocking over the table with the wedding cake and a glass swan sculpture. The scattered remains caused the ring bearer, a brown-haired woman with pink cheeks, to jump up in shock. Her quirk accidentally activated and sent half of the bride's maids into the air. A man with half white and half red hair rushed to save the statue, but ended up tripping over a power line which engulfed the room in darkness. It didn't take long for everyone else in the building to follow. One girl with a horn started wailing while others stomped around in complete lividness. In the midst of it, in the midst of the glory Katsuki felt at the complete chaos, a calloused hand grabbed his sleeve, prompting him to turn his victorious smirk towards the perpetrator. Towards the Bsr de Kirishima, who should be thanking his very existence right about now. Instead, he was met with wide and curious green eyes. "Excuse me, I'm the I know you?" He crashed the wrong wedding. If there was one person, one single person on this entire globe who even Katsuki Bakugo knew not to make enemies with, it was the current number 5 hero, also known as the symbol of hope, Quirkless. Anyone who so much as touched him with a 50-foot pole with any intention of harm was guaranteed to live a gradually spiraling life into the pits of despair. Case in point, Katsuki hadn't even considered the possibility of sitting in a room occupied by All Might in about 10 years. The group of ranked celebrities waiting anxiously outside were a bonus. The hero who he's been watching on the other side of the screen since he was a kid was in the flesh. The heroes who've grown and become the next generation of pride as he studied and balanced X-rays between his elbows were a wall away. Suffice to say, he felt like some nerd living in his mother's basement who was interrupted by an intervention by the neighborhood therapists. Ivy Bush Man was there too. The wimp was getting lotion applied to every inch of his body, exposing himself to the world in nothing but kangaroo boxers. The only other ones allowed in were the groom himself, the 10th-ranking Uravity, and a plain-looking officer who was in charge of security for the entire event. PFT Katsuki sure handed his butt to him on a silver platter. Tsukachi, All Might, was the first one to speak. "You may go." The man in question frowned in disapproval. "Are you sure?" He may seem calm now, but his actions have proven to be rather unpredictable. "Nah, your security just SCKS?" Katsuki had half the mind to utter this out loud. If he was still 15 and stupid, he would've. Unfortunately, he couldn't completely school his expression to stay nonchalant as he felt the corners of his lips twitch up. Minute. As the others were too preoccupied by the exchange, only Quirkless caught the movement. A thin eyebrow which probably never made a single negative emotion in its short hairy life rose at Katsuki's. That amusement? That fucker. Who on earth is amused at their wedding being crashed? Finally accepting his orders, Tsukachi kept his posture straight, but everyone in the room could see the disappointment in his eyes. Before leaving, he whispered a haphazard apology to the green-haired groom. Video footage collected of Katsuki's little escapade was already analyzed and debated on, and no one could come to any conclusion other than the entire disaster being due to an oversight in the head security's competence. He assumed that the anonymity of the event added together with posting 3 heroes outside, neither too many to draw suspicion nor too little to prevent an attack, would be enough to intimidate villains from investigating any further. Unfortunately, no one could foresee an angry male banshee attacking the ceremony. Uravity's words, not his. I say we inflict all the pain that he inflicted on us. Ivy Bush, who was introduced as Monoma, not that Katsuki cared enough to remember, so he was Ivy Bush in his head, piped up as soon as the door was closed. Throw him in poison ivy. Kick him in the nuts. I volunteer. No way. Kicking you in the nuts and pushing you in the poison ivy was the one good thing he did. Uravity, the woman with a sweet face and demeanor, could be really cold and blunt when she wanted to be. Monoma screeched indignantly. It went ignored. Either way, young man, regardless of your reasons, you must be aware that your decisions have resulted in millions worth of damage. All Might was normally very laid back and approached things from a pacifist standpoint. It was what made him so approachable to the public. But when his student was being attacked, he spared no empathy. Many of our sponsors and partners from other agencies were present here tonight. Thankfully, this was a private get-together, so it wasn't televised, but the symbol of hope will take a huge blow from this event. The former number 1 remained calm while talking, but his pupils shone blue at the next request. No, Katsuki dealt with enough bullshit to know that it wasn't a request. It was a demand. You owe young Midoriya a great deal. You can start by apologizing. You can then move on to telling us your name, your contact information, your quirk, and how you found this location. You will comply to a thorough background check. Compensation will be the last topic of conversation. He knew this was coming. He would say that he counted on the groom being Kirishima, who wouldn't press charges against him in exchange for preventing him from making the biggest mistake of his life. That seemed like a pretty good deal, but the truth of the matter is that Katsuki simply acted without thinking. Can't apologize for what I don't feel bad for? Katsuki looked All Might dead in the eye. Do you want me to lie? Uravity let out a groan of frustration, his red gaze automatically landing on her. No. We want you to apologize and mean it like a normal person. A normal person would apologize to get themselves out of this shit situation. Katsuki Tisket. Look, I know I f'd up your big day, but if I don't get out of here in the next 30 minutes, 2 of my friends will be miserable and crashing on my couch eating my whole ice cream supply for the rest of their lives. I'll leave my address and phone number, but just let me leave. All Might Toshinori as he adopted after retirement sighed. Unfortunately, that's not possible. At Katsuki's narrowed gaze, Quirkless finally chose that moment to get a word in. There's always the possibility, no matter how small, that someone would give us the wrong phone number or address then flee the country. His voice was sweet, laced with good intentions, but the meaning behind them skewered the blonde and left his body high and dry. How dare these random people who didn't even know him imply such a thing? He never ran away. A client who was halfway convinced to giving up could resort to vandalizing their equipment or threatening their lives as an outlet, and he wouldn't run away. He's never run away, and he's not going to start now. Uravity continued. It's not the first time something like that has happened. You'd need to take an agent with you to ensure that where you say you're living is actually real and the information you gave us is. We'd have you appear on several meetings with our partners to clear up the misunderstanding and so everyone knows your face. We can let you go sometime after that. We'll send you the bill a little later once the commotion has died down. If you're so convinced that I'm a low-life coward who would wrap a pretty sorry in a bow to appease your ego, then you flee the country from your ugly but just send your stinking agent with me. Katsuki spat. We'll be back in a few hours. That's an even worse idea. Uravity's tone became more irritated. He could tell by the way her speech slowed down, like she was talking to a goddamn baby in diapers. You could kidnap our agent, then we'd have a hostage situation while under our watch. That would lead to even larger consequences than having someone escape. That waiting spark of uncensored rage living in his gut flared to life. It reeled his entire center off until he was left clutching the edge of the table and springing to his feet like a madman. It happened enough times for him to pick it out right away. He knew it would soon ignite into a flame and burn everyone around it. That still didn't mean he wanted to stop it. Sure, OFF course. Collecting every last bit of remaining control that he had over himself, Katsuki hesitated the smallest amount before gracefully chucking it away. A fist red with pressure slammed onto the counter. You lame but heroes love spewing CRP about the evils of lying and being cheated, but I'm not seeing you jump at the chance of helping those dumbass friends of mine when it's just a little shitty and inconvenient. Hit full force by the animosity, Quirkless immediately tried to defuse it. How about we all have breakfast together first and chat? I guess we got off on the wrong foot. Ivy Bush sneered. Give it up, guys. He probably can't even afford it, especially not with his Quirkless job. The ease of which that half-bit bee outed Katsuki's secret had the blonde reeling a fist straight into that smirking face faster than anyone could blink. But it was the following silence, that oh-so-familiar dead quiet that always came every time someone asked, that had him snatching up Quirkless by the collar and screaming in his face. "Do." The man, despite being taller and physically stronger than his attacker, pointed to himself meekly. "Me." "Yes, you, number 5. Katsuki screeched into the other's personal space, making sure every stray drop of spit rained in his was loud enough for those outside to hear, and begin shuffling around in preparation to kick down the door. "I'll show all you jackasses not to underestimate me." But said no. Wait, why? Even All Might was beginning to get overwhelmed by the situation now. "Number 5 versus me," Katsuki smirked. "No quirks allowed, 1 round, whoever pins the other down first for 10 seconds wins. We can use anything in the reception area that we want. If I win, I don't have to tell you shit about myself and you'll let me leave. If Greenie over here wins, I'll do everything Gravity Girl said, and on top of that, pay for the honeymoon too. It's official, the Banshee has gone crazy." Uravity whispered, but wasn't wholly opposed to the idea of seeing Katsuki's smug expression drop the second Quirkus wiped the floor with him. It was the last thing Katsuki heard before shoving the door open to a group of confused glances. The red and white hero, Shudo, was about to act when Quirkless whispered a quiet, "It's okay" to him. Dragging Quirkless down the hall of shame and Clisserdo the scene of the crime, the group of remaining guests who Katsuki labeled to be those closest to the groom followed. He offhandedly noted a majority of the caterers and janitors sending him dirty looks. No doubt with nowhere else to direct their frustrations over the dissatisfaction of impressing the top of society, a few spat at him. Giving absolutely zero fs, Katsuki practically tackled the last door keeping him from the ceremony room. Obviously not over themselves, the staff had yet to clear out most of the floor. Crystal fragments of a dead swan lay in haphazard patterns, its edges promising revenge upon any who touched it. The soiled carpet, wet with spilled drinks and cake bits, led towards half of a peak towards the outside, where Katsuki's earlier grand entrance knocked the church door off of the hinges. The wires that Shudo tripped over were still sprayed in half, exposed but hanging high to prevent any accidents. A golden chandelier with diamond earrings which once watched over its guests from its perch on the ceiling now lay broken in half on the floor from where panicking bridesmaids hung on for dear life. And okay, everything else was kind of Katsuki's fault, but the chandelier was not. "You can't be serious?" The man in his grasp whispered so only he could hear. And to prove just how serious he was, Katsuki promptly swung the other over his head in an arch, slamming down with no remorse. He watched in quiet glee at the booming sound Quirkless' back made with the tiled floor. Froppy and Tsukuyomi were on him in an instant. Dark Shadow swiped his head into a vice grip, claws within an inch of dislodging his eye. Froppy's tongue held his wrists like cuffs, the combined effort of both heroes nearly sending Katsuki to the floor. Damn it! He muffled out between the Shadow's talons, struggling against the two restraints. Now out of firing range of that horrid dark room and the pissants who annoyed him, the reality of everything punched him in the gut. Not only did he ruin the wrong wedding, not only was he going to be arrested for attacking a hero, but in less than an hour, that Kirishima idiot was going to be walking down the red carpet towards the altar. By the time that minute hand touched the 12 again, it would be too late. Kirishima's parents? Not his real ones, but a man and a woman who adopted him back in high school, would hand him off to the one on the other end. And it was just so wrong. He left. As much as he hated to admit it, he knew Kirishima and Ashido better than anyone else bar his own mother. His gut was telling him this was wrong. Yet that same gut was what got him rushing into Corkless ceremony like a moron. Everything was wonderful at first. I guess sometimes, as soon as you pass someone, you never look back. Fight me seriously, you beach. And those were most definitely not tears staining his eyes. The restraints tightened further at his outburst, the strength of Dark Shadow only being just enough to keep him conscious. The flock of other heroes made to join in. Earphone Jack was preparing a frequency that would bring him to sleep while Creati was readying bindings. Let him go. The action halted almost immediately at Corkless' croak. The shock of having been thrown in such a way was quickly wearing off. Suit a mess, he made to remove his tie and jacket to free scarred arms. And just like before, where looking back and seeing green eyes ruined his entire plan, those same green eyes looked at him with pity and stated, "I'll fight you." Just as suddenly as he was feeling the edges of darkness cloud his sight, they were gone in an instant. Katsuki hacked his lungs for air, arms outstretched on the backside of a chair, catching his breath in ugly coughs. The other heroes in the room backed off in varying levels of disapproval but respected their friend's wish. Shudo seemed to be the only one who never moved from his spot. Those few seconds that it took for Katsuki to catch his breath were humiliating. Corkless, being gracious and waiting until the effects of nearly being choked were shaken off, kept his expectant gaze on him. It was almost like he was waiting for something. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. No one ever looked at him like they expected anything. And Katsuki loved to prove them all wrong. Not backing down from a frontal assault, he catapulted himself from the chair and into the other's range of fire without a single ounce of fear. Swinging his right arm back, Katsuki grit his teeth and punched with all his might. The dent of his knuckles met air. Corkless was under him in half a second, head shooting up into his stomach with an intensity that made Katsuki choke. Knocked off the ground, the latter felt the other's left arm push back his legs. A flip with minimal effort. Katsuki seethed. He wasn't going to lose. It was natural instinct at that point for most people to lean backwards, to try to gain back any sense of footing. What Corkless didn't expect was for the blonde to embrace the shift in weight, aligning his axis of gravity to his head. Katsuki caught himself in a handstand, shattered glass digging into palms momentarily, before he somersaulted his body back into an upright position. Red coated his wrists, matching the intensity of a fight-born spirit. He whipped to face Corkless without wasting a second. Expecting the other to already be tripping him up, Katsuki was flabbergasted when forest green eyes simply watched him instead. "What? I thought you said you were going to fight me." The freckled pansy blinked but didn't reset his fighting stance. "I am." "And oh, you're not." Katsuki scoffed. "If you want to win this, then start fighting like you mean it." Seemingly caught off guard, Corkless frowned like he didn't understand the words coming out of his opponent's mouth. "Of course I should win. What does that have to do with anything? Don't let that Jericho get inside your head, Midoriya." Ingenium roared from the sidelines, his arms gesturing in indecipherable patterns. "I've seen this tactic used by many villains in the past. It's just like someone who is physically weaker to start attacking their enemy psychologically instead. I'm not weaker than him, Glasses." Katsuki screeched and lunged forward for another round. Instead of going for a punch, he grabbed his opponent by the lower body and forced them both into the serving table. Ingenium whined at the sight of the alphabetized snacks being knocked in disarray as the legs of the table gave out and sent the two bodies crashing to the floor. Quirkless was quick to elbow the other in the jaw to loosen the iron grip and roll away. The remnants of a miniature fountain were splattered all over him along with hints of chocolate ice cream, any semblance of his once pristine wedding suit ruined. Scanning left and right for his opponent, all hints of blonde in his sight had vanished. "Over there, Midori," Froppy piped from the altar, pointing a finger at one Katsuki Bakugo holding the frayed wires with a crazed smile across his features. "Ah, so that's what soaking him and the floor in water and food was for." Having been shocked numerous times before, the ampere wouldn't kill him, but it was enough to send Quirkless into the edges of unconsciousness. Making a split-second decision, the green-haired hero abandoned his spot by the serving table and made a beeline for the only guaranteed dry spot in the room by the open church doors to minimize the other's range. Undeterred, Katsuki approached with the electrical wires as his weapon. Without one for all to rely on, Quirkless felt his heart rate spike up. But different from how he was used to. This wasn't the pounding in his ears from realizing that someone was at gunpoint while you needed at least 2 gunshots to make it. This wasn't the ache in his bones from fighting until bloodied with no chance of apprehending a villain. He didn't know what it was. This something or another feeling, but Quirkless tapped into it as much as he could. Used it to fuel his muscles as he raced to lift up the unhinged quarter-ton door over his shoulder and chuck it at the wedding crasher's legs. A rush of air permeated throughout the church from the force. The unpleasant crack of shattering wine glasses didn't break either fighter's focus on each other. Quirkless' plan was the quickest and easiest route to victory. As those wires were the only things keeping his opponent on even fighting ground with the symbol of hope himself, he knew Katsuki wouldn't let go of them no matter what. Quirkless will take advantage of that knowledge, just like he has with all of his battles in the past. What he didn't see coming, what no one else watching the spectacle expected, was for Katsuki to do exactly that. He abandoned the colored strings by the windows and twisted around the projectile to aim a precise jab right into the nerves located between Quirkless' nose and mouth. And God, it hurt. It hurt like hell. Because what Katsuki knew and everyone else didn't was that it was all a diversion. That wedged into the scrapes of the blonde's palms was not glass from the swan, but diamond from the chandelier. Not even the number 5 hero could stop the blood-curdling scream that erupted from his throat, flinching back just in time for Katsuki to step to his side. Before he could react to stop him in any way, Quirkless felt the beginnings of listlessness overcome his body in response to the strike to the left side of his neck. It was all lost from there, for Katsuki had him pinned to the ground and motionless within the next breath. The only signal that brought the entire church, the heroes, families, the caterers, and security guards from their stupor was Shuto stepping up. 10 seconds have passed. Through the fading haze of his own mistakes and the uproar of reacting noises around him, Izuku. Midoriya could only see a wall outlined by fierce crimsons staring down at him. He could only feel the crushing claustrophobia from hitting a stalemate. He could only hear the voice of the one above him, strangely quiet. "Told you that you should have fought like you meant it?" In hindsight, it probably wasn't a good idea to crash a wedding while running on 2 hours of sleep the past 3 days. Upon returning to his car, Katsuki nearly threw himself out a second later from the stupidity of the entire situation. He misspelled one letter. One stinking letter in the scribbled address Ishido gave him was the difference between glory and the most useless night of his life. On the bright side, he got to one-up some heroes. He could do without the convoluted circumstances though. Cranking the key into the ignition, Katsuki figured that if he had to dwell on it, he might as well be driving at the same time. Once this was all over, then he'd quietly retreat to the gym and kindly beat the sheet out of everything. It took another 20 minutes to locate the correct street. It was a quaint neighborhood, a huge contrast to the XHB dynasty tendency of the first wedding he went to. In the horizon, he could spot the entrance to an open park where a gathering of modest ladybugs and hybrids littered the parking lot. It didn't take long for his own sweet red car to ram into one of the spots far away from everyone else. Much more awake and learning from his past mistakes, Katsuki promptly grabbed his bulky army jacket from the back trunk and shoved the hood over his head. He casually made his way to the venue, feigning the demeanor of a curious passerby wanting to sneak a look. Small but well-designed chairs were meticulously arranged on either side of a river housing several swans. In the center of it all was a small wooden bridge decorated with flowers where the vows would take place. From the conversations of the guests, he could pick up trailing whispers of Kirishima passed on between excited and nervous family members. The news had him boiling. So it was true. That FING coward, Kirishima, was getting married here and now. Katsuki hated weddings so goddamn much. About to storm in for his second, count it losers, second wedding crash of the day, the panicking voice of the familiar woman who he recognized as Kirishima's mother stopped him in his tracks. She was coddling over a dirty blonde in a white ballroom gown, the patterns in the ends converging into a single rose. The bride looked furious. Where is he, then? She struggled to keep her volume low. A few of the guests sitting the closest to them began eyeing the two warily. Dear angel, the woman made to fix a stray curl of hair and fix the cuffs of her bangle. Keep your blood pressure down. There's no need to worry. He realized that we were missing your favorite dessert from the meal and is making that last-minute adjustment, but he'll be back before you know it. Katsuki didn't need to hear more. Yeah, right? Kirishima would bail on his wedding to bake some FING finger chocolates. The BSRD always had a habit of seeking out loud but deserted places when he was feeling like CRP. It usually left Katsuki to try to find those places, which was what led his feet to venturing away from the venue and from prying eyes. 30 minutes downstream and away from the road, the land appeared to elevate, towering into two cliffsides overlooking the river. The stream wasn't calm here, but rocks protruding from the side offered a perfect safe spot from the crashing waves. Sure enough, resting between four boulders was a familiar red. He could make out that gaudy hair anywhere. The man was facing away from him, watching the water. Katsuki quickly but carefully made his way down the side of the cliff. He could see an uneven pathway acting as makeshift steps which were undoubtedly created by the red hero himself. He was just offhandedly wondering how many times Shitty Hair had wandered off to this spot to think when Kirishima himself piped up. I really messed up, huh? The blonde wasn't even halfway down, but snapped back anyway. Yeah, no sheet. A beat of silence as the two listened to the crashing waves abandoning a stray piece of trash to the redhead's feet. Then, I lied. I already know the dash. No, I mean, Kirishima chuckled, but he wasn't laughing. The quality of his tone, the way it sounded just as soaked and broken as that mangled carton by his feet reminded Katsuki a lot of Ashido. It was the one thing that kept him back from pushing his dumbass friend into the river. This isn't my wedding. It never was. My brother is the one getting married. Through the shock of this revelation, the slight tingle of relief crawling up his spine, Katsuki could only ask, why? Because? The idiot nearly made to leap into a stance and yell before remembering where he was. Because Mina wouldn't believe me. I kept telling her that we should split up because I didn't love her, but she wouldn't believe me. She wouldn't believe me. He repeated it like a mantra. You know what she said? That I was too honest to have lied to her face all this time. She wouldn't believe me until I showed her the wedding invitation with my name on it. Stop making excuses. Delicacy never was in his spectrum of emotions. Kirishima's voice halted, sounding wet again. I know. I'm an unmanly piece of shit who doesn't deserve her. Katsuki opened and closed his fist. The remnants of drying blood made for creases in his palms and between his fingers that he wasn't used to. His veins throbbed, the oncoming symptoms of an infection that he meticulously memorized as a kid, choosing that moment to emerge as medical drawl in his mind. It acted as white noise, just the kind he needed to calm the slightest bit down. Get up here. Obeying the order like a kid with his hand caught in the cookie jar, Kirishima followed him back up the riverside cliff. His head remained down the entire time. It was only upon getting a closer look at his friend that Katsuki could spot the dark eye circles and stress lines marring his face. It was so unlike the Kirishima he knew who bought a whole tank of frogs and unleashed them on their entire high school class to cheer them up after finals. And Katsuki didn't do feelings. He didn't do comforting or being supportive if it wasn't strictly from a medical standpoint. He didn't understand, still couldn't fathom the reasoning Kirishima had. In some dark recesses of his mind, He knew that he had no bloody idea what he was doing. Just as well, as soon as Kirishima landed on solid ground, Katsuki promptly decked him in the face. It was sudden, unexpected, and before the other man could even hope to harden his cheek to counteract the brutal punch thrown, the redhead had already flown 7 feet away and landed in a small crater of mud in the ground. He blinked owlishly at the pinks of the sky before realization set in. Katsuki Bakugu, his best friend of 13 years, had given him the equivalent of a beach slap that hurt 10 times more. Kirishima chuckled, the wetness of his eyes returning. "Yeah, I deserve that." The other hissed. "What, so that's it?" He made no movement to get up from his spot on the ground. This was where he belonged after all. So caught up in the steady onslaught of tears which painted the world blurry, he could barely make out the spiky blonde silhouette replacing his view of the sky. The moment he spotted every emotion in his friend's face, of the mix of anger and disappointment, concern and denial, Kirishima broke down sobbing. "I know," he boomed out before Katsuki could get a word in. "I know you're going to tell me that it's not too late. I should stop sitting here whining and go back to her. I want a man. I really do. Then what the hell's stopping you? I never told any of you this, have I?" Kirishima smiled wistfully at the sky. "You know how the old pops is. He's never approved of Mina. They threatened to disown me and remove their financial support if I didn't let go of her. Of course, I slammed the door in their faces and ignored them for 2 years. But as the months passed, I realized that there were less jobs to take on. I worked harder and more earnestly to earn the same amount, but the others always got ahead. The next thing I know, the apartment I'm living at got smaller and smaller. I had to start splitting and spreading out my meals through multiple days. I had the heat cut off from my room for a whole week once. In any other situation, the story of his hellish winter would have had the two friends bantering, but instead, the entire situation just made them feel sick. Raising a child takes so much planning and care. I'm not the man who can give Mina and our baby the best life. I need this money to give her and make her happy." The weight of his words perched itself around them, an eerily silence following it. From beyond the branches, they could make out the sound of songbirds waking up for the day and preparing their meals. Katsuki slowly lowered himself to the ground, crouching next to his friend to stare him straight in the eye. "You're such an idiot." He smacked him again. At Kirishima's dumbfounded expression, Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and yelled in his face. Specks of mud flew everywhere from the sudden movement. "You make her happy. What the F else matters?" Finally finding his backbone, the hero shoved him off with a glare. "You don't get it, man. The idea of making a life, of having a family, of being in charge of this whole wide world and having this kid rely on me to introduce them to it is scary." Katsuki felt the force of another shove. It was weird. Now that he was here, the blonde felt strangely calm. His anger was still present but more as a simmering boil. "It's terrifying. I'm scared out of my wits. I can't afford any health care. What if they get injured and Mina is forced to watch them die? The preschool, God, how am I going to send our kid to a good college? Mina and our baby are going to be so miserable with me as the father. You've never thought about these things, have you?" "Don't care." Katsuki shot out another pointed glare. "Figure that out yourself. Visit the food shelter, rent out your apartment, become a part-time clown, do something that isn't this." "But what if do you love her?" About to cut Katsuki off with another retort, the seriousness of which that question was asked stopped the muddy groom in his tracks. He gulped. "Yes." Then you, a finger who has seen a lot of pointing today made its presence known between the redhead's eyes, have 2 choices. Either you march on to everyone at that dumbass ceremony and tell them to go F themselves, run back to pink hair, work out your sheet together, and live happily FANG ever after. Or you continue sking up to your parents like a punk. Pink hair can make out with her stash of money instead of you, and you both live happily FANG ever after in your crystal bathtubs on the opposite ends of the earth. Gaze shifting from a jagged nail caked in red and the expectant stare of his friend, Kirishima realized that this was it. He was going to decide right here. No matter what, Katsuki would have no word in it. He'd respect whatever he did from this point on. It was an unsaid bond between them that only nurtured out of the both of them seeing the shittiest parts of their lives and still staying friends. Without wasting a heartbeat, Kirishima knew there was only one choice he could make. He cried, "Mina. I choose her, always her." H. It was only 15 minutes into his drive, rising sun blinding his eyes and the early morning traffic beginning to trickle in, that the repercussions of everything finally hit Katsuki like a half-ton truck. He was exhausted. And not crash on his bed after a long day of work exhausted, but the kind of exhausted where he could turn the world off for a week and still feel like he didn't sleep a wink by the time he woke up. It didn't help that his right hand was beginning to adopt an unpleasant reddish off-tone. He'd briefly soaked both palms under whatever water bottles Kirishima could sneak from the reception, but it was too little too late. The pain was becoming a little unbearable, so much that he was forced to drive with his left. The only thing keeping his eyes open was the occasional honk of passing cars fueled by irritated drivers who were late for work. Katsuki kindly gave them all the middle finger but otherwise didn't react. He couldn't wait to wash off the day in the shower and crash on the mattress. He made a hard right on the next intersection, the tires of his car screeching the slightest against the pavement. Adjacent to the crosswalk he was stopped at, golden lights and a bed of daisies surrounded the brick wall around the gate. If he hurried, he could still make it to his apartment and get a few hours of sleep in before heading to meet with one of his clients. Katsuki willed the old lady to walk faster. She sure was taking her sweet time crossing the street. He eyed the gate again. Beyond the artistic black metal designs, a fountain of two lovers uniting under a cherry blossom stood undisturbed and oblivious to the commotion around them. Now bathed in sunlight, he swore that the crystal finishings on the dress of the bride seemed less grand and intimidating than it did a few hours ago. Damn it. Suching the turning signal, Katsuki sped past the old woman to U-turn back to the opposite street. The booth was devoid of any guards this time. Unlike before, the gate's automatic sensor allowed him entrance without a hitch. Thank you. He wouldn't like to have another confrontation with any extras on security. Katsuki briefly stopped when he realized that the lot was empty. There wasn't a single fancy but limo or giant food truck in sight. The area was cleared immediately after the event, almost like they were prepared to not leave a single trace behind. In the haze of his own rage, the explosive man didn't notice it before. But the entire wedding had a graveyard shift ceremony at 4 a.m. and a reception so deceivingly short that everyone was gone by Quirkless really wanted this event to be a secret. Engine off, he tiredly slumped out of the red vehicle to take a look around. This was probably a waste of time, but Katsuki would be dead if he left without even trying to find anyone. The church door was replaced with a temporary wooden plank, barricading anyone from entrance. Shrugging, he made his way around the building while stifling in a yawn. He could just lie down right now on the grass and sleep. Would have totally done it for all the F's he gave, if not for spotting a familiar mop of green hair. Out of the million-yen tie, his hero suit, and in a simple shirt and jeans, the great and mighty hero known as Quirkless was sitting alone on a bench in the middle of a circle of rose bushes. He didn't notice Katsuki approach, too wrapped up in a notebook on his lap. Its edges were creased from use, pages yellow with wear, but obviously very well taken care of. He took a moment to peek over green tangles and study what was written, old sketches of heroes long retired assaulting his eyes. Not knowing how else to make himself known, Katsuki shoved the distracted hero off the bench. It was hilarious how different Quirkless was now compared to when he was out there rescuing people. 1 second he was absorbed in old notes, the next his nose was kissing the floor in a glorious fumble of limbs. The man shot up on his knees and clutched his red nose with a whine. He whipped around so quickly that Katsuki was impressed that he didn't develop whiplash. By those dumb flabbergasted noises he was making, the blonde hazarded a guess that the freckled hero recognized him immediately. You came back? Yup, he did remember him. Katsuki was a memorable some reason though. Those green eyes didn't stop raking his body up and down like any part of him needed extra analysis. No, I was just taking a walk having 2 hours away from my apartment. Quirkless blinked. Of course I did. It was pissing me off how all of you were talking about me like I'd run away with my tail between my legs. Did you just? The hero squinted in realization. Return to prove a point? Hell no. Well, maybe a little. Get your head out of your butt. Not everyone is like your raunchy group of stuck-up heroes who needs an ulterior motive to be a decent person. I said that I didn't have to tell you shit if I won our match, but I'm goddamn going to do it anyway. At the other's silence, Katsuki stepped back a little. Right, he kind of ruined this guy's entire life here. Time to be a little considerate. Where's the bride? She took a plane to Paris this morning. He stilled. What? Quirkless shook his head, a reassuring smile emerging on his face. He seemed awfully calm for someone who had their fiancé flee to the other side of the globe from him. Don't worry. She does this a lot when she's mad at me. The situation was still hard to digest. The only thing he could manage to throw out in response was, I wasn't worried. Aha. I if you wasn't. Instead of gracing that appealing denial with a response, the green-head hero stood up, dusting his breathes off. His eyes sunk back to focusing on his notebook, checking for creases which may have emerged from the fall. I know what my friends said, but it's fine. You really don't have to pay me back. My reputation, my career, my love life, it's all been heading in this direction anyway. It's kind of been inevitable for a while now. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Are you saying I can't do it? What? I'm saying you don't have to. Frantic hands shot aimlessly in the air. Stop twisting my words. I'll do anything I goddamn want with your words. Don't tell me what to do. And there Katsuki goes, regressing back to old habits he had as a teen, just shooting off whatever comeback suited his first reaction. He reeled himself back in. This wasn't the time for that. He took a deep breath. Give me your phone. At the request, Quirkless could only comply like an idiot. If Katsuki was actually planning anything malicious, the other's social media life would be dead within an instant. Resisting the temptation, the blonde angrily smashed his phone number in the electronic screen. Double-checking the digits, he enters his name as what he wanted his hero name to be back in high school, Explodo Kill. He wasn't about to give his real name to a stranger, after all. Completing his task, he tactfully waited until the guy was distracted to chuck the device back at him. Unfortunately, Quirkless caught the phone anyway with his reflexes. Upon inspecting the screen, his cheeks flushed pink. Wait, why would you? Huh. Okay, the wimp got embarrassed way too easily. It was just a FING phone number. The pizza guy and the old lady who lives next door have it too. He was probably the type of person who freaked out at getting one Facebook like or some sheet. Look, Quirkless. I'm going to plan the goddamn best wedding that you've ever seen and knock everyone and their mother's socks off. Your girlfriend is going to beg to have you back. Every detail, even the color of the centerpiece, is going to make front page on whatever dumb wedding magazine the degenerates read because it'll be that FING amazing. Katsuki hated weddings with a passion. It was a long-time phobia that he'd gained due to what happened 10 years ago. On top of that, he didn't know the first thing about planning one, let alone the best one. But everything he did was the best. It was time to get rid of that silly dislike and tackle it head-on like he always had. Opening his mouth, Quirkless snapped it shut a second later. Speechless, he only squeaked. Izuku. And my name is Izuku. Quirkless was only his hero name. Katsuki glared. Whatever. Do we have a deal? Izuku stared at the stoned floors for the longest second before meeting his eyes. Yes, okay. Katsuki had never been more relieved in his life to spot his apartment complex with its rotting frames and tacky wallpaper. His limbs felt like they weighed a ton each, fingers crusted in lead and veins filled with drying cement. Almost there, just a few more steps. Entering the doors to flash his key card, the large guard at the reception shot him a suspicious look but otherwise didn't say anything. Just as well, he wasn't the focus of Katsuki's attention at all. No, what really caught the blonde's eye was the dirty clock behind the big figure. His sleep-ridden mind shot up instantly. Its hands clearly showed 12:56 p.m. Sheet. The guard turned to him with wide eyes at the sound. Katsuki ignored him. His phone, the one he must have turned to silent while his body was on autopilot, had exactly 29 missed calls and 15 texts. Quite intelligently deciding to take this call somewhere else, he flipped open the door leading to the elevators and waited until he was on his floor to finally press call. It took less than 2 rings, less than the time it took for him to enter his room, for the screams of his mother to flood his piece's poor eardrums. Katsuki! I've been waiting here for over an hour, you brat. It looks like I didn't raise you to know not to keep someone waiting. Katsuki calmly placed his cell phone on the countertop, stepping over dog toys and his shoes to reach into the cupboard. Hand grabbing its target, he slowly sauntered to the empty food bowl just in time for his puppy, Lord Murder II, to happily yip at his return. The video feed of his dog running in circles made his vision blur. Fighting the beginnings of an oncoming headache, Katsuki looked away from the fur ball and booked it to the washroom. Soaking a hanging towel in boiling water, he covered the top half of his face to wipe the day's grim off of it. Finally, tired legs walked back to the entryway to hold the phone back against his ear. And you've been told millions of times the rules of etiquette yet have not brought home a single friend. Through the tirade somewhere, the distinct sounds of a crowd bustling around could be heard in the background. Unfortunately, they were easily drowned out. About to retort, the man was stopped by another searing pain across his temples. Katsuki? Katsuki, don't you dare tell me that you've been tuning me out the past 5 minutes. I've totally been tuning you out for the past 5 minutes. What? His mom also taught him to be honest. Something in his tone must have set alarms in the other's mind. It wasn't something Katsuki wasn't used to. He wouldn't be surprised if the old hag picked up on his posture too, using her creepy butt. Mom senses. Sure enough, she must have noticed before he himself did, for the room started spinning not a moment later. Katsuki, what the heck happened? He groaned. I'm fine, old hag, sheet, that was definitely a fever. Mitsuki Bakuga must have said something in return, surely she did. But Katsuki wouldn't know a single thing about it because the next thing he knew, the world turned dark. When he escaped the grasp of unconsciousness, he didn't expect to prance right into the waiting arms of pain instead. An incessant buzzing noise invaded his brain. Sweat accumulated on his skin, dried to make him feel grimy and cold on the outside. However, the growing sensation of heat made him absolutely burn on the inside. Katsuki barely registered the firm hold on his back, suddenly forcing his body into an upright position until a bowl of chicken noodle soup was shoved under his nose. The sudden change in temperature caused him to sneeze and push the bowl away. Through the haze of a jackhammer ramming into his skull, he could make out familiar blonde hair obscuring his sight. Mitsuki Bakugo, with her quirk of youthfulness making her look more like his sister rather than his old hag of a mother, sighed with an exasperated smile. Geez, still such a brat. He pumped his next glare with as much venom as possible. Unfortunately, in his haggard state, it wasn't much. Yeah, well, you're not getting any younger, old hag. That cough that caused him to ifing stutter definitely didn't help. She artfully ignored him, making to gently blow at a spoonful from the steaming bowl and bring it to his lips. That weight on his eyes and limbs made the effort to put on his usual rant about feeding himself too much to handle, so Katsuki simply complied. The hot salty flavor was heavenly on his tongue. It had been too long since he had a hot meal. Through the drunk state of his brain, he almost wished that he could go back to the days of returning home to one, no matter how weirdly tasting, every day after school. Katsuki, after finishing several mouthfuls, Mitsuki placed the bowl down on a nearby table to look him straight in the eye. Your father and I respect your wishes to be independent, but don't you think for one goddamn second that we'd sit still while you push yourself like a moron, again? Obviously taking advantage of his state of being unable to walk away or retort back, she continued. I thought you passed the phase of coming home bloodied and beaten up when you were a teenager. Look at you now, making me worry and giving me wrinkles. You don't need my help to get wrinkles? Yeah, given his vulnerable state, he supposed that smack to his head should have been expected. Don't interrupt. She pulled on his cheek like he was a effing toddler all over again. If this keeps up, I really will have to go out there and start setting you up with someone. You need a nice, disciplined girlfriend to put you in your place and look after you when you're like this. And trust me, you don't want me to be the one in charge of that. Katsuki cringed. No, ma'am. That's what I thought. She scoffed a familiar Bakugo scoff, pushing him back onto his pillows. Contrary to her tone, she was gentle when pulling the covers back up to his chin. Through the thick layers of his blankets, he briefly caught the sight of bandages and disinfected hands resting on the mattress. She did a pretty good job. Now rest. Knowing that he was in no position to protest, Mitsuki then leaned down and sneakily kissed him on the forehead. He shoved her off weakly. She guffawed, making her way towards the door. Before turning off his lights, she looked back with a fond gaze. Brat, I mean it. Take care of yourself. Your father would miss you if anything happened. We're all Masaru has left, you know that. Some may call it a low blow, but Katsuki knew better than that. It's how they communicated, blunt as ever and without sugarcoating their words. Being raised in that kind of household made him a lot less sensitive than those who tried to force him into their shitty excuse for a friend circle. He turned to his side, not feeling nauseous yet but doing so anyway just in case he needed to project vomit anywhere. Willing himself to sleep, he was out like a light within moments. The sun rose and set behind him twice, the wet compress on his head changed every hour, and the sheets exchanged for dry ones in response to his sweat, yet the one in the bed remained completely oblivious to the world around him. 2 days passed with the fever fluctuating between bearable to excruciating. It was ironic then, that what brought him out of his sleep and back into the world of the living was one single vibration from the phone on his desk. Dragging out a stiff arm, Katsuki's throat was still sore but he could feel his temperature had dropped back down to normal. The simple act of leaving the comfort of his covers wasn't a reenactment of him sticking his hand in acid anymore. That's always a fang good sign. Bringing the screen to his face, he squinted at it. Hi. It's Izuku. Eyes still unfocused from sleep, Katsuki typed a response without much thought. Sup, Deku? The beep from the reply was almost instantaneous. Deku? Isn't that your name? No, it's Izuki. Groaning at the light in his face, at his mistake in reading, Katsuki flipped his pillow over and gracefully used it as a shield from the world. Unfortunately, it seemed the nerd had other plans than letting him go back to sleep peacefully as not a minute later, the phone buzzed again. Hello. Calm your panties, wimp. I ain't ditching you. I just have a shitty fever. Wrong move, Katsuki. Looking back, he could have done a million things different to prevent the now oncoming onslaught that his poor ears and phone faced. Izuku was blowing up his notifications in timed beats. It made for a strange rhythm of annoyance shake his bed and bang against his headache. He didn't know what song they would make, but he hated it already. Are you okay? You must be caught an infection. Noda. Katsuki smashed his face into the mattress further, hoping to drown out the noise. The most likely place is through the open cut in your hands. I'm so sorry. We should be made you stay and bandage them up before leaving. Any day now, it'll stop and he can go back to sleep. He just knows it. They say that honey and ginger tea strengthens the immune system. I drank it a lot as a kid. My mom still makes it sometimes. Alright, that's it. Katsuki felt some satisfaction at slamming his pillow into the wall, picturing it as Izuku's head in its place. He then snatched up his phone with the open app, eyeing the ellipses at the bottom indicating that the green hero was far from finishing his rants. Typing at the speed of light, he aimed to politely interrupt the nerd before he sent any more garbage his way. Oh my god, shut up. First of all, flus and common colds are transferred through the respiratory tract, you dumb f dash dot. Second of all, your punctuation is sheet. Normally that would be it. Most people would cease all contact with Katsuki at that point and go on to kiss up the butt of other people who were more willing to do the same. It was why his own group of acquaintances was so tiny but stuck to him like gum on the bottom of his shoe. To his surprise, however, the messages continued. You know a lot about that kind of stuff. He was talking about the quip he made on colds and flus. Calming down the slightest, the blonde responded. It's common sense. No, really, during our fight you only hit me twice. I don't have a single injury but you still won. Katsuki didn't know why he was still typing when his brain felt like it wanted to explode into a million pieces for his enemies to feast on. He didn't know why he even kept replying when this conversation wasn't related to wedding planning. But he did anyway. What are you getting at here? Nothing. Just, you're kind of amazing. Feeling his cheeks glow warmer, Katsuki turns off his phone in a huff and settles back onto his pillow. It's ridiculous. They're just texting. Yet somehow, he could almost feel the genuine admiration bleeding out of that statement and shooting itself right into his face. And that's complete bullshit. No one who's ever complimented him on his work has ever actually meant it. Because there was always someone out there, someone with a quirk suited for being a doctor, who could do it better. It was a reality that he had come to accept, but not one that he liked. He was interrupted from his musings by a light knock on his bedroom door. Mitsuki came strolling in a second later. She balanced a tray of purple, omurice and a glass of milk with a side of apple slices on a plastic tray. Upon noticing his state of being conscious and not simply floating above water enough to eat, a half-relieved smile broke out on her face. Finally, I was about to call the morgue on you. Very funny. Katsuki made to grab the tray from her, but the very obvious swell on his right hand stopped him from doing so. He groaned. Right, his arm was kind of effed up. If it wasn't for his tendency to multitask turning him into a left-hand texter, he would have noticed sooner. This is ball. How am I going to get back to work if I can't even pick up a FING spoon? Calm your melons. The proud woman took a seat on the edge of the bed. Mina-san already called all of your clients and delayed their appointments to the next few weeks. None of them were mad when they heard what happened to you. You're officially on vacation. Minute. How much did Pink Girl and Shitty Hair tell everyone? Mitsuki went to pet his head affectionately. Don't underestimate them, brat. You've been on quite an adventure. Days later, it came as no surprise when Katsuki grew restless at being stuck in bed. He wasn't the sitting still type of person, never was, so being forced to do so in order to recover just made that irritation in his gut grow larger. With a lot of arguing against his mom, he finally convinced her to at least let him go grocery shopping down the street. It was humiliating, being a grown but man who needed permission from his mom to have access to his wallet and leave the house. Katsuki thought back to his meeting with All Might when they were cracking down on him like a 40-year-old AT addicted to body pillows or some sheet and kicked a random brick wall. By now, his hand resembled more of a hand with a few unpleasant bumps here and there. It's been returning to its original state nicely, but he could still barely pick up a spoon. Glaring down at the list, it was a discombobulation of things he scribbled down and stuff his old hag insisted on needing. He snatched a cart from the front and made his way to the vegetables section. The trip itself went by in a flash. Katsuki stalled as much as he could, lingering near the spicy food and eyeing the crackers with more fascination than anyone should ever eye crackers. He took his sweet time reading each nutritional fact to delay the inevitable walk back to his apartment. It was some time when he was organizing the items in his cart by food group that Katsuki snapped. F hell. A few onlookers gave him unpleasant looks. One mother with her child covered the tyke's ears and speed walked away from the scene. When Katsuki proved to not take his temper tantrum next to the Lucky Charms any further, the employee adjacent to him shrugged and went back to rearranging boxes. He couldn't stand not doing anything productive. It was a peeve of his to sit around and spend his time simply existing. When he wasn't working, he was overworking. When he wasn't overworking, he was at the gym and practicing light boxing to spend energy. Now he couldn't even do that, not with his injury the way it was. Storming down the aisle to leave this hellhole of a place, something in the corner of his eyes caught Katsuki's attention. An entire goddamn shelf piled top to bottom with magazines and guidebooks stretched on as far as the eye can see. Or as far as the aisle went, same difference. Photos of intricate dresses, cakes, and rings were showcased on the covers. As expected of wedding propaganda, Katsuki could tell right away that a large majority of them were useless. But a few of them, much less gaudy and more informative, would be a huge help. And that's when it hit him. He almost forgot. He still had an entire wedding to plan here, and Katsuki never went back on his word. Snatching what he could see as legitimate guides that he could research from, the blonde filled the last remaining space in his cart with the books. Large enough to have plenty of resources but small enough not to draw the old hag's attention. When he was satisfied, he made a beeline for the cash register. Now that he had something to occupy his time, the idea of heading back home seemed sufferable. Oh, an intricate guide to planning a wedding? The cashier, a teen with braided hair, beamed at him. This one is a good one. I read it myself to help plan for my sister's wedding. It's stressful at first, but being a part of something so wonderful in the end is worth it. Katsuki didn't miss a beat. Weddings are bullshit, lady. He felt nothing at ruining one after all. Not surprisingly, the cashier didn't say another word to him after that. A quick sprint back to the apartment and 2 days of meticulously taking notes and studying off of each and every one of the books later, Katsuki had his phone back in his hands. Notebooks with sheets ripped out to highlight the most important parts of each guide lay in a mess on his floor. His trash can was filled to the brim with writing utensils that couldn't handle the level of work, so either ran out of ink or broke halfway, of varying colors were smudged into crevices of his fingers. It's been a few days since he and Izuku held a conversation, but now he was ready to get down to business. Send me a list of who's invited. Katsuki half contemplated if Izuku spent his life next to his phone for how quickly the reply came. Oh, are you feeling better now? Peachy. I need your guest list. Here's my email. Deciding against sharing his work email, Katsuki gave in and sent a link to his personal one instead. He didn't want the nerd to flood the network of medical files he was sent on a daily basis with dumb questions. Plus, it would be troublesome if Izuku found out who he was through his work and tried to visit him or something. You really don't have to. I will. Tell those shitty friends of yours that I'll have the best wedding of their lives ready in 2 months. Their grandchildren will still be talking about it, so they can stop being so pissy. You can't organize a wedding in 2 months. Watch me. Bringing out his laptop from under the desk, he switched it on in anticipation. Felt fun to do something so out of his expertise. It's been a while since the rush of excitement at the unknown and the possibility of failure, of losing, filled his veins so thoroughly. When this was all over, maybe Katsuki should enter a boxing tournament or take up another sport. He'd kick butt either way. Sure enough, by the time his laptop booted up and he had his personal account open, an email titled Wedding List dominated the top. He could recognize the returning address as the email that Izuku had on his fan site. He was a SCK up who apparently replied to each and every one of those hungry fans looking for attention. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Double-checking the list, the blonde deleted it and downloaded it again. He squinted at every word and looked for hidden annotations or comments that could only be seen by a certain program. However, running it through every notable word program, he came up with nothing. Was this it? This list is no good. Well, why? I just sent the one from the last wedding. I need a new one. Under each person, include what their relationship with you is and why it's important that they come. Rank them from most desired to be there to least. Make a contract that states that they will show up and agree to pay 5,000 yen if they cancel without at least a week's notice. They will sign it. What? That's so intense. Stop your complaining and do it. The dress and the flowers will take the longest. I need proper tailoring measurements and photos of the gown by the end of this week. Oh, I don't have the dress with me. She took it with her. Katsuki groaned, smacking his laptop closed. Okay, this isn't working. Sorry. Meet me by that same bench we were at this Friday at 3 p.m. Bring your improved guest list and a summary of your budget. Wait, we're meeting? Yes, nerd. We need to interact in order to talk about the budget. Plus, you're taking me to the DMN dress shop. The next reply took a significant amount of time to come in. Lord Murder II rested on the pillows wedged between his shelf and the bed, dozing off immediately when Katsuki wouldn't play with of staring at the sleeping Pomeranian. He such tube serving the ceiling, half convincing himself to faceplant on his bed and catch a nap when his phone buzzed again. You serious about this? Of course I am. I'm free, so we'll see you on Friday. Hello, sir. Todoroki sent a pleasant smile towards the passing hero. She was a rookie who only started at the agency a few weeks ago but was quickly making friends. Good afternoon. How are you doing? At having her idol since high school acknowledge her, she perked up immediately. Fantastic, at least, I think so. I didn't think I'd make it far with a shrinking quirk, but it turns out that stealth missions are just as flashy and important. The hot and cold hero chuckled. You'd be surprised. Grape Juice was ridiculed a lot when he first started, but the higher-ups saw the flexibility and resourcefulness of his power right away. I'm glad he's doing well too. How about you? Pardon me for asking, but have you made any leeway on the number 3 position? At this, Todoroki shrugged good-naturedly. Being number 4, it was difficult to progress even one spot once you're almost at the top. It shouldn't bother him, as being there was less important than his longing to be a hero itself, but he felt that he wasn't performing at his full potential. It bugged him the slightest bit. Unfortunately, it seems the big 3 aren't budging. Don't sweat it. I still haven't cracked the top 100 and I'm still having tons of fun. That's the most important thing, after saving lives of course. She laughed, which made Todoroki smile. Her perkiness reminded him a little of Uraraka back at Yui. Oh, that's right. Corkless is here to see you. He let himself in, so I assumed he's used to doing that. Raising a brow at the news, Todoroki nodded. Yes, that's fine. Thank you for telling me. After a haphazard goodbye where the poor girl realized that she was late for her meeting, Todoroki walked back to his office with his work in hand. Files documenting the damage his quirk caused in his previous scuffle lay untouched and waiting for him. Opening his office door, it was more like a small lounge than anything. There was a mini fridge on one end and couches where he could meet with clients on the other, all of it shunned by the floor-to-ceiling window which provided light on his workspace. Sure enough, his old friend of over a decade now sat waiting for him on the plush black couch. A soda lay opened in front of him, papers which Todoroki couldn't read from this distance collected on his lap. They did this a lot, let themselves into the other's office unannounced. Izuku was opposed to it at first, but slowly accepted the idea even if he always made sure not to touch or move anything while there. The one exception was the fridge, where the kind-hearted man would always make sure to leave something in there for Todoroki if he took anything out. Hearing the door close, Izuku's head snapped up with a small smile. Shudo-kun, you're back? Todoroki nodded back, making his way to the couches to seat himself across from the other. Yes, it's good to see you too. Izuku's smile grew wider. How have you been with the injury? It was an incident that happened months ago. Todoroki wasn't careful with a burning building and part of it collapsed on top of his leg. The entire old class of 1A had been terrified at the news, swarming his hospital bed faster than ants to sugar. Even when older and graduated, they all stuck together like glue. I'm making great progress in getting it into fighting condition again. Luckily, my quirk doesn't rely on physical combat too much. How about you? At that, Izuku's demeanor shifted. He sagged the slightest bit in stress. Still, he managed to keep his face bright so not to worry the other. It's just about as we expected. Todoroki nodded. So Izuku had lost all of those sponsorships with the misunderstanding at the wedding after all. Those who stayed to ensure their loyalty were quick to flee when they then witnessed Quirkless' humiliating defeat against someone who was, ironically, quirkless. Only a handful kept their connections to the number 5 hero strong after that. They were the ones who have been with Izuku since the very first day that he debuted. It wasn't impossible for heroes to get by without the sponsorships, without the public relations and popularity backing them up. They would just have to rely solely on money from missions to put food on the table. Lesser heroes would crumble under the pressure, but he knew Izuku could do it. The hot and cold hero was interrupted from his thoughts when a white paper was slid across the desk at him, Izuku's shaky hand pushing it towards him. It was a single page, typed, but had lines at the bottom for a name, a date, and a signature. Briefly skimming without reading it, he could make out the words, wedding, attendance, and Izuku Midoriyut next to a name that made Todoroki sick. This is a contract for the guest list at the wedding. Izuku hastily explained, mouth wobbly and eyes avoiding looking directly at his friend. We're planning to have another one ready in 2 months, a little bit after Atsuko returns from her trip to Paris. Your signature will assure that you agree to attend or pay a 5,000 yen fee if you cancel within a week of the wedding date and dash. He didn't need to hear any more. Instead of taking the sheet or listening obediently, Todoroki opted to leave his seat to corner Izuku with a hard look. Izuku, you don't have to go through with this. The fact that his companion played dumb infuriated Todoroki. Even more. I have no idea what you mean, Shudo. I mean it's perfect. When Atsuko returns, I can apologize to her properly with this surprise. Apologize? Todoroki repeated, resisting the urge to impale something with his ice. He was normally very calm and nonchalant, but this topic was touchy for him. It was touchy for the both of them. You didn't do anything wrong. She's the one who left you at the first opportunity she got, just like she always has. His flame side burst to life. It wasn't enough to catch anything on fire, but it ate away at the air next to it. Why are you always the one apologizing? An awkward silence filled the air between them. Izuku quietly retreated with the paper at hand, looking at the corners with wet eyes like they were the most interesting thing in the world. His fingers were shaking. At the sight, Todoroki felt the onslaught of regret right away. Sorry. I got carried away. It's fine. No, I mean it, Izuku. I'm sorry. Just to assure the smaller man, he checked that his fireside was left off before lowering himself back on the couch. This entire thing is my fault. I'm the one who told you to go back to her. Izuku frowned. Shidoku-en, that was years ago. And it isn't your fault. Everything I've done up until now was my own choice. You know that. They've had this conversation close to 100 times now. Yet once again, Todoroki found that he couldn't steer it into any new direction that didn't end in Izuku's misery. Is this what you really want? Yes. He sighed. I'll sign the contract. I wouldn't miss your wedding for the world. As crazy as it sounds, letting a nosy old hag of a mom know that you're going to be out until the late hours of night doing God knows what following a fainting scare was guaranteed to not go well about 95% of the time. 1 foot out the door, bundled up in 3 jackets and 5 scarves, his medicine organized into small pouches for every 6 hours that he had to take it, and Katsuki was sure there was no worse punishment in the world for his recklessness. And take Lord Murder with you. Mitsuki shoved the leash into his gloved hands. He'll watch over your careless butt. Face scratched that. Now there was no worse punishment in the world. The puppy was just as impatient as Katsuki himself was. Forcing the fuzz ball into a vehicle for 2 hours was like locking yourself in hell and throwing away the key. Of course, it's not like she knew he was traveling that far. Some part of his mind, the part that's helped him survive in the Bakuga household for so long, helpfully supplied that this was the exact reason she shoved the Pomeranian into his hands. That sly hag. Wisely choosing not to remark on it, Katsuki grumbled. See ya? She sent one last wave. Rememberto call at least twice. Expect to come back to a clean office and not that rank place you call a workspace? Leave my office the F alone. He screeched, but the door was already shut tight. 2 hours, an extra large cup of coffee, and an entire kilogram of bacon treats to bribe the demon into staying put and not flying out the window later, and he could see the familiar cross accompanied by the bright tiger lilies around the perimeter just under the horizon. It seemed that the flower bed was ripped out and replaced every few weeks. The shocking sea of orange in contrast to the meek white petals from the few days prior nearly had him driving past the venue. Turning into the parking lot, Katsuki was dismayed to find that it wasn't completely empty this time around. A truck loaded with supplies was unhinged, workers lifting odds and ends to make way for the next big ceremony. Other vehicles housing the designated photographer and an entourage of light crew walked past, luckily paying him no mind. Not testing such luck, he quickly directed his crimson car around the corner and out of sight. But of course, as soon as the parking brake was on and the second Katsuki opened the door, Lord Murder came bounding out. The blonde flinched, attempting to grab the ball of energy. However, the puppy was too swift, already making a flip to the ground and sprinting towards the bushes. F***ing dog. He felt his headache returning and decided to pop in a pill before going on his dumb rescue mission. Gathering his files, Katsuki slammed the car door shut before making his way to the tiled patio. What he did not expect to see when he stomped his way to the bench was a frazzled green-haired nerd getting his face mauled by an excited Pomeranian. Izuku struggled for breath between affectionate licks and barks. His laughs escaped in spontaneous bursts of chimes that left Katsuki frozen. They were in no way angelic or even dainty, but the crinkle they caused in his brow-accented round eyes which shone with tears perfectly. Light reflecting off church doors made that mess of hair practically glow. The mirth painting freckled cheeks pink left the blonde feeling lighter. Mercy, mercy. Down pill, please. Katsuki snapped out of it. What the hell was that? Taking 3 graceful strides towards the scene in determination to destroy it as soon as possible, he snatched the poor puppy up by the collar to give it a deadly scowl. Lord Murder yipped. Ash blonde tail swayed to and fro at seeing his owner, completely oblivious to having done anything wrong. Katsuki was interrupted from his staring contest by a sudden gasp. Izuku's mouth hung open. Oh my god, you two match? The response was reflex as a result of years of hearing that same accusation. Lord Murder II will obliterate your butt. The telltale signs of the other's suppressing giggles made Katsuki want to smack him. The second? Isn't that kind of extra? Don't mean me. He's my second dog. Okay, that explains half of the name. But excuse me for saying that Lord Murder isn't the first thing that comes to mind when I'm attacked by a cute Pomeranian explosion. The truth was that Katsuki had lost a bet with his mom years ago. The prize was getting to choose the dog, while the angry boy got stuck with the consolation gift of coming up with the name. Like hell, Katsuki would let this bag of hair that emitted sunshine and paralyzed people with a single laugh like a freak of nature know that blackmail material though. Just give me the sheets, damn it. Oh Izuku held his oversized bag tighter, smile turning hesitant. I was thinking we could talk about it in a cafe nearby. Someone passed by a while ago asking me to leave as soon as whoever I was waiting for arrived. Seeing as Katsuki didn't know shit about the area, being off by one town in his wedding crash acting as definitive proof of that, he begrudgingly handed the reins over. The symbol of peace had arrived using the local subway, so the two gathered inside the red car with Lord Murder settled excitedly on Izuku's lap. Sure enough, around the bend and through an underpass lay an old-fashioned cafe that looked like it lasted through the Second World War. Like holy see, Katsuki was pretty sure he saw that exact woodwork in a Disney movie. Once seated outside with the puppy leashed adjacent to them, Izuku rummaged in his backpack to pass along a transparent file. Here it is. I hope it's up to your standards. Katsuki practically gawked at the 3-inch abomination. Ripping the cover open, he eyed the pages with disbelief. Blinking, readjusting his eyes, and looking again didn't change anything. This guy had not only done everything that was asked, but also written entire personalized paragraphs for each. Descriptions of who they got along with the best amongst other guests, food allergies, and a goddamn color-coded list of stats of how much they could eat, dance, and drink before passing out stared innocently back at him from under their names. What the F dash dot? Fearing the worst, scarred hands nervously fidgeted with the napkins in front of them. Is it not good enough? No, it's perfect, you DMN nerd. Holy FNG sheet. Not expecting such a positive reaction, Izuku squawked. Really? Katsuki hummed non-committedly, flipping through the guests and mentally taking notes on where they should be seated in the venue. Heroes required a hearty meal to fuel their strenuous and impossible feats, so a catering company that could handle the high demand balanced perfectly with quality food was required. He snorted. Ivy Bush is at the bottom, huh? Nice choice. The other flushed red. He's not very, So caught up in his short assessment of the binder, the blonde didn't notice Izuku visibly relaxing in his seat. The symbol of peace was worried. Distraction of a puppy gone, the two of them were still at the root of it all, strangers. Despite a decade of reassurance, Izuku still wasn't completely comfortable when sharing his analytical habits with others. The fear of ridicule had faded, but the looming spotlight that came with being singled out in group projects or corporate collaborations remained. Almost always, his obsessive attention to detail left others outside a select few baffled. Just as well, he wasn't involved with the planning process in the previous wedding at all, handing over the leadership to Uraraka and the rest of his old class. It seemed more fun for everyone that way, to have them create the organized mess. Izuku didn't want to ruin it by marching in and impulsively dictating every little thing like he knew he would end up doing. Finally done with his short overview of the documents, Katsuki reached into his own suitcase to pull out 3 batches of papers. In them, images of sizable rooms ranging from modern style to vintage taken from all angles adorned the covers. Details including dance floor area to number of people that could be seated per table was organized neatly into had even gone out of his way to graph the price fluctuation over the next coming weeks to predict the time slot with the greatest value. I researched 10 venues within travel distance that had a spot open sometime around the end of next month. Based off of the information you gave me, these 3 would appeal to you the most. Izuku gaped. Okay, so as it turns out, his partner was nearly as much of a raging perfectionist as he was. He felt the knot in his gut loosen further. They could do this. Katsuki could keep up with him. He beamed. It's great that there are places that would take us on such short notice. I didn't think there'd be any left. The waitress passed by to hand them their orders. Izuku with a cherry milkshake while Katsuki boasted a spicy lot. They're cheaper if you book them on short notice. Businesses like these who talk money out of there but would rather offer discounts to fill a gap than to not have anyone at all. He pointed at the graphs, before eyeing Izuku with a scoff. Cherry? I like cherry. Just choose a FING venue. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. I swear if you put cherries in the dessert menu, I'm disowning your butt and having you plan the rest yourself. Playing with his bendy straw, Izuku looked at the papers with an inquisitive pause on all of them. Katsuki had unique tastes. Each place was impressive and unconventional in its own right. His mother, who had helped out with the previous affair, never would have found any of these. Purple modernized lights which complemented a bar that lit up in different shades of blue, a more classy but unforgettable outdoor wedding in the midst of a butterfly conservatory, but what really stood out to him the most, that one. Katsuki snatched the object of attention, chucking the rest back into his suitcase. Eyeing the symbol of Peace's choice, a smirk encompassed his features. Aquarium wedding, huh? Not bad, Det. I was expecting you to chicken out and ask for some vanilla-colored barf fest. Izuku could have taken a lot from that statement. Even he could admit that the one thing he decided to comment on was strange. Deku? My name is Izuku. Too bad, Det. It's stuck and I'm not changing it. Realizing that he didn't have any ammunition to shoot back, Izuku sunk into his chair in exasperation. His voice turned small. At least tell me your name. Either not hearing his companion's request or choosing to ignore it, Katsuki continued. Aquariums are expensive as shit though. If you want to have your sparky true love's kiss in the backdrop of screeching dolphins, I'm not going to stop you. But you better have enough money put aside for it. Write his budget. Izuku released his cold drink to stuff a wet hand into his bag. The collection of papers he pulled out was considerably smaller as he was much more meticulous on expressing the individual importance of all of his friends over where the money went. It was a simple list, with expenses on the left and numbers denoting range on the right. Considering the blonde's positive feedback to his guest list, this one didn't worry Izuku nearly as much. Only to have that confidence crushed in a heartbeat. You can't spend twice the budget you have for the venue on the shitty ring. Izuku blinked. Why not? You need that money for contingency in case something goes wrong or there are unexpected costs. I thought you had more experience than me at this stuff. At that statement, Izuku couldn't help the light stab somewhere in his stomach. Yeah, he really should know more seeing as he was nearly married just a few days ago. It didn't seem like a big deal. But now, witnessing how much work and planning and thought went into the sheer massiveness of a process like planning his own wedding made reality trip him into the sidewalk. He voluntarily stepped back from that, let Atsuko run around herself while he went on his hero duties like nothing changed since slipping a ring onto her finger. And now there was nothing left but an impending guilt. What really scared him was that it wasn't guilt at missing out on helping her, but guilt from the knowledge that if Izuku could turn back time and redo it, some dark part of him still would have feigned ignorance and not helped at all. He gulped. I was thinking, the wedding is only one day. Atsuko will have the ring for the rest of her life. It just made sense to have the ring be worth more. So, would you rather that she look back and remember you by how expensive the dumb gem on her finger is, or by how much effort and time you took to making her wedding day fun? That really hit home. Izuku pushed aside his drink, frowning. You don't know how Atsuko thinks? Missing the point entirely, the blonde only responded by mockingly setting aside his spicy latte as well. Really now, or is that an excuse? It's just like you top heroes to try to solve all of your problems by chucking cash out of your butt at it. Not saying another word, Izuku made a point to promptly shove said cash onto the table before leaving his seat and walking away. Before Katsuki knew it, he was staring at an empty spot in front of him. Snapping out of what exactly just happened, Katsuki seethed. Unhooking his curious dog from his spot by the magazine rack, he stomped after the childish fucker who was waiting by the stoplight. Once reaching his heels, Katsuki snapped. So do you agree to have me handle the budget or not? The walking signal turned green as Izuku continued on his way, ignoring his remark completely. Trying a different approach, the blonde stepped in front of him. You still have to take me to the wedding dress store. Only to have the symbol of peace march around him, just leave me alone. Izuku begged in his head, but based on what he knew about Katsuki so far, he wasn't surprised that his wish was left unanswered. This was so dumb. He was so dumb for thinking that they could do it, that everything would be fine, that they could keep up with each other. No matter how Izuku sliced and diced it, they were still strangers. Letting a stranger in so intimately was a mistake. Never one to admit defeat, the doctor widened his strides to keep up, clouding Izuku's mind further into despair. You're just going to pretend I don't exist now? Is that it? For F's sake. What a goddamn baby. At the insult, Izuku halted the smallest fraction of a second. Close to cracking, but with no avail. The two made it to the other side before the hero made a beeline for the closest subway station. It wasn't until they reached the escalator that Katsuki spoke up, calmer but still rough. Do you want to get married or not? The haze in his head cleared. Izuku paused, hand halfway to the railing. He turned to the blonde. I do. Then start acting like it? H. The trip to the wedding gown company across town was spent in silence. Deeming it to be the height of rush hour, they opted that taking a detour around a rural path was much less time-consuming than moving an inch a minute in Katsuki's car. Lord Murder II was tucked away into Izuku's bag, head sticking out and peering around curiously at the scenery. Occasionally, Izuku would stick his hand inside the bag of bacon treats and feed the excitable puppy. Bless that creature's stupid pure soul for not realizing the tension between the two. Katsuki just about burst out of the doors when they arrived, a combination of relief and rage at the entire thing consuming his demeanor. If he had to spend another forsaken second in that cramped box next to that green bundle of nerves, he would have driven into a river to end his misery. The furry creature hopped out of the yellow bag and began jogging by his owner's side. Izuku followed, head down and only providing minimal one-word input concerning directions. The shop was just about as the blonde expected. Large, over the top, and taking up about 5 times more space than any other store on that same street. It even had a second and third floor, pillars holding the building up in elegant swirls and patterns. They pushed past the revolving glass door. Katsuki took extra care in making sure Lord Murder's leash and the dog himself remained tightly by his side. When they entered the store, they were greeted by a stained glass chandelier dominating the reception area. Shiny black and white tiles forked into several directions, leading into separate areas for clients to spend their appointment. A man with a very prominent mustache spotted them immediately, sauntering to them with a polite smile. Name, please? Izuku piped up. Izuku Midoriya. Yes. Midoriya-san. You have a 2-hour appointment scheduled for 5:30 p.m. You're a little bit early, but luckily, we have a spot available. Please follow me. The nerd had booked an appointment without needing anyone to tell him. As infuriating as he was, Katsuki knew where to give credit where credit was due. When they were seated, Izuku went ahead to explain their situation to the consultant. He slipped another sheet from his mess of a bag, this time with a photo of a single dress and its corresponding code. The man nodded pleasantly, accepting the paper to venture off into the sea of gowns in an attempt to find it. Cue the awkward silence again. The hero made it a point of avoiding looking in Katsuki's direction, playing with a loose string on the hem of his shirt. The latter subsequently crossed his arms, glaring at random points around the shop in boredom. Lord Murder was taken in by some assistant near the entrance and left in a carrier, so they didn't even have the hyperactive puppy to rely on as a distraction. Mind wandering, a certain shelf caught Katsuki's attention. Stay put, I'll be back in a minute. He grunted out before standing up, leaving Izuku alone to have a staring contest with the ceiling. A second later, realization set in his green eyes. Izuku flared. What was with that tone? Stay put he would not. Aggressively shooting up from the couch, he's never felt so petty in his life. Some logical part of his brain was telling him that he was being ridiculous, but Izuku relished in the feeling of neglecting it. Let it wash over him as he speed-walked into a random direction with stewed anger. That random direction happened to be straight into an aisle of mermaid gowns. Passing lace bodices and diamond trimmings, Izuku found his frustration gradually melting away into awe. Fabric woven to resemble roses, sweetheart necklines accented by jewels, and skirts that were lighter than clouds, he stopped to admire them. But had wedding dresses always been so breathtaking? He's never seen anything so appealing in his life. One particular mermaid gown, woven in opaque white and light silver dancing together in waves, had Izuku staring far longer than he should have. He found that he didn't care though, reaching up to touch the beading on the display in reverence. Stepping closer only proved to enhance the dress even more. The sheer amount of detail in each stitch simultaneously lifted his spirits up, all while chipping a hole into his heart until he felt his soul draining out. It was so unfair. For Effa's sake, a familiar booming voice behind him had Izuku nearly jumping out of his skin. There you are. I tell you to do one simple thing like sit in place drooling into your lap, and you can't even do that. Izuku deflated the slightest. Sordash. You really are a Deku sometimes. Katsuki was clearly too set off to listen. They ignoring what I tell you like a moron? And there it was. That anger that settled into his gut more times today than it has the past year. Izuku couldn't begin to fathom what was happening to his emotions. Normally with his friends, with the fans, with even random people on the street, he'd let that kind of stuff go. It was the courteous thing to do. He knew that they had stories and reasons for taking it out on him that he had no business judging. But no, not about Katsuki lit a fire within him that turned those selfless intentions was the same feeling that propelled him into accepting the blonde's request, broken down and in tears, to fight during the world's most dramatic wedding crash. Well, guess what? Izuku spat out. Words tumbled out with no control. I can ignore you when I want to, if I want to. If I want to spend a lot of money on the ring and you say no, I can just ignore you. If we all just ignored you from the very beginning, I'd already be happily married and on my honeymoon. OCRP. Scarred arms scrambled to cover his mouth in embarrassment. Was that what this was about? Out of all things, out of everything that happened today, the driving force behind his anger was not getting an expensive ring? Seriously? Oh my God, I am being a baby. About to apologize for his behavior, Izuku was beaten to it when Katsuki snorted. Fine. Have your goddamn expensive ring, but we're taking 25% of it off to spread more evenly. Shell-shocked, he could only meekly nod. Oh, seemingly done with this conversation, Katsuki motioned for the green-haired hero to follow. Now out of anger and fully running on a mix of relief and bashfulness, Izuku obeyed without a single protest. On the platform where they left the consultant, he was waiting for them in bewilderment, also mildly peeved. Excuse me, gentlemen. We do not let our customers wander around without supervision. Just do your freaking job. Katsuki snapped back, not prepared to apologize in any way. The man coughed, no doubt repeating the mantra of the customer always being right in his head before moving on. In his hands, he lifted up a ballroom dress wrapped in clear plastic for the two to observe. Unfortunately, the waist length and bust size is incorrect, but this sample we have prepared should give you an idea of what the actual dress will look like in 5 months. We have the best tailors here who will ensure top-quality products and authentic work. The blonde gestured to the sample. We'll take that one. Izuku blinked rapidly, proceeding to lean down and whisper in panic. Wah, is that okay? Katsuki smirked in his direction. Don't worry. It'll be perfect. Also, we'd like to buy this as well. Here, he produced a veil from his palms that the other hadn't noticed was in his grip until now. Trailing his eyes across its shape, Izuku slowly realized that this was what Katsuki left him to look for earlier. Being led to checkout by the confused consultant, Izuku's sight never left the veil the whole way there. It had crystal as its primary focus, but etched deeper between the gems were faint emerald linings drawn around in patterns resembling a crown. The same silver from the mermaid gown he was transfixed by completed the accessory in familiar waves. Katsuki didn't even look back. They were fourth in line and it wasn't getting any smaller. Spit it out. Can I hold the veil? Taken aback by the request, he rose a brow. If it helps you sleep at night, you nerd. Izuku grasped it like a precious treasure. His grip remained firm but gentle, fingers tracing over the jewelry every few minutes. He couldn't explain the sudden irrepressible urge to smile like he was given all the world's happiness. His mind felt tired from riding through a roller coaster of emotions so quickly without warning, but somehow, at the same time, he didn't want the night to end. He rode through that feeling when they reached the counter. The cashier rung up the veil and the sticker containing the dress's barcode without much emotion. The total price flew over Izuku's head as he went to pay it with his card, mind too preoccupied with the object in his hands to pay it any mind. He knew Katsuki would ensure that they stayed under the budget, so let his happiness take him away to far-off lands. That idiot is taking his sweet time wrapping up a hunk of fabric. Katsuki grumbled. Wait by the car, I'll go get Lord Murder and the dumb dress. Still off in his own world, Izuku skipped off to the vehicle in euphoria. He wasn't a 27-year-old man, already past his peak as a hero and on the decline anymore. He was 4 again. Still full of hopes, running around in capes made out of his mother's laundry and a crown of flowers on his head. Dreaming about amazing adventures he'd have as a hero, of finding his one true love and marrying them under the altar. His younger self was a hopeless romantic. A trait which, as the older Izuku checked that no one was looking before hooking the veil to his head in a moment of bravery, he never outgrew. What were the lines again? Do you take this person as your lawful wife/husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? I do. I take this ring as a sign of my love and faithfulness. You may kiss the bride. Izuku's heart stopped when his veil was lifted, revealing crimson eyes. What the hell are you doing? And it was past the sound of blood rushing through his ears, his skyrocketing heart jumping out of his chest at that one moment, and the heat encompassing every inch of his face, that a small voice in the back of his mind summarized every realization that was flashing through Izuku's head. Even close to midnight, the traffic was hard-pressed to make Katsuki leave his car and tip someone into the ocean as quickly as possible. Late-night partygoers, bar owners, and dumb kids looking for a snack formed a blockade in the last few intersections to his home. Their music blasted through speakers. And Katsuki would be dead if he didn't brag about it to every person who ever called him an unforgiving a-hole that he made it back to his apartment without a single casualty. Just as expected, as soon as he unlocked his door, Mitsuki was waiting with a cooled meal and some Disney movie for his return. She grinned at him cheekily if not a bit tired. Back already? I was expecting you to finally grow some and hook up at a shady hotel somewhere. For F's sake, woman. The man ripped off his scarf to stuff it in a basket by the entrance. What kind of mother encourages their child to contract an STI with a prostitute who's probably seen more makeup than your jewelry box? Fing shitty butt parenting? Oh, believe me. If you actually did that, you'd be the one who'd see more makeup than my jewelry box to hide the bruise on your head. She discarded the magazine with ragdoll motions, getting ahead into the kitchen to warm up the food before her son had the chance to devour it. Whatever. Katsuki grumbled, not one to accept defeat at this conversation. Without any warning, he marched into the room and shoved the transparent bag with the white mess into her arms. A clatter of a spoon falling to the floor sounded between them, but neither Bakugo had the attention to focus on it. Much more gently, he passed along a slip of paper next. Use your weird fashion powers to adjust it to the sizes indicated on that sheet before the end of next month. Think you can handle that? In hindsight, concerning his quick wit, Katsuki should have predicted the situation of being trapped in a headlock and given a noogie from a mile away. He sputtered past the knuckles pressing into his head, glaring back at the perpetrator. Let me go, you old hag. Well, what do you know? The woman didn't listen. Guffaws akin to screeching birds assaulted his poor ears. Thank you very much for asking. Looks like my first assumption wasn't off after all. Who's the lucky person? I swear, you brat, you've already messed up by seeing the dress before the ceremony, but you should be goddamn grateful that I'm here to fix everything. Katsuki scoffed, finally swatting away the offending arm to rip himself away from her. It's for someone else's wedding that I'm organizing. Get your shitty brain out of the gutter. I see. Stop looking so disappointed. Mitsuki smirked, the deflate in her shoulders but a mere memory. Who do you think I am? Of course I can do it. With a meal that was much too rambunctious to be simply made up of two people sipping on some leftover soup and a tired goodnight in the form of insults later, Katsuki had to lie himself to bed that night with a tiny admittance that having a mother like Mitsuki wasn't so bad all of the time. He didn't have trouble sleeping after letting that knowledge seep over. It wasn't until a few days later that Katsuki had to worry about sleeping in. The morning signaling the beginning of the week saw for a much more difficult task of getting out of the covers than getting into it had been. He was the type of keener who won such a battle on a daily basis, blasting himself out of bed to yell at the day to bring it on, metaphorically, that is, at least as of graduating and ever since that one incident with a neighbor. After making sure every one of those demon germs in his mouth were dead and Lord Murder II was fed, he got dressed with renewed vigor and left the apartment. It was a FING relief to not be sitting in a dark office staring at wedding sheet all day, or talking to the kind of overly enthusiastic sellers on the other end of the phone who really should reserve that voice for a preschool show. He'd much rather be in his office, observing the recovery of his patients and challenging himself to more efficiently get them back to full health each time. Unlatching the creaky door and throwing it open, what Katsuki did not expect was to be barreled in by a pile of pink, yellow, and red idiots. They clung to him, their combined weight sending all four to the floor in a matter of seconds. Get off of me! The blonde screeched. Used to having his eardrums burst every moment they were in the same vicinity, Kaminari laughed. Ah, he misses us too. Katsuki struggled. He eventually kneed Kirishima in the stomach just in time for the redhead to harden his skin and roll off. Taking advantage of the significant decrease in weight, he then smacked Ashido in the face enough that her grip on Kaminari's hair forced the two of them to fall away as well. Katsuki shot up on angry heels, making a show of kicking Kirishima in the ribs who remained unaffected due to his quirk. And stay down. The three morons continued laughing their hearts out. It was his crappy excuse for a best friend, Kirishima, who broke the stupid fest first with a coherent sentence. Man, we were just giving you some love. FING. This seemed to only cause the remaining two who were still rolling on the ground in hysterics to laugh even harder. Katsuki rolled his eyes, Kirishima looking mildly concerned. I think you broke them? Good. The doctor spat out, taking a second attempt to enter his own FING clinic without being attacked and finding success. He walked into the familiar building with its tattered wallpaper and water-damaged ceiling, turning on the dying lights and shrugging off his jacket. His red-haired companion followed in content. It was only when Katsuki turned to address the other that he truly looked at him. He blinked. You're not in your hero costume. Seeming to just realize this himself, Kirishima peered down at his muddy red overalls in curiosity. Something finally clicked when he met Katsuki's bewildered gaze again. Alright, I didn't tell you yet. I kind of quit my job. Ashido and Kaminari, fully recovered from their giggling attack, were beginning to follow in after them with enthusiastic chatter. They hung by the entrance, purposely giving the two space to talk while they discussed some cool new superhero who was on the rise. So your dream? To be like the Crimson Riot? Kirishima caught on to his train of thought instantly. He smiled, tad wistful. Yeah, I quit that too. But it's all good. I got hired as a garbage guy with decent pay. Combined with Mina's salary, we have enough to squeak by in our new apartment. There's even extra we can put aside every month for the baby. Oh man, I can't wait to see the little dude or girl. Katsuki remained frozen on the spot, the tweets of his friends around him not reaching his ears. Yeah, he kind of told Kirishima to F the world and just stay with Ashido no matter what it took. Actually seeing it happen though, It thoroughly essig enough to make his body tense up in familiar rage at how unfair everything was. But seeing the genuine happiness override the reality of crushed dreams flashing through his friend's expressions quick enough to give him whiplash, not even Katsuki Bakugo was angry or insensitive enough to protest. But insult him? Oh, he had enough insensitivity to do that in spades. Should I be scared that a brain-dead like you is raising a child? Kirishima cried. Dude, man, my heart. To live. If that's what Dr. Bakubro says, it must be true. Seeing as the worst of whatever they were expecting out of him was over, Ishido and Kaminari finally rounded the corner and joined in on their group. A pink arm reached out to wrap around Kirishima's like it was the most natural thing in the world. The closeness of his girlfriend seemed to make the redhead's grin grow larger. Seriously though, thanks for doing all of that. It was super manly. Yeah, well, don't say I never did anything for you. It's a promise, man to man. His friend grinned, revealing a row of shark-like teeth. Don't worry about us. I even got hired part-time at a construction zone nearby, so it's still kind of cool. They said my hardening quirk comes in handy. At the blonde's responding silence, Pikachu rushed to cover his mouth while the pink girl face-bombed. Realizing what he said with abject horror, Kirishima quickly backtracked. I mean, there are other workers there who are way more experienced than I am. I still have a lot to learn to catch up to their caliber and position. Katsuki glared at a point behind his shoulder. It was better than glaring at Kirishima and making the other feel even more guilty and start spewing out sugary words to make him feel better. It's effing fine. It was no secret amongst their group that Katsuki's clinic didn't take off from the ground like he had claimed it would. Fresh out of graduate school with top marks, the blonde rode the knowledge of being one of the 5 quirkless graduates a year in the entire country who earned a diploma in such a highly esteemed career. Without any sound quirk that made half the equipment unnecessary, intelligence quirk to give him the edge in his studies, or hormonal quirk to aid in his patient's recovery, he did DMN well on his own there and was convinced he would do DMN well on his own out here. It was too FING bad that the real world didn't work like that. Walking into the culmination of all his effort embodied as some tiny passable clinic with a crossed-out sign because they didn't have the expenses to replace it, was not where Katsuki saw himself 3 years after he threw that dumb square hat into the air and told everyone there to eat shit. It should have been a goddamn 4-wing building with several floors by now. It should have been brimming with patients begging for his expertise, not only getting barely enough clients to pass his time off as an actual job. Now, Baku. Ishido sung, sneakily appearing behind him and moving quick enough to pinch his sneer into a smile. Turn that frown upside down. Hands off, beach. He smacked her away. Unfazed by his reaction, she made it a point to wave her clipboard in his face. Miss Miko is arriving in 15 minutes to check how her hip is doing. She's super happy with her progress in walking so far and made it down the stairs last week. After that, you have the whole day free. Idru and I are treating you to lunch, so you better be wearing your good shirt. All my shirts are FNG amazing. Keep telling yourself that. Said lunch was by all standards, pretty decent. The two had obviously decided to splurge a little to get him the spiciest dish on the menu, all while ordering the first and second cheapest items themselves. Kaminari bought a standard burger from a fast food stand across the street, seating himself much too casually to be appropriate at a high-end restaurant. Not that Katsuki was sitting much better. Okay, one last surprise. From a back pocket, Pinky made sure to be as dramatic as possible when pulling out 4 flashy slips of cardboard. Tickets for a 2-hour session at the laser tag facility. Katsuki stopped chewing in interest. The good one. She grinned. The good one. He slammed his fork down on the table without any courtesy towards those around them. A baby across the room started bawling. They received distasteful glares, but none of them noticed. Ready to lose, pink girl? You wish. Don't think that I'm going easy on you just because you brought Idru back. Wouldn't dream of it. I hope you packed some FING tissues for the weeping you're in for. Oh boy. Kirishima sighed, cutting a stray chunk of meat in half on his plate. Here we go again. By all means, the match itself wasn't Katsuki's worse. It was, by his definition, humiliating as high hell though. Predictably, Kirishima got last place for charging at everything headfirst and not comprehending the concept of hiding. He was quickly targeted by other players who shot at his sensor without any remorse. Pikachu Boy lasted longer than he usually would, only to have his plan backfire when he came up with the brilliant idea to break the rules by trying to redirect light lasers with electricity like a goddamn idiot. And just like a goddamn idiot, he did his dance of the goddamn idiots in the sidelines once he was disqualified by the referee. In the end, it came down to Katsuki and Ishido. The remaining extras were quickly dealt with either by the girl's athletic pounces from unconventional high places or his own quick reflexes. Katsuki changed his base every 30 seconds, listening for the alien-like woman with precise focus. She would occasionally jump out to shoot him only for Katsuki to maneuver out of the way just in the nick of time to counter. Unfortunately, her well-trained arms swung herself up at the first chance she had and assisted her in changing towers like a monkey in its element. It was going well for him until the ball pit came into play. "Dude," Kirishima cackled. "I can't believe you fell into the ball pit like that." Ishido joined in, Kaminari evidently still recovering if his dopey expression had anything to say. "The look on your face was priceless, Explodey boy." "Drop it?" They very pointedly did not drop it. Not until they traversed an entire 5 blocks and made it to the intersection where the group was meant to go their separate ways. The couple had rented out a cheap apartment together that was much further than either of their previous homes. However, when asked, both agreed that they didn't mind the time alone to walk there. "See ya, Baku. Don't fall into any ball pits on the way back." Shooting an irritated curse to those a-holes, Katsuki made a show of spinning on his heel to stomp his way down the opposite street. The sun was just setting, the buildings around them beginning to light up in varying yellows and whites. Some last-minute kids who vowed to be back home in time for dinner rushed past them with broken butterfly nets and untied shoes. You know, Kaminari was staring at the sky, a content smile replacing his previous brain-dead one. "I think they'll be just fine." Yeah. Normally, that would be the end of the conversation. Katsuki wasn't the type to talk much when it wasn't concerning something to rant or be angry about. So, when he kept their exchange alive with a seemingly genuine question, it threw the other for a loop. "How's your job going?" Bringing himself back from the slight surprise, Kaminari shrugged. "Oh, you know. Same old, same old. I stand in front of these panels and shoot electricity at them for 5 minutes, rest for 10, repeat. Sounds boring as shit?" Katsuki sneered. "You still want to be a DJ?" The darker blonde sagged. Next to being a hero, a DJ was the best thing that he could dream of becoming as a kid. As his first choice didn't work out, he'd been looking for a breakthrough with his soundtracks and charisma. Unfortunately, he'd yet to find it. "Yes, obviously. But you know how it is." "I do know how it is, probably better than you and your dumbass does. Which is why you should be grateful for what I'm about to graciously tell you next." At the other's curious glance, Katsuki pulled out a half-folded package of paper from his pockets. On it depicted a tirade of professional garble and agreements ending off with a space for a signature at the very bottom. "There's this pathetically desperate nerd who needs a DJ and someone to book the entertainment for his wedding. Just to give you an idea of how much of a big deal it is, at least 1/3 of the guest list is composed of dickwads who are in the top 200 ranks of heroes. And yes, you can do your FING electrical performances dash." He never finished his sentence, for Kaminari made to swipe the contract from his hands with disbelieving eyes. He skimmed through it, pupils moving erratically over the conditions and requirements almost as if to confirm that yes, this was really happening. His voice came out in surreal breaths when he spoke next. "Bakugu, are you serious? Dead. Are you doing it or not?" The electric man hooped, hands fisted in the air and sparks building around him from uncontrolled excitement. A passing streetlight flashed briefly like it was going to burn out. He really was just like a Pikachu. Of course, I'd have to be stupid not to. Which is why I asked. Kaminari ignored that jab, too high on the circumstance to pay little attempts to bring him down any mind. He spun around to pin Katsuki with a brightened beam, grin almost cracking through his cheeks. "DMN. What should I do to make Mr. Grumpy feel better?" The address narrowed his eyes. "Don't call me that. You don't have to do sheet. He shook his streaked head adamantly. No, really. You're sort of helping to kickstart my second dream here. You're the one who's kickstarting your dream. I'm just handing you the microphone. Now you have no excuse to not reach the top. Ah, I see. Kaminari's grin didn't seem to want to fade for years to come. So your high expectations and me reaching them are all you want back. Sounds like the bakugu I know. No need to worry. I may not be book smart, but I know how to make people have a good time. The electric man paused to gesture to himself with a backwards thumb. You've probably been hearing this a lot today, but thanks. Katsuki eyed a point on the horizon to avoid his friend's enthusiastic twitching. Was he really that happy? I didn't go out of my way or anything, dumb sheet. It was just convenient and you're not half bad at it. What about you? The tangential question had red eyes shooting back at Kaminari. We didn't meet until after you graduated, so I wouldn't know. Did you always want to be a doctor? Katsuki averted his gaze to focus back on the street in front of them. He wasn't the type to lie, and he wasn't about to start. No. The answer seemed to have Kaminari reeling back the smallest bit. Katsuki had always struck him as such a fangs-bared, all-out committed kind of guy who would decide on one thing to do with his life early on and stick to it firmer than gum stuck to the bottom of his shoes. No matter how much you tried to smear it against the curb, pick at it with a stick until all of it was gone, it would never truly go away. What really? The angry doctor went to kick a pebble in his way with intent. It's none of your business. But it's not too late. We could still get you an application or something. It doesn't matter anymore. My old dream was a goddamn waste of time. At hearing this, the darker blonde hummed in thought. That makes more sense. I mean, if you truly didn't want to be a doctor, you would have not only went for the other job already but also blown everyone away with your screams until you proved yourself. Previously stomping legs stopped. He faced the other with a brow raised. Is that really what you think of me? At this, Kaminari found no hesitation in his response. Of course. It's awesome. Like you're the most passionate doctor I've ever seen. I wish I could have been a hero with half as much drive as you do. And how painfully ironic was that? Katsuki knew the other didn't even have a sliver of the intent needed to hit him so badly, but some part of him couldn't help but curse the idiot out. Remnants of what Kaminari thought were true. Katsuki Bakugu never gave up. That's what he said to his old hag when he slammed open the door one evening after returning from school, declaring that he didn't want to be a hero anymore. It wasn't giving up, he'd insisted. It was him moving on to something better. Because more than never giving up, Katsuki Bakugu wanted to win in his own way, not in the way that society deemed the best. It would have been so easy to be a hero. They were flashy, got attention, and were absolutely the perfect career for someone like him who wanted such praise. To prove something to the heroes by becoming a quirkless one himself would have been satisfactory enough. But to become a doctor, a different brand of a hero who stood in the shadows and never got recognition, and somehow work his way up higher than the much more acknowledged beefy ones in spandex? It was perfect. Or, it should have been. The two reached the clinic without any more words being spoken. Kaminari was humming a quiet tune to himself, spirits raised after hearing the news of the wedding. The song had lyrics interchanged with a discombobulation of ideas like hiring tap dancers or trampoline athletes. They were just a brand of crazy enough to convince Katsuki that he gave the position to the right person. Before turning down the sidewalk that would separate them, the other blonde sent one last wave. Seriously, I owe you. Just let me know if you ever need anything and I'll come running. Ashita would dye her skin purple before I ever ask your sorry but for help. Katsuki grumbled out, but returning the wave with his own. He got into his car and let the mundane sounds of wheels and people around him submerge his thoughts. But no matter what, the words that Kaminari told him never left his mind, not until he turned off the engine and was sitting in the still parking lot of his apartment complex. Katsuki groaned. Can't believe I let Electric Boy snap me out of it. Marching his way to his empty home, he thanked all high heavens that his old hag of a mom left this morning, or else she'd be sticking her nose into what he was about to do next. Lord Murder was quick to bound to him, eagerly awaiting his dinner. Chucking a decent amount of dog biscuits into his bowl and refilling the water, Katsuki wasted no time in isolating himself to his room and snatching his phone from his pockets. A fire in his spirit that he hadn't felt for months, one that was slowly dying at seeing his rundown clinic and criticism on his work day by day, was relit. He relished in the feeling as he dialed with purpose. The familiar voice was quick to pick up. "Hello? Is there something wrong? You've never called before dash." Katsuki cut him off. "Something about you is pissing me off." Izuku squeaked, sounding jumpy for reasons that the blonde was too tunneled away from to comment on. Your arm, the one without scars. It's injured, isn't it?" Phrasing the statement as a question was a mistake on his part, for Izuku proceeded to go off on a multitude of excuses as if Katsuki had no idea what he was talking about and simply made a lucky guess. "That fucker. Oh, that's a new one. I think you mean my right arm? I used to be pretty reckless with my quirk back when I was at UE, but other than its shape, it doesn't hinder me at all. My other hand sometimes gets cramped up since it isn't my DMNT one. I should focus on it a bit more during exercises. I think that's what your dash." "Deku." Katsuki took in a deep breath, channeling the patience he's gained from dealing with the most unreasonable of clients into this one moment. "Yes? Stop bullshitting. By law, you have the right to refuse by saying you don't want to talk about it, but you're out of your mind for thinking you can lie your way out of this." There was silence on the other end. Katsuki was contemplating whether Izuku had chickened out and hung up, but the hushed sounds of breath hitting the receiver proved otherwise. There was rustling, the sound of someone sitting down, before Izuku spoke again in a small voice. "How did you know? Reverse psychology. You favor your left arm for menial tasks in battle while taking advantage of the scars on the right in order to take attention away from it." It was quite a clever trick, if Katsuki were to be completely honest here. It would have fooled even him, if not for one single slip-up. "I smashed your face in the infraorbital nerve, which would have only rendered you paralyzed in pain for a few seconds at most. It took me longer than a few seconds to deliver the final blow." There was a sharp intake of breath from the symbol of hope, only now realizing his mistake. "You should have been able to flick my hand away like it was nothing, but you didn't. I got sheet lucky and charged you from the left to strike you on the neck." He hated admitting this to himself, but it was something that has been damaging his pride all this time. "I only won because you had a goddamn injury." Catching his breath, Katsuki felt the weight of something insufferable lift off from his shoulders and replaced with a new one. He almost let his pride, his loathe for heroes get in the way of doing what he should have done as a doctor. And he wasn't about to throw away his rise to victory for some childish temper tantrum. Izuku shifted again, his voice noticeably stronger than it was a minute ago. "Is that why you returned afterwards? You didn't feel like you actually won our battle fairly." Seeing how analytical the famous hero was when it came to organizing a guest list and actually having it used against him were two different things. If nothing else, the nerd was quick-witted enough to catch on without much thought. "Well, I didn't come back because I felt guilty, that's for sure." The green-haired man let out a tired sigh, tone exhausted but hiding another trembling emotion that Katsuki couldn't hope to interpret. "Is that all? Did you call to blackmail me? Name your price. I'll send the money over if you don't release this information to the public." Katsuki bristled. The other's automatic assumption on what kind of person he was hit a nerve that had him wanting to break something. "You wish I cared enough about your tower of riches to go through the effort of blackmailing you, you piece of shit." At what the blonde could tell was the symbol of hope's quick impulse to diffuse the heated situation. He cut him off before he had any chance to. "Bet you've never had to fight a doctor before, and FNG good one at that, huh? Look, you presumptuous egoist, I'm not forcing you to get it checked out. If you don't want it to get better for some personal reason, I'll back off and all that good stuff, but don't you dare underestimate me." Too overwhelmed with the entire boatload filled with turns of events, Izuku could only work up the coherent thought to address one at a time. "I do want it to get better. More than anything, I swear. It's just, lost your will to fight back already?" Remnants of his earlier burst remained in the sentence. His voice was still above what was an appropriate volume for a conversation, but it was like that more than half the time. "Sheet, you're such a baby. Stop whining about things not getting better and do something about it." It's not that. I've done all the exercises, the diets, the massages, the treatments, but it'll never be like it once was. All of my therapists keep saying that it'll get better someday, but I can tell most of them have given up. Izuku felt the onslaught of tears, built up from years of frustration at not saving as many people as he could, at seeing the four above him get further and further away every day. It's costed so many lives. Katsuki brought up a hand to his eyes, pinching them between his fingertips to ward off the coming headache. It was troublesome. Revealing his name to this top hero was inevitable, but he couldn't say he regretted making this choice. Come to my clinic anyway. I'll give it a DM and good try if you're willing to give consent. My last appointment is on Wednesday at 2 o'clock, so show up at around 2:30 with your decision. I'll text you the address. What Ash? Even if you say no, show up anyway. I arranged with the owner for us to visit the wedding venue. We have to draw a floor plan under their approval or else we can't move forward with anything else. In the meantime, make a list of any extra activities or personal memorabilia that you or your dumb friends want to see at the wedding. Renting things out like Ferris wheels should be done early because there's such a pain in the butt. Izuku spluttered. Wait, what did you mean when you said dash? FANG great. See you then? Katsuki hung up, throwing his phone aside to rest on the pillow. After a few seconds, Lord Murder with a full stomach entered the room to lay in his lap. Nailed it. H. Fuzzy bundles in various colors littered the pristine wooden floor. In the center, a newspaper was spread out to house several glue bottles, scissors, and cloth cut up into organic shapes. On the side table lay a ceramic bowl of great value, filled to the brim with a chocolate-like substance left to cool. Izuku was overwhelmed, entering into his close friend's quarters only to nearly trip over one of the feathers thrown into the trash pile. Thanks for helping out, Izuku-kun. Uraraka, hair tied up and in the most comfortable shirt and breathes possible to accommodate her project on the floor, beamed. It's definitely a lot faster with two people. The addressed smiled amicably, picking up one of the crafted bunnies to observe. It had a woven basket in its paws, ears in an unmistakable semblance of his old hero costume back in high school. It was positively adorable, and the brunette was making one for every single guest that would be there. You don't need to thank me, Achiko-san. I'm the one who should be thanking you. All of this is for me anyway. It's no problem. I like doing things like this. Pink cheeks glowing with pride, she laughed. The two got to work right away. After some initial fumbling on Izuku's part to get the shape of the bunny just right, they were gluing together the cute creature with factory-like speed. The basket needed to be big enough to accommodate the homemade chocolate treats that Uraraka would be baking. Obviously, she couldn't start right now as they would go bad before the week was up, but having Izuku over to taste test them was a valuable step. A few hours went by like this, of friendly chatter and silence that came with focus. The two were now taking a break in the kitchen and munching on the treats, legs tired from the hard ground. Uraraka piped up in between bites of chocolate. All of us are happy that you're helping out this time, Izuku-kun. It's a lot more fun when you're here. When Izuku doesn't reply right away, Uraraka's eyebrow furrowed in slight worry. Izuku? Achiko-san, the green hero's tone suddenly took on a serious vibe that had the poor girl straightening up in anticipation. Seeing his friend full of nerves, Izuku sent an apologetic smile as a sign that it wasn't anything life-threatening just before she relaxed her shoulders. He sighed. Should I get married after all? Silence. Uraraka tilted her head, confusion rolling over her in waves. Personally, I think having someone by your side is the best. It's like sharing a piece of bread made from the grains grown by the world tree and declaring yourself soulmates from that point forward. Fighting through everything no matter how bad it gets. Or something. She chuckled, arm raised to scratch the back of her neck, feeling slightly abashed. Why wouldn't you want to get married? Ah well. Izuku looked away. The rain hitting the window from the veranda sure looked interesting right about now. I'm just not sure. It was a phrase which the gravity girl, now woman, heard one too many times. Izuku. Uraraka stood up from her seat to give him a comforting pat on his shoulder. Some of the chocolate powder is left over on the tips of her mouth. The effect would have made him smile in any other situation. If you're asking what I think, I just want you to be happy. And this wedding? I have a feeling you aren't telling me everything, but you do seem happier than you were back at UE, at least. The symbol of hope curled in on himself at that. He hated talking about how he was back in high school, sporadically dating any stranger who would look at him with anything but passing apathy. He was desperate then, after what happened. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. His drive to be a hero and respect the law had him ending it with anyone who tried to talk him out of such a path, but it still left countless heartbreaks on both sides. Izuku was so grateful that All Might was there to look out for him, that Uraraka was one of those heartbreaks but refused to have their friendship ruined because of it. Seeing where his thoughts were going, his companion shoved a wooden spoon still layered in chocolate close to his mouth. An apology rested on her lips. You and Atsuko are childhood friends, right? You've been around each other your whole lives and know more about how the other works than anyone else. You two can fight through this hurdle together. I believe in you. Izuku took the spoon, sending her a half-hearted smile. Thanks, Achiko-san. The light of the screen burned his retinas, soaking them in tears. The whites around crimson pupils had long faded to look more like its neighbor. Two things kept them from weeping out in agony. Firstly, the owner of such eyes made sure to blink periodically, satiating them with split-second sleep. But the second and more prominent drive keeping them focused forward was sheer willpower. Yup, another great FING all night. Katsuki didn't register that he had spent the entire night in his office until the sun was rising, a click sounding from somewhere behind him to signal the arrival of Ishido for the day. Miss Miko's hip was making staggering improvements. The middle-aged woman convinced that she had to explore the world at least once before she was too old to do so. Now he was challenged with arranging a new regime that fit with the surgery she was getting to remove her appendix next week. However, that itself wasn't what kept him up all night. He was working part-time at a local hospital. Seniors with comforting smiles and twice his age passed the bulk of the workload to him. His first patient came in half an hour late. Something about helping an old granny cross the street or some heroic lie. And really, it was a damn shame that Katsuki didn't have the luxury to yell at the BSTRD like he wanted to. It wasn't worth the risk of them marching out those doors and bringing their services elsewhere. Only to nearly scream and tear this guy a new one anyway when Katsuki realized that he had gotten to the point of treating his patients like bread which meant to be split to 30-day portions during the apocalypse. It was nearing the end of his shift when a head of pink poked in, barging the door open without a single knock. Katsuki didn't miss a beat. For the last FING time, I don't know what biological reaction a unicorn would have when its horn is ripped off. Instead of making a face and declaring the blonde as lame, something that would guarantee her a clipboard to the face, Ishido furrowed her brow. She was a mix of confusion, frustration, and wonder all in one, a look on her that he wasn't used to. Someone at the front desk claims to have personally made an appointment with you. Want me to kick them out? Counting by the calendar pinned to the wall which confirmed that yes, it was Wednesday in combination with the woman's excited glance, Katsuki knew exactly who it was. He grunted. Just put him into one of the rooms. I'll be there in a minute. Ishido narrowed her eyes. We're talking about this later. No, we're not. But she had already disappeared back into the hall. Really, he couldn't blame her. It wasn't every day that the symbol of hope not only waltzed into your vicinity but also talked to you like a normal person. Katsuki had gotten past the stage of being awestruck when he was 8, packed away his all-might-infested room when he was 12, and gave his first punch to a hero in the face when he was 14. A Deku didn't do shit to him. As promised, a minute later saw him leaving his workspace to march into one of the rooms provided for patients to wait in the name of privacy. He only had 2, but more often than not those box spaces with minimal workout equipment were more than enough. Twisting the knob, Izuku was revealed to be a nervous wreck served on a plastic chair. Katsuki pushed his way into the seat across from him. Seeing that the other wasn't letting up his fidgeting anytime soon, the doctor sighed. Calm yourself. Just tell me if you made a decision or not dash. Is your name really Katsuki Bakugo? Izuku cut him off. He should smack him for that. Katsuki leaned back against the wall. Well, seeing as this was an informal checkup, he didn't have to sit like he was at the FING palace. He was fully aware that demanding that the hero show up at his workplace meant that Izuku would become privy to that bit of information. But between what Pikachu said and the lack of angry heroes bringing down his door as indication that Izuku kept their whole deal a secret, Katsuki couldn't bring himself to give a DMN. "What's it to you?" It was like some invisible string that he wasn't aware of snapped then. The twitch was gone, replaced with a sincere but small smile. "Nothing. I'm just happy to know more about you, Kaken." Katsuki whirled. If he had a pen, he would have shoved it into the other's nose and past his puny cranium. "What the hell did you just call me?" "I don't know what you're talking about, Kaken." "There," he screeched. "Maybe you Ravity had something going by aligning it with a male banshee." "Don't call me that. I hear it again and I'll tear out your tongue and staple it to your back, you understand?" So, Izuku artfully changed the subject. He peered around curiously, that nervous man from a minute ago non-existent. Green eyes darted past various pieces of equipment, from dressing aids to massage tables to the sturdy but old parallel bars resting adjacent to them. It seemed perfectly fine. But upon closer inspection, the dressing aids were half broken, a sign of being rented out and washed multiple times. The massage table would get stuck when you tried to readjust it, and the parallel bars were from different brands, the second one having collapsed ages ago. Wow. Katsuki twisted his expression into something fierce. He wasn't here to be mocked. "Save it, ho boy. What you see is what you get. Make your choice already so we can leave. I've already done my part by getting you in here." And really, after taking one step into his clinic and seeing what it offered, the beloved hero who could probably purchase half this stuff on pocket change should just make a nice 180-degree turn straight the F out of here. Katsuki would do the same thing if he were in Izuku's position. At knowing that the doctor himself was quirkless on top, that walkout was looking hellishly likely to transform into a sprint. But no. Seconds ticked by as Izuku stared into his lap, neither providing his approval nor rejection. It made Katsuki's blood boil. He was about to retort, snap the annoying stain out of his stupor, when Izuku managed to beat him to it. "A strong start, PSS poor end. Try again, de. I want to save as many people as I can. Not with your arm fed up, you can't." The bluntness of Katsuki's words made him jolt the slightest. Right? He bit his lip. No hero was a stranger to being at a hospital, where maybes looked more like no's and yes were conditional. But it seemed that maybe didn't exist in the angry blonde's vocabulary. If his arm was truly doomed to be stuck this way forever, he wouldn't sugarcoat it. Izuku nodded. "I want to try this, if that's okay with you, Kaken." Choosing to let the nickname go just this once, the doctor went to snap on his gloves, his business tone taking over. "Before we can start, you need to be well aware that as a physical therapist, I am not licensed to give an official diagnosis. My official capabilities end with sending you to a medical doctor with my opinion and evidence. In other words, you're shooting in the dark with no flashlight and the wrong gun." The sudden shift in Katsuki's demeanor threw the green-haired hero off for a moment, but he managed to recover to respond within a reasonable interval. "That makes sense. I'm willing to try anything at this point. And remember what I said before about what you see being what you get? Yeah, that applies to me as well. You aren't getting any fancy power to make you feel better, Deku." Izuku shook his head firmly. "That doesn't matter. I'd prefer it that way, actually." At that moment, Katsuki would never admit it to anyone and would take that secret to the grave, but he felt slightly lighter. He smirked. "Well, get on the exam table, you nerd." A flurry of exercises that Izuku couldn't begin to comprehend the implications of followed within the next half hour. He knew the basics, which direction to twist his knees so to strain a certain muscle, or what kind of stretch to do to minimize the likelihood of cramping up on the battlefield. However, connecting it to any tendon or muscle was a whole other monster he couldn't defeat. To Katsuki's credit, considering his personality, they weren't as showy as he thought they would be. Most of the checkup consisted of Izuku bending his arm in a certain way and being asked where he felt the pain. Gloved fingertips conducting precise movements guided his wrist and forced his elbow into the cusp of feeling unbearable, but never tipping over would be lying to himself if he wasn't expecting the blonde to suddenly scream, "Psyche," and take him bungee jumping as a form of examination. Just when he thought the checkup was over, Katsuki had left to retrieve a hand grip. Use your quirk and squeeze as hard as you can for 5 seconds? Having a pretty good idea what would happen but trying it anyway, Izuku sighed when the handle only budged the slightest amount. He didn't know what he expected. Something better than how he was in high school would have sufficed. Anything that indicated that it was recovering, but, as always, there was nothing. Katsuki swiped the device back after a long silence. A black-tipped pen wrote notes at a speed rivaling Izuku's. What routine did you adopt from the other doctors? Arm exercises twice a day. The symbol of hope prattled into a list of workouts ranging from stretches on an exercise ball to Mind had long memorized a regime that would have overwhelmed anyone else. After that, I ice it for a few minutes. There is a specialized massage center that I attend once in a while. Among aspirin, they've given me a lot of other pills to take at varying frequencies, but none of them have worked. He paused. Shockwave therapy, I did that too. The blonde stopped and sent him a sharp glance. How long have you had this injury? Izuku played with the hem of his shirt. 6 years. FND hell. Hearing his companion devolve back to his usual voice would have been enough to force Izuku's head up in alarm. But the accompanying sound of the pen in the blonde's grip snapping in two nearly sent him into panic. What's wrong? Realizing his slip-up, Katsuki slowly walked to where the other half of the writing utensil lay to chuck it in the trash. He felt the hero's eyes following after him like a lost cat, opting to diffuse the situation with a scoff. Grab your stuff and let's go. I'll book an appointment for an MRI scan sometime next week early in the morning so it doesn't interfere with your job. Izuku was brought down from his daze. He frowned. But Kaken, what happened? The addressed peeled his gloves off, dunking them in the garbage bin as well. Forget it. I'm not going to assume anything without an MRI, Deku. I'm effing imagining things. And that shut Izuku up faster than he'd like to remember. Looking back, he couldn't recall much of what transpired afterwards. Something with him returning to the counter with the pretty pink lady to request a follow-up visit. He'd imagine he had to grab his coat from the rack if the noticeable weight on his shoulders meant anything. It was all a blur though, his body going through the motions but not truly comprehending them, his mind too focused on one thing. He'd never heard Katsuki stutter like that. Whatever was wrong with him, was it that bad? Being the worrywart that he was, Izuku's brain resorted to playing through a highlight reel of every worst-case scenario he's ever dreamt of in the past 6 years. Paralysis, loss of one for all, cancer. The list went on. It wasn't until the object of his thoughts ransacked the back seat of his car, ripping through what was in the bags to wave its contents in his freckled face that Izuku flinched back to reality. Earth to Deku. I asked, what the F are these? Held between a thumb and ring finger was a familiar puff of fur stylized into a bunny. Izuku blinked, still a little shaken up. Oh, I almost forgot. Those are going to be complimentary gifts left for the guests when they take their seats in the dining area. Achiko-san even made chocolates to put inside the baskets. She let me take some home and even gave me the recipe. I brought them both so you could taste. Red eyes studied the tiny creature with a critical eye. Tugging at the tail, throwing it in the air, even sniffing it because God forbid Deku was one of those people obsessed with scenting everything, Katsuki finally gave it his seal of approval in the form of a slight nod. He opened the basket to shove the treat into his mouth next. If the symbol of hope was actually some crazed serial killer, he'd be screwed. But thankfully, there was no hint of poison. How is it? Achiko-san is a very good cook, isn't she? These are no good. Freckled cheeks froze, turning to stare in shock with eyelids blinking widely. At his reaction, Katsuki whipped out the crumpled recipe in annoyance. One of the bride's cousins is allergic to soy, which the brand of icing your friend used has plenty of. Excellent job. He made a clapping gesture with a sour face. I didn't notice that. I was too focused on cross-examining what Achiko actually put in the chocolates and only skimmed through the ingredients of the store-bought icing. Then there were the materials she used to make the actual bunnies. I can't believe how many of them can just fall apart and become a choking hazard. Cutting himself off, Izuku regarded the other with a bit of an odd look. You really did memorize the guest list I gave you. That's well. Stop saying wow. Shouldn't you know that dumb essay you call a list better? UFNG wrote it. Izuku shook his head, eyes withdrawn. It's not an excuse, but what? I don't know that cousin very well. Now if number 4 hero Shudo were to slide onto the street with his ice right this second, belting out, let it go at the top of his vocal cords, that would have been a suitable physical reenactment of what was going on in Katsuki's head. He noticed while skimming through that upon paragraphs for Izuku's friends and family ranting on about things that didn't matter, the sections dedicated to the bride's list of guests were chillingly formal in comparison. He inhaled deeply, relaxing back in the car seat. Whatever, that's what I'm here for. Just hurry up and drive. We're already late as hell. Drive he did, though only just barely. Ensuring that his much less awesome black vehicle slowed down at every yellow light, Izuku was a safe driver through and through. With every stop sign that Katsuki would have run because there was no one around for FING miles, Izuku paused for 3 seconds on the dot before moving forward. Katsuki tried, he really did, to smack some sense into him, but the hero was surprisingly stubborn on driving like an old granny. Finally, after over an hour of this, they pulled up to a building which looked more like a stadium than an aquarium. Katsuki made a show of bursting out of the car and landing on his arms in the surrounding grass. Goddamn land. Thank if dash. I thought I was about to die from overexposure to your lame butt driving. He made a face. I drive just fine. Yeah, if zombies were chasing the car and you wanted to get eaten first? The green-haired man ignored the comment, choosing wisely to lock the vehicle before making his way to the entrance. Katsuki was quick to follow and overtake his strides, marching past the glass doors like he owned the place. A middle-aged brunette with hair tied in a top knot was there to greet them with an overly exaggerated smile, no doubt tired from a day of entertaining preschoolers. Izuku was quick to return the pleasantries along with a warm smile. So, where's this sheet happening? Well, he was grumpy and high on coffee. From his all-nighter. Izuku gaped. Kaken. Thankfully, the owner only chuckled good-naturedly. Her blue-rimmed glasses were delicately removed and slotted into her pockets in relief. Follow me downstairs. You may already know from the photos, but we have 2 rooms where the main event can take place. Seeing as you rented out the entire aquarium for that day, feel free to arrange any other activities around the premises under my pre-approval. Venturing down a spiral staircase after her, a year's supply of rendered-down images and fuzzy videos could not have prepared Izuku for what was on the other side. He froze, limbs motionless and nearly causing the blonde who was walking behind him to crash into his back. Katsuki stepped away just in time, sending him a sneer. What? It's appealing. Following the other's line of sight, Katsuki could see what he was so enraptured by. The staircase they entered through was only one of 2 placed on opposite ends of the wall. On closer inspection, the misty green tube that the stairs surrounded housed several freshwater creatures, invisible until the owner went to flip on the lights with a twitch in her lip. What really blew them both away, however, was the floor. At Katsuki's feet, he could spot yellow and green fins brushing past, making way for a shell designed in intricate patterns that left him staring. He was standing on top a goddamn hawksbill turtle, its beady eyes looking his way for a second before continuing its swim. The glow of the reef filled with coral below, separated from them only by 4 layers of bulletproof glass, illuminated the room in a natural refraction. Red eyes darted around, bewildered on where the light was coming from but not finding its source. It's passable, he replied. Izuku didn't seem to want to leave. Red sneakers were careful in avoiding sudden JRKS in movement that would startle the underwater animals, allowing him to crouch down and use his finger to outline a starfish hanging against the glass. At seeing the not-so-asleep critter inch away in alarm, a dimple worth a million stars worked its way onto freckled cheeks. I want the altar to be in here, he whispered. The owner laughed, pride alight in her own eyes in response to their awe. Now, we still haven't seen the other room or even the rest of the aquarium. Are you sure about that already, honey? Izuku shot his head up, feeling weirdly dazed but more coherent than in battle. Yes. At being the recipient of her expectant glance, Obviously asking Katsuki for his own input, he shrugged. His own chest felt hot at seeing the other man so happy. Maybe it was the weird chemicals of the place impairing his judgment. If I don't call it stupid, then whatever the nerd decides is what we're going with. Her expression softened. I see. The next room wasn't nearly as impressive but just as spectacular. The centerpiece was a giant glass cylinder in the middle, big enough to catch the eye yet still small enough to allow plenty of space. It was its own tank, separated from the ocean they witnessed and allowing for any variety of water-compatible creatures to be placed inside for the night upon request. In place of wallpaper for 2 of the walls, there were floor-to-ceiling tanks inhabited by manta fish. It was a reasonable backdrop for guests to eat and dance to, so was appointed the reception room without much hesitation. Stepping back into the room with the ocean floor, Katsuki got right down to business. He had a sketchbook out within moments, finding a nice bar in the back where they could collaborate. Okay, we got the rooms. But before anything else, I need to know what pathetic activities you and your friends came up with. A little distracted by the school of clownfish beneath them, Izuku barely answered in time. He reached into his oversized backpack, passing along a sheet complete with poll results. I asked all of them for suggestions and put in my own, then had everyone vote for the 2 things that they wanted to see the most. A photo booth with props was the indisputable winner, followed by a giant chocolate fountain. My friend, Azui-san, suggested performing a water show with some of the other heroes and got everyone else in on it. It received the 3rd most number of votes, pointedly choosing to ignore the last place choice which consisted of Essertus. Katsuki grunted. The chocolate fountain can be packaged next to the desserts and the photo booth can be thrown anywhere, but where exactly are you planning to have this fancy as F water show? The owner, listening in and expressing no disapproval upon the 3 attractions thus far, chimed in. We do have a showroom, in fact. It's only opened once a month, but I can make an exception if your friend can provide us with their hero license and sign a contract agreeing to follow our policies. DMN woman. Katsuki rose a brow. You're like the water freak version of my fashion freak mom. I'll take that as a compliment. She unfolded her glasses to push back against her nose. Well, I must be returning for a meeting. Is there anything else which I can be of service? Actually, yeah. Katsuki turned to his companion who was still focused on the clownfish submerging back into their anemone home. Deku, you need to choose a style for the dinner, sit down, buffet, or cocktail. What you pick will dictate the size and shape of the tables that we need to get off of this lady. The addressed blinked. Dredging up memories of passing experiences at get-togethers and parties, he shook his head at the idea of cocktail-style serving. They would all be too hungry for that. Dine-in was an option, but Izuku wasn't confident in his classmates' ability to sit down peacefully. So he voiced the option that they all enjoyed the most. Buffet, definitely. That means the table arrangements have to be rectangular. The glass tank is in the middle though. Katsuki groaned. It'd be in the affy way of everything. Thinking hard for a moment, Izuku jumped out of his seat to scurry into the other room. The blonde blinked, following after him with a confused scowl and the owner of the establishment bringing up the rear. What they found on the other side of the door was a very determined symbol of hope staring at the glass tube with an intensity that would have made Katsuki think it murdered his entire family. But if I think about it, the chocolate fountain would most likely be round in shape as well. Unless we scour, the radii would be vastly different, so finding tables with an equal width to both would be impossible. There are too many guests to be able to space them out properly and design 2 different arrangements. We'd have to minimize the attention on the 2, but how dash? Katsuki promptly stomped up to the hero and pulled harshly on his hair. Stop your beach but mumbling. Izuku whelped, smacking the other's arm away only to trace soft fingers over his green locks. Kaken, you could have just asked me to stop. That wouldn't have been as fun. The blonde bit back without remorse. Besides, why in the hell would you want to bring attention away from the chocolate fountain and tank? They're the best part of the entire reception. Izuku paused. His breath halted halfway in his throat in realization. Oh, so you're saying we should make them both the focal point instead? I never said. Katsuki trailed off. He could physically see the light bulb in his head go off at the same moment that the other did by the beam rivaling sunshine emerging on freckled cheeks. Instead of trying to conform the water tank into the seating plan green eyes shone. We arranged the seating plan around the water tank. Finishing the sentence with a smirk, he almost smacked himself for his own idiocy. If they weren't in a place where smashing something would inevitably lead to drowning, he would have punched a wall in relieved frustration. Sheet. It was so obvious. The brunette behind them, and Katsuki swears he forgot she was even there, quirked her mouth up slyly. It wasn't. Quite impressive, you two. With how in sync you are, I'm sure you'll have a very happy married life. Izuku, stunned into silence, felt his face turn red all the way up to his ears at about the same time Katsuki reconsidered smashing a wall in after all. By the time he composed himself enough to give that demon lady who should stop sticking her nose into sheet a piece of his mind though, she was already passing along a flyer with the dimensions of their available rectangular countertops and sauntering back upstairs. Her heels clicked in the distance, snapping them both out of it. That happened. The symbol of hope laughed nervously. Katsuki snapped his mouth closed, the clank of his teeth hitting each other making the other jump slightly. No, it didn't. Listen, Deku. The day that I'm in sync with a hero SCK up, but like you, is the same day I quit being a doctor to pick up cereal boxes for a living. Okay. Frantic arms danced in the air. Let's just make the floor plan? They don't talk much outside the topic of the wedding after that. With his sketchbook out, the blonde made quick work of drawing both rooms from a bird's eye view. Shapes littered the maps expressing to scale depictions of each landmark's area and location. Izuku wordlessly followed instructions with a trusty measuring tape, only giving his own 2 cents on the matter when voicing that square tables seating 4 people was probably the best if any last-minute changes to the guest list were made. The end product was the cylindrical tank and the fountain placed a meter apart resembling an 8. The buffet tables surrounded the centerpiece in a much larger shape, leaving gaps between as curious guests made to get a closer look at the fish or to dip their desserts in the fountain. Barricading both structures also helped to solve the possibility of drunk idiots stumbling in and ruining it for everyone with their body fluids. All in all, after changing mindsets, the layout of the room itself was a piece of cake. The half of the hall with the fountain would be for eating, while the other half provided sufficient room as a dance floor. Katsuki hastily sent the dimensions to Kaminari in his phone. The real issue, the real kicker of the night came when the 2 fully grown men actually sat down to discuss where the hell all these people were sitting. And God, Katsuki felt like he was an elementary school teacher dealing with a class of rambunctious little a-holes all personified into a single seaweed hair bundle. Izuku seems to have it in his head that he'd somehow hurt someone's feelings by seating them across from their best friend rather than beside, or by arranging them a few feet closer to the bathroom than another guest. Katsuki wasn't touching that FING mess with a 100-mile pole. The level of stupid required to seat grape juice next to a female, or Tsukuyami adjacent to a light quirk user were the only things that had Katsuki shoving Izuku to change it. As long as the older guests were near the center to hear any speeches and the younger guests were with their families, he didn't give a F dash. At least he didn't. He was doing a pretty good job at not giving a F up until the point that half of the tables were filled. Eyeing the group of Inko, All Might, Eraserhead, and Gran Torino with disdain, Katsuki brought a strong finger down on the book with a scowl. What the F is that? Izuku dropped his pencil, stretching his right wrist out. I figured that it would be better to stick all of the retired heroes and my mom together. They get along but don't see each other very often, so it'd be a great opportunity to catch up. Not that. At the confused blink, Katsuki hovered his finger over to the opposite end of the sketchbook where another table lay and gestured between them in disbelief. What virus infected your brain to think that placing your family and the bride's family so far apart was a brilliant idea? Oh. Izuku fidgeted with the pencil. You're right. We should change it. Contrary to the hero's expectations, this only deepened his toothy scowl. Cut the bullshit. You're lying because you think it'd inflate my ego. When Izuku didn't respond, eyes trained on the wooden stick like it was the most interesting thing in the world, Katsuki snatched it away from him with a growl. Stop being FING coward. Unless you're honest about what you want like you were about the shitty ring, there's no point. Don't even get me started on this. Here, his finger moved to the next culprit, stabbing at a lone square like Zeus laying back and deciding who to shoot with lightning on this fine night. Why are you and the bride smack down on the other side of the effing room and alone? Finally finding his voice, Izuku avoided making eye contact while he spoke. That's what Atsuko wants? And really, after his big amazing speech, Katsuki was totally justified in yelling then. And what is that supposed to mean? And nothing. I'm just saying that she had the tables that way in the last wedding and was pretty adamant about it, so who am I to complain about it? I don't mind sitting with her. It's our wedding and we have to cherish the night since it'll only happen once. Plus it makes her feel like we're the most important, and what other feeling are you supposed to have on your wedding dash? Oh my god, shut up. Green eyes widen in horror when Katsuki, fangs barred, dives in to erase the square like it's a disgrace to the earth and redraw it in between Aoyama and Inko without a second thought. Satisfied with the results, Katsuki glares at him sourly. Don't look like I just stabbed your cat with a carrot. If it were up to me, your table wouldn't exist. Where would we sit then? Running out of the patience he treasured in the past hour, the blonde feels his mouth curl in a threatening grin. Oh, I don't even know, Deku. How about in the awkward metaphorical lines separating your own friends and family from the brides like they're avoiding the shitty century plague? That hit Izuku hard. He flinched away, all hopes that his companion wouldn't notice dashed away. Hey. He mumbled the last part. What? Speak louder. They don't get along, okay? It felt good to scream. It shouldn't, but Izuku felt the beginnings of relief seep through his veins more and more with every word. Katsuki leaned forward, eyes dark. Who the hell are you talking about here? It seemed like a dumb question. Izuku thought it was at first, but seeing how serious those crimson orbs observed him, he gulped. The truth somehow spilled out of him when he was pierced by them. Us and everyone else. Her family and my friends. My family and her. Us and her friends. My friends and her friends. Her and dash. F dash. I get it. Taking in just how much he was missing here, Katsuki sat back with a glare. Now look me in the goddamn eye and tell the truth, Deku. Where do you want to sit? Izuku glared back, stubborn. I already said where I want to sit. If you want me to believe for 1 second that you want to sit with your back against the aquarium and staring between an exit sign and your bride's FING face, then you're a piece of shit. Really, it just wasn't fair. Kaken didn't understand. Staring at an exit sign was infinitely better than facing everyone and their expressions filled with expectation and pride. All Might's supportive grin reminiscent of his days as the #1 hero, no doubt ending in a small shoulder grab. His mom's own tears, spilling from happiness and ramblings on what he should take with him lest something happens. His closest friends, Achiko and Tenya, gesturing widely every time he and Atsuko were seen together, emulating their pride. And finally, Shudo, who would, despite offering a smile and words of encouragement, not look in Izuku's eyes directly for days afterward. And all of a sudden, an exit sign didn't seem so bad. Home. A shaky voice croaked out. What? At home. I want to sit at home, with hot tea, watching reruns of my favorite All Might cartoon, and eating my mom's cooking. The next minute was interrupted by nothing but silence and the occasional sniffle from Izuku trying his hardest to keep from bawling. He felt so pathetic, crying for his mom to get away from whatever was happening inside his head. He was a hero, the symbol of hope, but all he could feel this moment was despair clawing its way through his stomach. Finally, the tension was broken by Katsuki chucking the pencil down at the table. He sighed. We're taking a break from this? That was supposed to be it. The doctor would leave him be in the aquatic room to wallow in his pitiful sadness until sundown, possibly taking a bus back home, or if Izuku was lucky, return and pretend nothing happened. So imagine his shock when he felt a strong grip take his arm and force his body into a standing position. Izuku blinked wildly, taking the back of Katsuki's head in as the angry man dragged his limp body up the spiral staircase. Izuku didn't know where they were going, and couldn't bring it in himself to care. The other led him past the main lobby where families with young children gawked at an octopus and into a more secluded branch of the aquarium. The owner was thankfully nowhere to be seen, likely assisting with a tour on the other side of the building. Soon enough, the metal floor transitioned from white to turquoise and the chatter around them faded into whispers. "Look up." Izuku looked up and gasped. They were standing at the midpoint of a long hallway that connected from one wing of the building to another. There was no ceiling, rather one single wall which curled around in a semicircle of glass from one end of the floor to the other. What really had him in awe was that it was completely submerged in sea life. A jellyfish, transparent with orange trimmings, pumped itself past them and into a formation of rocks. Behind another school of sea bass, a sword fish brushed by and scared them off. Eyeing a group of koi fish lazily swaying next to them, Izuku couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Now that the dam was gone, they came out like a waterfall with the intent to flood the floor. Resisting the urge to chuck the hero out the nearest window, Katsuki cursed loudly. "I thought you liked this dumb sheet for FS sake. Why are you crying? What in the hell is wrong with you?" Instead of answering, not only his bawling eyes but Izuku's mouth chose that moment to abandon its owner as well and do whatever it liked. It ran off a mile a minute, its volume combined with the thick tears making the words nearly indecipherable for the blonde. "Kaken, did you know koi fish are really popular in Chinese culture? They represent perseverance and ambition due to their ability to swim upstream against the strongest currents. When two koi with contrasting colors are placed together, they're said to symbolize two halves of a whole or yin and yang. Many raise koi as a way of bestowing good luck for a happy marriage and dash." "Deku," he grabbed his shoulders. "By all that is sane, calm down." Sorry." Izuku took a deep breath, scraping up his willpower to collect any amount of control over his emotions. The waterworks slowed but still continued. He wiped them on his sleeve, residue from his nose detaching themselves from his face to wet his shirt in small patches. Once he felt composed enough to speak again, his next sentence was still barely a murmur. "I know what the theme of the wedding should be." "So what? You want to have the theme be two koi fish reuniting? That sounds just like the cheesy thing you'd think of." But Katsuki had to admit, the orange and red would contrast nicely with the natural blue light of the setting. Izuku shook his head. "Oh, I want one koi." At the other's skeptical look, Izuku smiled shyly. "The colors will represent one koi, fighting against the current and reaching the other side. It reminds me of when I was at UE, when people said I couldn't become a hero but I did. Or when I saw Achiko defeat Tokoyami at our first sports festival despite everyone doubting her. Tenya took on the name Ingenium to commemorate and surpass his brother even though it was so hard for him to do so. Shidokuen worked up the courage to talk to his mother again knowing that it could have destroyed him." Katsuki was speechless. "What do you say to that?" But the green-haired hero wasn't expecting him to, for he pinned him with his determined green eyes next. "And you? You became a doctor even though you're quirkless?" Izuku took in an emotional breath, heart beating fast. "I want the message of the wedding to be inspiration." "What the F dash, you don't even know me." "Sorry." In contrast to the apology though, he didn't back down. "But I mean it. I think you're amazing, not any less amazing than everyone else who fought tooth and nail to become a hero." Katsuki looked away. "Don't say CRP you don't mean." "I mean it." Izuku frowned. "I mean it 100%? He didn't grace that with an answer, grumbling nothing under his breath before making his way back to the basement. "Whatever. If you're done crying, let's finish this stupid thing and leave." But Izuku didn't let up. He ran after the blonde, hot on his trails. "You don't believe me." When the target of this chase only sped up, Izuku heightened his pace to match. It was ironic how they were repeating the same dance that they did the last time they met up but now reversed. "Kaken, what can I do to make you believe me?" "Nothing, don't do anything." "I can't do that." They rounded back to the spiral staircase, Izuku struggling to stay at his side before Katsuki changed his pace or made some maneuver around a corner to throw him off. Finally, they were back in the room with the oceanic floor. The starfish that once only inched away now shot off in a random direction at the sound of their footsteps. Fully aware of what he was about to do, Izuku blurted out, "I used to be quirkless too." The blonde halted, turning his head around with an inquisitive brow. Realizing that he couldn't back down now, the symbol of hope continued. I can't explain it, but I feel like you have to know that no matter what. I was quirkless before, and wasn't given one until I was 13. I can't tell you anymore, but I don't know what I would have done if I stayed quirkless. If I could have done what you did with your life. If I could have stood against the symbol of hope at the altar and go through all odds to defeat him like you did, no matter how much you say it was luck because of my injury. Katsuki wasn't stupid. He didn't know how much of this was truth and how much of it was a pretty lie, but being called quirkless was considered one of the lowest derogatory terms in society. For the number 5 hero to even subject himself to that would be humiliating enough, but he went the extra step of making it his hero name. And it deserved some respect. He faced Izuku fully, brow raised. So you're serious about thinking I'm amazing? Dead serious? It was silly, but it wasn't the words that caught him off guard. It wasn't even the thought of having someone at the top of the food chain look at him with such inspiration. It was being the target of an unwavering emerald gaze, posture full of fire and determination. With the reflections of light bouncing off unruly hair and into gleaming eyes, Katsuki never noticed how green they were until now. And if that was a sparkle that he was beginning to see in them, he would say it was his imagination. A full-length mirror with its corners charred stared back at him. Leant against the wall at an angle, it brought attention to frayed green cloth hanging off of his shoulders. Shedding himself out of his hero costume, Izuku winced at the sight of dried blood crusting off. It wasn't a grim reminder of just how brutal today's accident was, but the guilt that pooled in his gut every time a speck of red fell to the floor was just as painful. Finishing getting dressed, the hero passed a look to the clock indicating that it was nearly noon. If he hurried, he could still make it to the flower shop with just enough time to return, buy a lunch from the convenience store, and rush back to One Eye absent-mindedly. Izuku checked his bag for his wallet, grabbed his trademark red shoes, and went to turn off the lights in the penthouse. Izuku was just locking the front door and breezing past the gate when he spotted a familiar head of white and red from the corner of his eyes. The aforementioned stared back, one finger an inch from pressing the bell. Instantly, Izuku let a sleepy smile wash over his face. Shuto-kun. Good morning. Likewise, Todoroki took a second to bow politely. It's not like you to be off of work so early, Izuku. His smile twisted into something more sheepish. Yes, it was unusual for Izuku to come off duty early in the day. If anyone asked, it was much more common for him to be out there at the crack of dawn, stomach growling and skin littered in scratches by the time he returned to the neighborhood long after the sun had set. I've had to, Izuku gestured to his rumpled clothing and uncombed hair, schedule more graveyard shifts so there's time to plan the wedding. It works out well since villain activity is at its peak after everyone has gone to sleep. The pleasant contours of his companion's face morphed into one of concern. It sounds like you're pushing yourself too hard. He shook his messy head adamantly. I'm fine really, honestly. Studying the sunny beam sent his way for any sign of a lie, Todoroki saw none. Unfortunately, this wasn't the worst state he's seen his close friend in. That would take quite a while more to reach. He sighed. If you say so. That's actually why I came by. I've been making a lot of improvements on the sculptures recently and wanted your opinion on which step to take next. At that, Izuku's smile softened. Following his disastrous breakdown at the aquarium and after scrapping up enough remnants of his mind to finish the seating plan, he'd insisted on taking one last look at the submerged hallway before leaving. It seemed like such a waste to not incorporate it into his wedding somehow. That's when one of them came up with the idea, and Izuku felt a little crazy for not remembering whether it was Katsuki or himself as he was too excited at the prospect to care. It was going to house a gallery walk. Not one filled with paintings from famous artists, but a collection of items and old knickknacks donated by the guests themselves that connected them to the bride or groom. At informing his friends, all of them responded positively. Aoyama was ecstatic at the chance to share his cheese fermentation farm. Ida was bringing in the superhero costume that he wore when fighting Stain as an expression of gratitude. As for Todoroki, he surprised everyone by signing up for glass-making lessons in a craft center on the other side of town. That in itself would have been enough for Izuku to feel a world of gratitude, But then the man went in for the kill by stating that it was going to be completely made using his fire. Sudeto represent how far he's come since his first year at Yui. Izuku just about crowned him the best friend anyone could have at that moment. And truly, the rate at which he improved was astonishing. Izuku gaped at the makings of a swan the size of his head in the other hero's palms. Its neck was still a little crooked, and its wings weren't the same length, but it was still stunning. It looks great, Shudo-kun, much better than the other one at the last wedding. The other one at the last wedding is in pieces, but thanks. Todoroki really needed to stop taking everything so literally. Shaking his head good-naturedly, Izuku proceeded to voice his earlier criticisms for the two-toned man to take in eagerly. About 2 sentences in and realizing he's going to be late, he gestured for Todoroki to follow him to his car parked on the paved driveway. Oh, about to make his way off of the property, Todoroki turned back at the last second. He peered closer at the gap in the window that Izuku rolled down. I almost forgot. Uraraka has been trying to call you all night but you weren't answering. She's preparing a new batch of chocolates with a different topping and wants you to come over to try them. Izuku faltered, shutting off the engine. Sorry, I'd have to postpone that. The flower shop is expecting me to show up for an appointment with the manager. I'll tell her that. He nodded, a more intrigued emotion passing through his face. Would you like me to come along? My mother really likes flowers. The symbol of hope froze. His first instinct was to reject him without any room for argument. Of course, it wasn't like Todoroki would argue with him about it, so the urge to so strongly deny his accompaniment made him feel guilty. But the primal urge to just say no couldn't be completely blamed on Izuku. His friends have all been very vocal about their dislike for Katsuki. It didn't take 2 brain cells, let alone the number that his mumbling mind fired off every second, to figure out that they wouldn't react positively to finding out about his involvement with the wedding. Obviously, refusal was the only option. At least, it would be if it were anyone else. Because contemplating on it a bit longer, a realization washed over Izuku like a cold spring river. Every time the angry blonde came up in conversation, Todoroki was the only person who didn't speak out at all. In fact, Izuku had no idea if he even had an opinion on Katsuki. It didn't help that he never hid anything from Todoroki, the 2 broken teens finding comfort in the friendship of the other back in high school. And Izuku really liked Miss Todoroki. She was still a little jittery but would be delighted at receiving a bouquet from her son. Gripping the steering wheel a tad harder, Izuku relented. Yeah, you can come, but on one condition. Not used to his friend giving out ultimatums, he hesitated the slightest bit. What is it? Please don't freak out when you meet my wedding planner. Bewildered but finding himself the target of pleading. Green eyes, the ice and fire hero could only agree. And Izuku took that agreement to heart. Polished it when his nerves acted out at the idea of an explosive confrontation. Framed it on the inner walls of his chest when a blonde head of hair would show up on a side view mirror and he'd very ridiculously think that it was Katsuki. Turning into the parking lot, Izuku did every mental exercise he's ever learned in preparation for what was to come. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. At seeing him around the corner, one very impatient Katsuki was leaning on the wall like he had to pay it for standing there. Taking in Izuku's appearance, his expression soured further. You look like shit. If you're going to be late, at least say it was because you spent 30 minutes doing your makeup. Izuku furrowed his brow. I spent 30 minutes saving lives? So did I. What else is new? Unimpressed, Katsuki was about to turn into the shop when he made eye contact with a quite frankly, speechless Todoroki. Oh, it's you. The address didn't stay in that state for long, for he maneuvered his body in front of the freckled hero within half a second. Todoroki sent the blonde a suspicious glance at about the same moment Izuku felt his panic spike up. What are you doing here? Oh, Kaken. Don't blow this up. Don't blow this up. Complain all you want, I can stand here if I choose, number 4. And there it goes. If you're looking to start something with Izuku, drop it and leave right now. Deciding that this was as good as time as any to defuse the situation, Izuku ducked under Todoroki's arm to push the 2 apart with a nervous smile on his face. Katsuki stepped back, but not without an irritated tick to his temple before shoving himself into the flower shop without another word. Turning to his longtime friend, Todoroki regarded him with as much dumbfounded emotion as Izuku could ever picture being portrayed on his usually stoic face. The symbol of hope scratched his neck shamefully. "Sorry. It's kind of a secret, but he's the wedding planner I told you about." Not wanting to explain himself any further, Izuku spun around to scurry into the building himself, a shocked Todoroki on his heels. He hung around near the entrance, watching as the other two made their way to the counter where the cashier quickly bowed and went to retrieve the manager. He was a sweet man, slightly older but with the signs of graying hair near his neck. Seating themselves at another table, Izuku was handed a 3-inch binder with a catalog of every flower available. It would take a while to grow enough to fill a hall, but this was one of the only stores who accepted an order on such short notice. Quickly bypassing the sections with purple flowers, Izuku dived into the pages on orange flowers with burning passion. The older man chuckled at that, turning to Katsuki with a worn smile. "What kind of flowers are you looking for today?" The theme of the wedding is one koi fish swimming against the currents. Katsuki sprawled himself in the seat next to the excited groom with his folder. He gestured to Izuku nonchalantly. "This nerd here said it had something to do with inspiration, hard work, all that good shit. We've already booked an aquarium as the venue, so we'd need bouquets in orange and red to resemble koi and to balance out the colors." Interesting, I like it. May I suggest not ruling out the possibility of including blue flowers as well?" Katsuki looked him in the eye with interest. "Keep talking." He laughed. "I'd love to, but it'd be better to show you. Please excuse me for one moment. I think I have just the flower that you're looking for." Grunting in the affirmative, Katsuki leaned back in his seat to eye his companion with disdain. It seemed that the freckled mess hadn't heard a single word of the conversation, too caught up in scanning the pages with a rapid pace and whispered mumbles. His focus was razor-sharp, perfect even. So of course, Katsuki went in to stop it. He slammed his folder onto the page Izuku was on without remorse. The hero squeaked in annoyance. "Kaken." Deku, the blonde imitated with the same whiny voice. "Stop being such a spaz. What the hell are you looking for?" At being caught red-handed, not that it was difficult to pick up on his eagerness, Izuku shrugged helplessly. "It's just, remember the church that my old wedding took place? There were these really appealing orange flowers just outside the gate." Swaying his sight over to Katsuki's blank look, Izuku backtracked. "It was the third time we met there so we could talk about the dress. The workers suched the garden out just that morning for the next wedding." That seemed to light the bulb in the blonde's head. "What, you mean tiger lilies?" Izuku sputtered out. "That's it. How did you know what they were? That's amazing." Hiding the blush threatening to spill on his cheeks at the compliment, Katsuki scoffed. "Cut it out. They're just my old hag of a mom's favorite, that's all. She liked how they looked, plus they mean pride and aggressive passion. I don't know shit about any other girly dumbass flowers." "Pride and passion," Izuku repeated the words, ignoring Katsuki's attempts to diffuse his admiration. He shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. "That doesn't really suit Atsuko and I at all. It fits the theme quite nicely." Forgetting that his friend was still there for the briefest of seconds, Izuku nearly jumped up in surprise. Todoroki smiled apologetically at noticing the jittery green gaze sent his way. "You should go for it, Izuku." But uncertain eyes locked on the manila files littering the table. "This wedding is about us. I should choose the flower based on the purpose, not make up a purpose because I want a certain flower. So what, you don't feel any pride or passion for your dumbass bride, even a little? That's lame." Katsuki snorted. Izuku sent him a warning look. "Kaken?" Katsuki wasn't stupid. He didn't miss that look. And as much as the doctor would love to just go home without any trauma, like their little meetings tend to attract like opposing poles, more than that, Katsuki Bakugo would never lie. He plunged on. "It is lame. We're not all the type to crash a wedding without checking if it's the right one like you." Izuku narrowed his eyes the slightest. "No, let me finish, you goddamn idiot." Katsuki held back his temper with a glower of his own. It's lame because no relationship is a real one without some passion or pride. Whatever flower you pick doesn't have to be the first thing you think of when you look at the person you're giving it to. If my mom was pride or passion and nothing else, my but would have died ages ago. That? Izuku swallowed, a little speechless and ashamed for his earlier burst of temper. That was really insightful of you. Not wanting to admit that it was written in a passage of one of the many wedding magazines he pored over, a cheesy sentiment which Katsuki didn't want to admit to agreeing with, he opted to screech instead. I can be insightful if I want, you sheet nerd. Sure, Kaken. He was presented with an unconvinced smile. However, before the blonde could point it out, Izuku was already turned back in his seat and flipping the binder over to the category of white flowers. He paused, giving them minimal thought before moving on to the next one. His posture was noticeably more relaxed than it was a minute ago. The sight had Katsuki settling to seething at a potted clover, willing the manager to just return already. Finally, after a few seconds of Izuku humming at a few of the selections with thought, a scarred finger pinpointed on one choice in particular. This one. It's perfect. Crimson eyes shot down to skim through the name, price, and blossom time, halting somewhere halfway in the description. White tulips, a flower to express forgiveness from the giver to the receiver. He fixed the hero with a skeptical look. Aren't you the one asking for forgiveness? Izuku shook his head, a faraway twitch to his mouth. One tiger lily in the center, with white tulips surrounding it. I'm choosing this bouquet to tell Atsuko that I forgive her for what happened when we were kids. A sharp intake of breath sounded from somewhere behind them. Katsuki didn't have time to investigate it, for the manager chose that exact moment to return with the famed recommendation that he spent 20 minutes in the greenhouse to find. It was an unconventional choice, that's for sure. Hundreds of blue petals with white ends cascaded down a bulb making up one flower, its structure akin to a vine of grapes but its colors portraying waves. Sorry for taking so long. Here we are. The two stared at it wide-eyed, silently taking in the softness of the stem and bud. It was quite different from trying to capture the beauty of these exotic flowers from a book. What are they? Grape hyacinth muscari, the manager replied with a twinkle in his eye. When I heard that you wanted to recreate the idea of water waves in your bouquet, I immediately thought of these. They're not usually arranged in gifts and don't have any particular meaning attached to them, however, so they're easy to overlook in your search. Flower freak, Katsuki used his usual brand of nicknames to bring the man's attention to him. Do you sell wedding arches too? Izuku gasped, the end product of where his wedding planner was going with that train of thought catching up to him instantly. He bounced out of the seat to peer at the plant in wonder. In a wedding arch, the muscari can be layered to climb up like a stream. The blonde smirked. Exactly my point. Better than having it sag pathetically next to the lily and tulip. We can garnish it with a tiger lily here and there so it looks like a bunch of koi fish in a river. That would be a challenge, but it is possible. Some particular sprouts of grape hyacinth muscari even form a gradient, with bulbs on the top being white and gradually turning darker blue as you reach the bottom. It's quite magnificent to think about. I can arrange that feature with no additional cost, just for you too. The man winked. Katsuki turned to the green-haired hero. We good? Izuku smiled back, a little giddy. We good? Knowing that the bulk of the work was complete, Katsuki reached into his discarded folder to pull out a blank sheet of paper to write this new information down. Knowing that there was a total of 20 guest tables and one table for the bride and groom, that totaled to 21 tiger lilies and 63 white tulips. The wedding arch was a whole other beast. Placing one at the altar, one in between the reception and ceremony, and one at the entrance of the gallery would definitely eat up the budget, but it should still be with himself. The blonde tucked this new information away in his bag. We'll take it. Deku, go pay the guy before his creepy wink gives me wrinkles. Izuku rolled his eyes but got up off of the chair to follow those instructions. The manager passed on the potted plant to the groom to gawk at as they went into the back room to print out the official receipt and order. That, unfortunately, left Katsuki alone with a certain red and white nuisance. If this entire encounter was spent in silence, he wouldn't complain. Unfortunately, Todoroki had other plans. I saw a gorgeous arrangement of carnations and roses by the front window. I'm thinking of buying it. No response. The hero tried again. It was a mix of red and purple. My mother loves the flowers with calming aromas. They help her sleep. It's funny though because I've never been a fan of red or white flowers myself. I see enough of that in the mirror dash. Katsuki spun around, shooting him a calculating look. Why the F are you talking to me? Complain all you want, I can talk to you if I choose. Todoroki repeated what the blonde had snapped at him back outside the shop. At first glance, it would seem that the smile on his face was serene. But Katsuki was experienced in dealing with a-holes. In actuality, he caught the tiniest hint of amusement in that face automatically. The doctor seethed. This guy was actually a sly bastard. Shouldn't you be burning my butt off while simultaneously tearing through my eardrums for sticking a nice hole in Deku's precious wedding? At hearing this, Todoroki had the gall to look confused. Why would I do that? Well, I wonder. Maybe because your groupies all vowed to puncture my guts after I smashed Deku's face into the ground on the most important night of his life and made his bitchy bride run screaming with her tail between her legs? Shouldn't you hate my very existence? Oh, you're self-aware. That's good. The blonde shot out of his seat. What was that? Say it again, I dare you. Against his goal of making the number 4 hero cower, Todoroki only shook his head, amused countenance still in place. He took to admiring the flowers on the accompanying aisle, as if what he was about to admit wasn't groundbreaking. To answer your question, no. On the contrary, what you did is the exact reason why I can't hate you. Okay, what the F was Katsuki supposed to do in response to that? Hug the guy? Punch him? Overwhelmed by the million things his body was telling him to do but not willing to settle on one, he ended up standing there, stiffly and silently. Just as well, Todoroki left the flowers to regard the blonde once more, this time with no humor in his demeanor. What Izuku said about the white tulips, what do you think he meant by that? Snapping out of his stupor, Katsuki scoffed. Ever heard of something not being my business to stick my nose into? Maybe you should try it sometime. If Deku wants to talk, he'll talk. To his frustration though, Todoroki only shook his head. That secret took Izuku 3 years to finally admit to me. But you, his seemingly endless gentle stare transformed into something sharper, as if meticulously judging everything that Katsuki was. You managed to get close enough to him that he feels comfortable telling you after only a few weeks. What on earth could Katsuki do with that information? He stared at Todoroki blankly, clueless to whatever the hero was implying. Seeing the lack of any understanding, the other stepped back. Sorry about that. It was uncalled for. Not letting the doctor get a word in, he continued. When it comes to the well-being of others, Izuku's a loving hug, smile, and a home for the rest of us to confide in. I wish he had that same level of love and respect for himself. What are you trying to say? I'm making a request. Please, just make sure Izuku is happy. Ask him once in a while. Let him know that you'll listen whenever he doesn't seem happy. That's all. Finally regaining his bearings, Katsuki let out a mocking laugh. You're making a mistake in trusting Deku to a stranger. Some friend you are. A hard frown made its way to a heterochromatic face. I'm not doing this because I want to. Izuku is a good judge of character, so I'd say you're trustworthy. So, Katsuki was getting goddamn sick of people deciding things on their own for him. He didn't have to do shit that this top hero was telling him, and he wasn't going to start just because he was asked. Listen, icy hot. He spat out, voice like venom. I'm not the type of person to lie about what I want. I'm not doing all of this for Deku. He knows that. I know that. End of story. So why did you come back to help him? It was a question that Izuku already discovered the answer to during an impulsive phone call, and Katsuki didn't feel like exerting the minimal effort required to explain it. Remember what I said earlier about things being none of your business? Yeah, and listen to that. Todoroki sighed. You two make quite the pair. Before he had the chance to grace that with a response, a loud ring broke the tension in the air. Mistaking the source as his own phone, the manager came running out with a confused Izuku behind him only to stop when Todoroki reached into his pockets to pull out the same model. Hello. He walked to the corner to take the call, Izuku returning to Katsuki's side with a lopsided smile and the receipt. After a few more one-sided replies, Todoroki shut the call off to address the occupants of the room. There's a rescue site nearby that requires my assistance. Sorry, Izuku. I'm afraid I'll have to be off. A concerned green brow furrowed. Do you need any help? Giving the symbol of hope a reassuring shake of his head, Todoroki rejected. It's not a serious problem, no one's life is in danger. A store collapsed last night while no one was in it. Uravity is busy, so they require some of my ice to help move things around. They suspect that a cat is trapped somewhere because it's meowing nonstop. Earphone Jack is heading there as well to pinpoint where it's coming from. There's already more than enough heroes deployed. Here, he pressed forward to give Izuku a small knock on the head. Go home and rest. And just like that, Todoroki was out on the streets and making way to his destination across the street. Izuku had half the mind to follow, almost did, if it weren't for Katsuki shoving him towards the door. Come on, nerd. I have a DM good show on TV to catch and you're driving me back. Thank you. Shouting over his shoulder at the manager was the last thing Izuku could manage to do before he was out in the sun and soft breeze. The two made quick work of their trek back to the freckled man's car. However, at seeing what was decorating the interior, Izuku nearly hit his head on a pole repeatedly. The F is that? Katsuki pointed at the offending object. It's Shudokuin's sculpture for the wedding. I can't believe we both forgot about it. Ignoring the mourning nerd, Katsuki opened the door and sat himself at the front, glaring at anything that moved in the front window with irritation when Izuku didn't follow suit right away. Realizing how delicate the object was and how his angry companion would obviously refuse to carry it, he had climbed into the back seat to secure it with the universal anchorage system, or seat belt reserved for babies. And honestly, yeah, the green-haired mess was right. Katsuki didn't want anything to do with the half-and-half BSRD, much less hold his little glass swan for him. Pleasant thoughts about the many ways he could humiliate the number 4 hero clouded his brain even after Izuku finished his job and went to turn on the engine, pulling the car into the busy intersection for a long drive home. Everything they passed that was red or white nearly had him snarling. Not to make Todoroki feel special, because he wasn't. Katsuki just hated when people told him what to do, much less how to do it. If he wanted something, he'd get it his own way. And hearing Todoroki spout nonsense about comforting the nerd was absurd. It was absurd because Katsuki truly didn't care. He wouldn't go out of his way to question Izuku about something as trivial as his intention behind picking white tulips. He wouldn't do it in a million years. IFNG hate white. Goddammit. Izuku hummed. I know. No, you didn't. Stop being a smartass. F-. Might as well go all the way with it now that he started. You know why I hate white? Stopping momentarily in front of a red light, the driver sucked the car into idle to regard Katsuki with contentment. Enlighten me. It only does 3 things well. Firstly, to announce to the world how boring as shit you are. Secondly, if your goal is for your grandchildren to look at the photos decades from now and wonder why they can't see the bride. Thirdly, and its only real merit, by acting as negative space to make the rest of the colors look better. Noticing the SWCH in color of the stoplight, Izuku went to turn the gears back before bringing the car to a decent speed again. A full minute passed with no more words being exchanged, cityscape making way for more rural area consisting of trees. Finally, between passing a school nearby and approaching a park, Izuku broke the silence with a smile. I like white. Katsuki turned to him, a disgruntled grimace on his features. Sheet then. Which of the 3 are you? The smile turned smaller. The first one. Studying the hero for a moment, Katsuki took in the splayed green curls resembling tentacle arms, the spattering of freckles accenting high cheekbones, and a hint of baby fat that seemed to refuse to go away, all rolled up into the person known as Izuku Midoriya. No, you're definitely the second one. Green eyes shot to him in slight surprise. Why? Because you're weird as hell. Now half and half, he's the first kind. At that, and Izuku feels horrible for it later, but he can't help but burst out laughing. Because he knows the story of Todoroki's first hero costume back in first year. His decision to make it white for the reason that it was the most readily available was a personality trait that Katsuki hit right on the head. And despite not understanding the full extent of the joke, the blonde found himself snickering as well. When they both settled down, a comfortable silence engulfed the car. Izuku lazily took in road signs and made perfect turns and stops when needed. Seeing that the other had no more to say, Katsuki leaned back in his seat. That was a thing. He didn't know what the heck he just did. He didn't even get the answer that Todoroki was so adamant on him searching for, but somehow Katsuki still felt content on just doing whatever at his own pace. Atsuko almost died when I was 13. Katsuki's heart stopped. Slowly, he turned his neck to look at the expression on the other's face, but Izuku remained facing forward on the empty street. Deku? Some part of him was expecting Izuku to start sputtering about just speaking without thinking again, but to his displeased shock, the symbol of hope continued like he couldn't stop. She didn't mean it, Kaken. I swear. She was just really happy and in love. I saved her life that day. She was about to die from this sludge monster, and that was back when I was quirkless. She wasn't. Oi, noticing the other's eyes clouding with something unrecognizable, Katsuki attempted to grab the steering wheel. Calm down, Dash. It started out fine. A familiar voice, much more hysterical than the blonde had ever heard it, cut through them like a knife. Green lightning-coated scarred arms, claiming the wheel with a strength that Katsuki couldn't budge. Not without a quirk of his own. We just wanted to kiss for a little bit, but then we ended up at my apartment and my mom wasn't there, Dash. Breathe. You need to breathe, Dash. The car was veering. I couldn't keep up with her quirk. She can freeze time around her for 2-second intervals. Did you know that? The fog that was only a hint in Izuku's eyes before now nearly consumed it. Still, the hero laughed bitterly. So we would be kissing one moment and I'd blink and she'd suddenly be at my neck. In contrast to the moment prior, Katsuki's heart was now beating out of his chest in some horrible feeling of dread, fear, and a mix of other things he couldn't hope to understand. He felt helpless. Stop, Deku. His voice sounded so much quieter than he wanted it to. Yes, that word. She wouldn't stop, Kaken. My breathes were on the floor and she was on her knees, so Dash. Izuku stopped the car. Some holy deity or raging dragon must have strengthened the reach of his scream for all of Katsuki's desires in that one moment. For whatever this was to stop, for Izuku to stop looking like that, were answered. The symbol of hope jolted out of his little space, mind brought down to the land of the living long enough to comprehend the command and slam down on the brakes. Long enough for the car to come to a screeching halt just off of the road. Long enough to realize that he nearly sent the two of them careening down a river. Then there was nothing. Nothing but both of their strained breaths. Shaky green eyes take in their surroundings, take in the sight of a stray garbage can that their car hit. Take in the splash when the plastic object rolled off the side of the cliff just to meet its untimely demise below. Take in the crimson-red orbs, golden locks disheveled, looking at him in fear. And Izuku loses it. The panic seeps in faster than blood out of a wound. It makes his hands feel frigid cold, his heart like it wants to explode out of his chest, and his sight border around himself. He shivers, mind only coherent enough to hang on to the goal of keeping his foot on the brake with a scary ferocity, not having any energy left to expend on anything else. He doesn't realize when his breathing quickens, when it begins to suffocate him, not until Katsuki curses really loudly. And suddenly there is a rough arm on his shoulder, dragging him out of the car. Izuku didn't know when the other had time to turn it off and abandoned the luxury of wondering about it when his knees pressed into soft grass. He's beginning to feel lightheaded, embracing the dizziness just before a bag is shoved onto his face and he's forced to breath into it in frantic puffs. His pupils focus in on the company logo of the flower shop they were just at, using it as a center of balance while his mind tried to climb back down into his head. Finally, when his heart rate is somewhat normal, his breathing tolerable, Katsuki rips the bag away to stare at him. Izuku still had a dazed look overtaking his features, but he could begin to see the light in his eyes return. Arms awkwardly at his sides, lost on what to do next, the blonde falls to the grass next to the hero in a stressed huff. Registering the movement, Green curls turn to him and stay focused on his silhouette. A weak croak, but one that Katsuki much preferred over the voice that haunted him back in the car, spoke up. I loved her too, Kaken. He breathed heavily. Eyes stayed chillingly dry. I really did. So why did I hate it so much? Why am I so awful? All of a sudden, a bouquet of tiger lilies and white tulips seemed strangely soothing. Deku, you were raped? And this is just about the moment Kirishima would facepalm if he were here. Ashido would hand him the trophy for most insensitive a-hole of the year, and Kaminari would look at him as if he was the stupid one. As soon as those words were out of his mouth, Katsuki knew they weren't the right thing to say. Still, he couldn't find it in himself to regret saying it. Not even when the despair in Izuku's eyes were replaced with unhindered rage. Don't, Izuku hissed out, a sound that was so foreign to anyone who knew him. Use that word. Why are you denying it? Katsuki spat back, feeling strangely calm. Todoroki hates her. Your families don't get along. After dating for over 10 years, all you have to show for it is an expensive butt ring. You're giving her white lilies as a sign of forgiving her. And your friends seem to care more than you when I crashed your wedding. Face it, you know she did something wrong but don't want to admit it to yourself. The symbol of hope looked away, the rage melting back into something more subdued. His shoulders shook, overcome with the barrage of emotions that inhabited him in the past 10 minutes. Izuku thought through his next sentence carefully, eventually spitting it out when he realized no amount of context could make it sound any better. I never said no. What? Kaken, don't think so highly of me. Izuku whimpered. I never said no. Not even once. We even continued doing it for a while after. I led her on because it made her happy. Katsuki went silent. He leant back on his palms resting on the ground behind him, taking in the sight of a squirrel collecting nuts on the branches across from them. Faint sniffles came from beside him, but he could do little else than acknowledge they were there. Izuku's eyes were still dry as a desert, and that was what unnerved him the most. Deku, you're going to do exactly as I say. My apartment is only a few more minutes away. I'm going to drive you there. You're going to sleep for 3 days straight. Got it? The addressed opened his mouth to protest but, finding no energy to care, snapped it shut once more. His head of green bobbed up and down the slightest. It might have been a trick of the breeze, but that was enough consent for Katsuki to lead him into the passenger's seat. He made quick work of backing the car into the road and continuing on the street. On the way, the hero made no move to indicate that he was much more than living and functioning enough to sit in a chair properly. Parking next to a rundown complex, Katsuki pulled out the key to give his companion the stink eye. You say one snarky comment about where I live being not enough for your rich butt, and I'm blow-torching your hair in your sleep? No reply. A tad frustrated, the blonde opened the car door and led Izuku up the flight of stairs until reaching the 4th floor. He practically kicked down the door, only pausing to unlock it first, dragging the deadweight behind like he was a walking stack of potatoes. Making it to the center, somewhere between the tiny kitchen in the corner and the living room with an old television, Katsuki turned to him with a commanding voice. Lie down. Izuku eyed the floor in confusion. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Just do it. Eventually, the symbol of hope complied. Careful to focus his legs so not to quite embarrassingly trip, Izuku used what little energy he had left to do anything to follow the instruction. His sight was overcome by a popcorn ceiling. He stared blankly. Some small voice at the back of his head was still perplexed on why the blonde was doing this. Maybe it was a prank of some kind. Just as he was contemplating falling asleep, a familiar ball of blonde fur poked into his view. Izuku didn't have any time to react. The puppy was too quick. 1 second he was nowhere to be seen, the next, Lord Murder II had his chest captive, paws clutched to his collar as he went to eagerly lick at the hero's face like it was a delicious cake. And honestly, no amount of negative emotions or feeling. Like he's dead inside could have stopped Izuku from laughing uncontrollably. Explosive fur tickled his neck, worsening his guffaws but making his heart feel lighter with every breath. After a solid minute of this, Lord Murder ran a cute circle on his stomach before bounding off to retrieve his dog toys. Izuku watched curiously, no longer feeling too tired to heave himself into an upright position just in time for the puppy to return with his trusty explosion-shaped ball. After an affirmative nod from the owner, Izuku chucked the ball a short distance and into the entryway. Short, fuzzy legs were quick to shoot after it, returning to the symbol of hope with a happy wag of his tail. Letting out one last laugh, Izuku went to clutch the puppy by the cheeks. "Thanks, Murdy-san, for cheering me up." "Murdy-san?" Katsuki sounded offended but, seeing Izuku pet the dog in excited strokes, sighed in aggravation. Because honestly, F Izuku and his cutesy but nicknames. Yeah, this demon is good at that. Dropping off his stuff by a chair, Katsuki made quick work of throwing on an extra jacket before making his way back to the front door to shove his feet into warm boots. Realizing that the other was leaving, Izuku blinked at him in confusion. "Where are you going?" "Out, to buy some groceries," the blonde said without looking at him. Before turning the knob, he made eye contact with the hero, motioning to Lord Murder II with an offhand gesture. He's a good listener too. And just like that, he was out the door and out of earshot. There was a moment afterwards where Izuku felt nervous, being in Katsuki's home without Katsuki himself being there. Would someone come to visit just to find a strange man instead? Would he accidentally break some $1,000,000 heirloom before that? Lord Murder interrupted his mumblings, nudging his muzzle against Izuku's chin. Instantly, he felt his shoulders relax and made himself a home on the hard floor. Back against the tile, Izuku regarded the popcorn ceiling again with one hand tangled in the puppy's fur. It wouldn't hurt to try what the blonde suggested, right? Izuku yawned. "Happy bark." "Murdy-san," he began. "I'm a very selfish person. It's no wonder Atsuko keeps leaving." Tail wag. "That's why I don't want to get married. I need to work harder first. I need to be a better person for her. I can't keep taking without ever giving. Until she becomes my everything, I don't deserve her." Ear droop. "Wait, what?" Before he could contemplate what the action meant, Lord Murder was off of his stomach and running to another side of the apartment. Bemused, Izuku follows after him into a box of a room that was probably smaller than his own bathroom back at the penthouse. Cabinets filled to the brim of documents were lined against the wall, no doubt organized. An old laptop sat in sleep mode against a window and below a shelf nailed to the wall which housed textbooks on physical health. Realization crawling in on what this room was, Izuku carefully treaded in to grab the puppy who had migrated to a pile underneath the desk. Clenched between its jaws was a single slip of paper. He made quick work of extracting the sheet from the dog, making sure that the file remained unharmed minus a few drool stains. "No, bad Murdy-san. Don't touch Kaken's things." The puppy yipped before whining. Izuku sighed, opting to place the paper back in its rightful place before closing the door so Lord Murder wouldn't get in again. Flipping the sheet around with the intention to match the others, green eyes froze on its contents. "Wedding budget, del, revised for." Without any command over what his mind ate up, Izuku's eyes honed in on one specific item, or specific group of items in particular. Engagement ring, $50,000. Reception hall, $25,000. 20150, short notice discount, added to engagement ring. Entertainment/DJ, $6,000. $4,500, no service fee, added to engagement ring. Dress, $8,000. $6,200, discount for buying sample, added to engagement ring. Baker, $2,000. $0, Rikido Sato, free, added to engagement ring. Izuku's world turned white. What? He leant against the wall for support, clutching the paper tightly in his hands. What was this? Turning the sheet over, holding it up against the light, rereading it 4 times did nothing to change the words. No matter what Izuku did, the numbers remained the same. No matter how much he tried to control himself, he couldn't. Stop thinking of yourself all the time. What about me? I must give up more. Please. I'm seriously gonna die. I'll save you. If I lose a limb, that's okay. I'll save. When was the last time that he could be selfish like this? That he ever voiced the longing for something as petty as an expensive ring? Katsuki brought that side out of him, and not feel ashamed? Too long, far too long, and yet it wasn't until the paper in his clutches crinkled against his palms that he felt any sense of relief. He couldn't deny the flurry of butterflies, long ago asleep, which suddenly fluttered to life in his stomach and took off into a mix of emotions. No matter how much he tried to control himself, they found their way to his tear ducts, spilling onto said sheet in big fat droplets. No matter how much he tried to deny it, Izuku knew that feeling in his chest was happiness. Sitting alone in a dark apartment with no company other than a quiet puppy, Izuku realized he wanted that happiness more than anything else. And there was nothing wrong with that. He dreamt pleasantly that night, curled up on the floor out of exhaustion. A dream of a childhood he shared with a little girl in black pigtails who gave him small kisses in between games on the slide, his demeanor turning giddy every time she would look his way. And if that girl started blurring, if her hair started looking more golden in the sunlight and her eyes showing fierce shades of red, Izuku wouldn't remember it by the morning. The smell of sizzling eggs was what woke Izuku up. It started with a twitch of his nose, picking up the familiar scent of a type of breakfast that he hadn't had the luxury of eating for years now. It's been convenience store boxes and protein drinks for so long that being acquainted again with something as simple as eggs was a heaven sent. Accompanying it was the tantalizing aroma of some kind of cooked meat, all congregated into one place and teasing his senses. Sure enough, when green eyes slowly pried open, he was greeted with that exact sight. A plate of scrambled eggs and a side of sausages sliced into bunny shapes greeted him on the coffee table. The only thing that could have made the arrangement cuter was if a message was written on the eggs, but Izuku figured even that was too adorable for Katsuki. Finally realizing where he was, Izuku shot up from his spot with wide eyes. That was a mistake. He didn't notice the thick blankets wrapped over his form until they forced him back onto the plush couch, head colliding with the armrest hard enough to rattle him. Izuku groaned. The sound caused the bundle of fur curled up against his stomach to curiously poke his head and regard him. The sight of Lord Murder II blinking at him with large black eyes and fluffy tail brought the memories flooding back into Izuku's mind much faster than he would have liked. Atsuko almost died when I was 13. Izuku stopped the car. Deku, you were raped? Lie down. He's a good listener too. Then a feeling of utter weightlessness, floating in a white abyss as it overflooded his mind. The sunlight around him suddenly felt overwhelming. Izuku groaned again, bringing the covers over his head to block it out. Unfortunately, the puppy was having none of that, misinterpreting his actions as a new game and pouncing on the bundle of blankets right around the same time the green-haired hero admitted defeat with a light glare. Exposing his upper half to the air, Izuku rested the plate on his stomach. Using the fork left aside to stab at a poor bunny, he brought it to his salivating mouth. Only to sigh in pleasure at the taste. It was delicious, unfairly so. Contrary to its appearance as a water-boiled sausage mutilated by a knife, there were hints of spices and other seasonings that Izuku couldn't hope to list off. Add that to the fact that it was perfectly cooked, and it was completely unexpected that Katsuki Bakugo was a good cook, of all things. The familiar buzz of fluttering took off in his chest, and Izuku allowed himself to drown in that feeling once more. He finished off the rest of his meal a lot more quickly than he would have liked. With each bite, his previous anxiety vanished more and more, replacing it with a languid haze. By the time the metal fork hit an empty plate, he yawned. Curling back onto the couch, tummy full, Izuku let sleep take over again. The next time he woke, it wasn't quite as pleasant. But stuck in the crutches of deep sleep, it took a while for the hero to gather up the will to leave his warm burrito. It started with an incessant knocking on the door which sounded more like the perpetrator was trying to break it down. Yells joined then, their volume reaching him in his slumbered state. "Bakugo!" A voice, female, excitedly assaulted the wood. "Get in the car, loser. I snagged these free tickets to a monster truck rally." Angry stomps from somewhere else in the apartment went to cross swords with the noise pollution, sneering in its wake. "I was sleeping a hole." That didn't deter the one on the other side. "Ah, come on. You know you want to see some destruction. Plus, you're not working today." A pause and a more suspicious tone took over. "You better not be working right now. I just said I was sleeping. What part of that do you not understand?" Ah, I see. Poor Baku has to get his beauty sleep. The knocking stopped, but all that accomplished was to make a pool of dread sink into Katsuki's stomach. Sure enough, his fears were confirmed. Oh hey, that's a nice dragon garden gnome you have here. It'd be quite a shame if I spilled some acid on it. Katsuki slammed the door open, sending the dirtiest look to the occupant on the other side. Phew. Ashido laughed, carefree. I missed you too. You just saw me yesterday. He lets her in anyway to save his precious Dr. Explosion the dragon from her grimy wrath, and only for that reason. She quickly settles in a chair by the entryway, demeanor much too cheerful for being before 10 o'clock in the morning on his day off. He crossed his arms, not bothering to offer any drink. That only applies when he invites someone else over, not if that someone else forces their way in through threats. You have 5 minutes? Like I was saying, a coworker of Aijuru at the construction site gave him these free tickets after he saved him from a falling beam. I guess the old hero instincts aren't easy to forget. She prattles on, stealing a candy from the bowl Mitsuki filled when she was last here. Kaminari is coming too. Who can pass up the chance of seeing giant metal things crushing each other for free? Katsuki couldn't really disagree with that. Grunting, he made to turn back into his room. FNG fine. Just give me a minute to brush my teeth dash, but was stopped by a pink hand latched to his tank top. Wait a second, Ashido narrowed her eyes. Spill. You still haven't told me how you know Quirkless? The blonde narrowed his eyes back. There's nothing to tell. Oh really now? He specifically stated that he arranged an appointment with you from knowing you personally. That sounds pretty juicy to me. Knocking the other's grip on his shirt off, Katsuki shrugged. We just met by chance. I'm paying him back for something, that's all. She leaned back, eyeing him. So you're absolutely 100%, cross your heart and hope to die sure that nothing is going on? For F's sake, he rolled his eyes, yes? Of course, Izuku being a huge FNG Deku with a horrible luck streak, chose that moment to stick his head into the room towards the chatter in his half-coherent state. With blankets still wrapped around tired limbs, hair puffing up on one side, and eyes unfocused, he marched out with a drunk sway to his stupid steps. Kaken? Silence. Ashido gaped. My god. Katsuki whirled on the pink woman, shaking her collar threateningly. Whatever two-bit gutter your mind just dived into, it's not what you think, acid freak. The woman very artfully ignored her friend, opting to shoot out of her seat in an excited skip and engulf Izuku in the biggest hug that he's ever been in. Despite being shorter, she managed to reach over and give his bedhead an affectionate ruffle. Who knew the number 5 hero was actually such a cute little teddy bear? Ah, Baku is so lucky. Seeing Ashido enter what Katsuki officially dubbed the insane mode, the doctor grumbled under his breath. Knowing that anything he said would fall on deaf ears for the next few minutes, he sauntered his way into the bathroom to get ready for the day. The slam of the door was what jolted Izuku from his sleep-induced state. Checking that the blonde was indeed out of the room, Ashido leaned in with a sly smile. He's an angry D most days, but he's actually a delicate kitty. I'm counting on you not to break his heart. And although the buzz of butterflies in his stomach had long passed, although what Ashido was implying wasn't even true, although Izuku knew that, he still gathered up every feeling he's had in the past few hours to look her straight in the eye and whisper, I promise. The responding grin made him smile back. Katsuki was done getting ready not too long after, dressed in a cap, sunglasses, and a jacket that didn't cover his arms. He returned to the sight of Izuku folding up the blankets in a neat rectangle while Ashido was helping herself to his fridge like a jackass. It was amazing how different his two guests were in virtue. Snatching the pitcher of milk from her before she could pour it, he shot her an unimpressed gaze. How long is this rally thing going to last? She pouted. Until the afternoon, maybe 3 o'clock. Nodding to himself, he addressed the hero, taking conspicuous glances at them when he thought they weren't looking. Deku, the results for your MRI should have been faxed to our office by now. We can take a look at it later today. In the middle of bringing the dirty plates to the sink, Izuku took a moment to stare at a cup hanging off the dish rack. I'll text you if I can make it. Seeing the other's hesitation, Katsuki relaxed. Right, this nerd was a hero. He already missed who knows how many shifts planning his dumb wedding and possibly became a no-show for another one after his breakdown last night. The business was enough of a hassle without throwing absences in the mix. He shrugged, ushering the hungry girl out the door. Let yourself out whenever. Take a shower if you want. You look like a mess. It was only after the door was locked, the two friends had made their way to the parking lot, and Katsuki inserted the key into the ignition that Ishido started. Looking at him funny. The woman was jittering in her seat, almost as if she had too much energy for her body to handle and would soon explode into the interior of his car. She was holding something in and it was torturing her. He growled. If you have something to say, say it. Taking the opportunity, her words burst out of the gate. Why didn't you tell me, Baku? You with Izuku Midoriya, the symbol of hope and the nicest, most committed guy you could ever meet. I'm so happy for you, really. Was that really how the public saw him? Katsuki sighed. Now that she was willing to listen to reason, he told the truth. You're misunderstanding, pink brain. I'm helping to plan his wedding to someone else so you can cut the fantasies. She deflated, a difficult look crossing her face at the memory of the unwavering spark Izuku held in his eyes as he spoke those words. A spark which was still weak, but only came to life when the blonde entered his peripheral vision. She sat back, thinking, really? I could have sworn. What? Nothing. The monster truck rally was decent, but not the best that any of them had been to. Kirishima was ecstatic at getting front row seats where all the action would be, but Kaminari simply abridged it as the place where all the mud would fly in their faces. It was a shame that his three friends didn't agree on the sentiment, his screeches each time a vehicle got too close and kicked up dust going ignored. The announcer was shitty though, commentary sounding more like he was watching a golf match rather than witnessing trucks being smashed into the ground. All in all, for a free show, Katsuki couldn't complain. He left during intermission to buy himself a soda. Ishido and Kirishima went ham in the gift shop, the two still being stuck in that sickening decorating stage for their new apartment. Kaminari considered asking some assistants what brand of device they used to make the smoking effects. And throughout all of this, Katsuki's phone remained silent. It didn't affect him too much, the fact that Izuku was busy. Some small, and he means small, part of his brain didn't approve of the idea of Quirkless jumping into gunfire right after suffering such an emotional panic attack, but Katsuki wasn't one to tell him what to do with his life. He'd heard rumors of the work ethic of the symbol of peace being the highest in the entire Hero Association, but after hearing what Ishido said, Katsuki took it with a giant but grain of salt. Still, when he returned back to his small apartment, clothes dirted from the rally and takeout clutched in his hands, and saw a messy head of green hair lounging on his couch, he was a little surprised. Deku, you're still here? Hearing him come in, Izuku jumped up the slightest. He was still in the same clothes from this morning, but his face was clear of tear stains and green curls appeared less tangled. The towel resting on his shoulders confirmed that he had showered. Kaken. Ah, sorry but I helped myself to a towel from the rack. Don't apologize, nerd. I said you could. Shrugging off his jacket, he tossed it into the laundry basket with a disgusted look. From where he was standing, he could spot Lord Murder napping by the bed. I'm counting by the fact that you're sitting on my couch like you own the place means that you're staying for the appointment after all? Izuku nodded his head, hands fidgeting like he had committed some vital sin. I called my agency and took the day off. I figured after what happened last night, it was for the best. So the groom was avoiding the topic, subsequently also not addressing the state of the wedding. Stuck in this limbo, Katsuki hadn't a clue what the mess on his couch had decided on that matter. He'd play his little game for now. I'm guessing they didn't exactly ship a life-size get-well-soon card to your front door when they heard that. They told me to have fun. A blonde brow rose at that. He knew stories from Kirishima that agencies usually weren't so understanding of last-minute calls like that, especially if the hero in question skipped one without notice right before then. The one that Quirkless worked at was especially known for being ruthless in that department. Are you lying to me again, you little sheet? Green eyes shot up, reassurance escaping his muttering lips. No, of course not. Not this time, this is just the first day off I've had since I became a hero. My boss has kind of been encouraging me to take one. Well, dear men, taking your first day off in 10 years seemed reasonable enough to soften up the toughest of bosses. Rounding past the kitchenette, Katsuki peered up at the television the other was watching when he noticed that it was on. A pixelated All Might flew across the screen, bounding between buildings with his trademark smile as citizens cheered for him in the backdrop. Having his companion join him, Izuku beamed at him. "You didn't tell me you like All Might too, Kaken?" The 300-episode television series and its DVDs were from when he was a preteen. "He's all right." That doesn't sound like an appropriate response from someone who alphabetized his shelf. The freckled man grinned cheekily. "I like being organized." It was pathetic. Despite swearing off of heroes so long ago, Katsuki couldn't bring himself to throwing out the entirety of his All Might collection. A few objects that weren't as valuable to him, like All Might lipstick or All Might trading cards, were in the trash by the next day. But this cartoon series, the one he spent every night watching with both of his parents as a kid, was too close to him to get rid of. Especially when he still regarded the retired hero as an inspiration to winning. Taking a seat next to Izuku, he recognized the episode right away as one of his favorites. Before settling down, he shot him a sneer. "You better not have messed up my system." "Your system is great, don't worry." A lone right elbow went to lean on a content knee, Izuku resting his head on top of a clenched fist. "Though personally, I would have arranged them by animation director or product manufacturer. Alphabetizing stops being effective when everything is titled too similarly." "Dim, how much nerd stuff do you have of this guy?" At Katsuki shoving the takeout onto the table, Izuku smiled sheepishly. "Half of it is with my mom because it couldn't fit in my penthouse." "Holy shit. Looks like calling you a nerd was a brilliant move on my part." Second-guessing himself, Katsuki reached into the bag and passed the hero a bundle of wrapping paper. "It's a taco, spicy as hell itself. Eat it and let's go." One nearly fire-breathing hero and a glass of milk later, the two decide to walk to the clinic. Katsuki had grabbed his shoulder bag from his office that housed supplies after washing his hands and changing into his doctor jacket. Izuku was still whining about his burning tongue by the time they left. That earned absolutely 0 pity points from the blonde, however. "SCK it up. Be grateful the breakfast I made wasn't like that." Izuku shut up after that. Despite the sun still being up, approaching the building was like approaching a haunted mansion. With the lights shut off, no one in sight for an entire block, and taking the unrepaired state of the actual building into consideration, it was no wonder. Unlocking the entrance, Katsuki leisurely made his way to the fax machine to split the pile up into sheet Ishido had to deal with, and stuff he actually needed. Not bothering to venture further, Izuku sat himself in one of the chairs in the waiting area. A silence settled over them as he watched the doctor scan through the file. He lightly swung his legs back and forth as a page flipped, played with his thumbs as the pacing stopped, and those crimson eyes grew wider and wider. Finally, a tinge of ugly worry took grasp of him when Katsuki's complexion grew pale. Feigning off the fear, Izuku left his seat to take tentative steps towards the blonde. "Kaken?" Hearing the noise, Katsuki jolted and knocked over a cup of pens. The sound was much sharper than it had any business being when it came and popped whatever bubble of tension was between them. It caused both to startle and stare at the mess on the floor in silent shock. It was looking into those eyes, twin red orbs, a mix of horror and some other emotion Izuku couldn't describe as anything other than lost, that the hero snapped. The injury is really bad, isn't it? It's curable." This caused him to look up, bewildered. Katsuki chuckled, but Izuku didn't like that sound. It felt wrong. "So easy to fix, I could do it in my dead-butt sleep." He didn't like how, despite his friend showing obvious distress, the hero felt the smallest light of hope that lit his chest in a thriving flame. "That's good, isn't it?" Instead of replying, the blonde turned away. It wasn't until footsteps faded from his ears that Izuku registered that the other had left the room to another corner of the clinic that he'd never been to. Lips drawn tight in a confusing mix of excitement and dread, he could do no more than satisfy his basic instinct to clean up the mess on the floor. Wiping up the spilled ink bottle, capping lids back onto pens that flew across the room, and organizing stamps back on the counter, It was all Izuku could do not to chase after him. Eventually, Katsuki returned with a paper cup filled to the brim with cold water. It was likely just for the motion of it all instead of the actual payoff, as the water was piled so high that Izuku could spot the surface tension if he stared long enough. Seeing those familiar spikes, he shot back into a seat by the magazines with a desperate haste. Katsuki, in contrast, took his time, took a few breaths, before lowering himself across from him. Placing the cup in front of him, Izuku tried not to notice how the water swayed a tad, almost breaking. I'm 99% sure that you have a severe case of lateral epicondylitis. It's a common condition for athletes and those in professions with great physical strain, and will usually go away on its own with proper care and physical therapy. Izuku nodded. He didn't comment on how the blonde seemed to resort to his professional facade all of a sudden. Instead, he tried to listen and absorb what was being told to him. However, if the pain persists even under such a schedule for more than 4 months to a year, that means the patient has to go into surgery. It's a quick one that is non-lethal and has a high success rate. Freckled cheeks stretched, gapping like a fish. Hundreds, maybe even close to 1,000 visits, bearing gifts and exchanging pleasant greetings with a man in a white coat who gave him reassuring words with every subscription flashed across his mind. But my doctor said dash. They lied to you, Deku. Normally rough voice remained unreadable to him. Izuku shut his mouth, a hard tone overtaking his demeanor. You don't know that. Maybe they just misdiagnosed? They did no such thing. At the sudden spike in volume, it felt like the entire room and its shelves shook under the wrath. He blinked rapidly, words dying in his throat at the same time Katsuki sat back down, avoiding eye contact. 6 years, death. The care treatment you've been given is perfect. Your doctor, your therapist, your pharmacist, they all know exactly what they're FING doing. Every medication you've been given doesn't exist, they're just goddamn sugar pills. They knew how to discharge you but kept your high-paying butt around as a client to split the revenue amongst themselves. The jittery limbs, the broken sound of the blonde's voice now entered Izuku's head as nothing but white noise. His hero career stagnating, his slowly degrading confidence as villains became harder to bring down, why millions had to die as his arm failed to help stop a train, it was all for what? God. Izuku jumped out of his skin when Katsuki abruptly turned around and punched the pot behind him as hard as he could. It cracked on contact, suspended in air the shortest time before crashing to the floor with a smash that nearly shattered both of their eardrums. He made quick work of his chair next, lifting it up to toss across the room where it collided with the opposite wall. Damn it! I can't believe sheet. He kicked the reception desk. Those pens that Izuku had so meticulously fixed jerked up. The surface of the water broke, spilling onto the table. Kaken? I became a doctor to punch this kind of nonsense in the face, but these effing beaches they're just the same as heroes. Katsuki remained deaf to the other's efforts, making to tug at his own hair with the rage needed to stab an intangible force. Cheating like cowards who can't even make it to the top the proper way. Another chair toppled over, a shattered picture frame, and the blonde finally turned his attention to Izuku. His rampage froze. Taking in rigid posture, Katsuki stared at shaky eyes long enough to process that he wasn't alone. Deep breaths, just like his anger management therapist said, focus on mundane tasks like counting the number of steps it takes to get to the chair and take a seat next to Izuku. There he breathed again. Pretend that didn't happen, it was unprofessional as sheet. His voice sounded weird, strangely strained and on the cusp of falling into death. There's a doctor that I met in graduate school who can get you real medical help. I'll text you the address later. Have a nice effing day. Not bothering to straighten out the room or even lock the door on his way out, Katsuki swiped his bag from beside the printer and left. Hearing the click of the door, Izuku jumped to his feet and without hesitation, ran after him. Kaken? No response. The blonde only picked up the pace slightly in a dance that was familiar to the one from the aquarium. But this was different. There were no complex hallways or objects to spin around and throw the chaser off. Izuku himself was different too, speeding up and taking his place by the blonde's side with a fiery determination that he hadn't owned before. Before Izuku could say anything, Katsuki kicked a rock aside. What? If you need physical therapy, that isn't necessary until after the surgery. Where are you going? Izuku cut him off, something that he wouldn't have had the courage to do before. Somewhere I don't care, so leave me the F alone. His voice dipped in temper, sounding tired. Green eyes harden. No. Katsuki spun round, anger flaring once more. And why the hell not? I don't want to. Oh. PFT, isn't that a funny thought? Oh. Laughable, even hilarious enough for Katsuki to devolve into mocking chuckles. His tone raised an octave, the beginnings of rage taking control over his mouth. Now what you want matters. It does. Izuku's own pride flared. He wasn't about to let this go on a misunderstanding. It matters a lot. I realized that because of you, that listening to the voice in my head that puts my desires first isn't bad. It's here, his voice turned smaller. It's what makes you so amazing in the first place. Collecting all his courage into one moment, the symbol of hope continued more loudly. And I'm happy. I'm so happy that the you who thinks of himself first is helping me with the wedding. What you did with the budget I had on the ring, figuring out what's wrong with my arm, doesn't helping people make you happy too? It seems Katsuki was mistaken for telling Todoroki that Izuku knew he wasn't doing this for him. The doctor seethed, glare dark. Get your head out of your butt. In case you forgot, Deku, I did that for my own pride. Not out of some savior complex. And an epiphany hit him then, one that Izuku wished he kept to himself and took more time to think over. But instead, the next sentences spilled out as his desperation to get through to the blonde took over. That's why you're so upset now. Your selfish reasons for becoming a doctor backfired. Katsuki was much in the same state, self-restraint long discarded in exchange for the short-lived pleasure of getting out what he's wanted to say for a long time now. You mean like how your relationship with your beach of a bride backfired? Enlighten me, would you? Izuku flinched, a deep stab to his everything shaking he stood his guard. His voice dropped. That was low, Katsuki. So you're not going to cry buckets when I call you out on goddamn anything anymore? The blonde taunted the other, a smirk building on his face, booming steps bringing him into Izuku's face to scream. Look who finally stopped being pathetic and grew some ball. The hero went silent at this. The doctor also went silent at this. They reached a stalemate, their breaths and the feeling of falling initiated by coming down from a high of adrenaline the only things occupying both of their heads in the next minute. Inevitably, the beginnings of guilt tickled Izuku's consciousness almost immediately. The crevice of his mouth opened, prepared for the slew of apologies that would spill out, but Katsuki interrupted him. See, Deku? This is who I am. Izuku looked up, but Katsuki didn't look back. The feelings of pain, of hurt that crossed through him in the past hour or so nipped in his mind. A sinking sensation dropped his heart to his stomach. That's not? At seeing the symbol of hope at a loss for words, Katsuki snorted. Figures. He turned away. I'm telling you straight up from what I've so painstakingly concluded after only knowing you for less than a month. Your wedding is all bullshit. Here, he made some fantastical hand gesture that brought green eyes focusing on them helplessly. So use those ball you gained to do what you should have done a decade ago and tell your friends that your relationship with Atsuko whatever the F is a lost cause and the two of you would rather stab your eyeballs out than talk to each other through a megameter bendy straw. Knowing them, they'd throw a FING party in celebration of freeing themselves from your stupid excuses. Taking another breath, Katsuki spat the next sentence out bitterly. Meanwhile, run to the hills far the F away from me while you still have some dignity. And he was but nothing but a silhouette in the distance. Izuku panicked, voice loud enough to cover the entire lot. I never said the wedding was cancelled. Katsuki glanced at him from over his shoulder, face unamused. Whatever. I'm not helping you with it anymore either way. The sinking sensation intensified. Why? Because I don't want to. And just like that he was gone. Or at least, if it were anyone else, someone a little saner who would have known to leave the blonde alone at that point, he would have been. But Izuku Midoriya felt the flashes of green lightning engulf his legs, propelling him forward until Katsuki was in sight. Wait, I said I wouldn't leave you alone. I never go back on my word. Katsuki looked to the side, unresponsive. I'll walk you home. You are going home, right? At his companion's lack of refusal, Izuku took that as approval for his company. But the entire way back, no matter how much he muttered or did the normal things that would make the blonde explode, Katsuki remained ignorant. He didn't say a single word to Izuku, not even after the door was slammed and the hero found himself in an empty hallway. Izuku knew something was horribly wrong. And just like was becoming more frequent, he failed to save anyone. But this wasn't a hero and a civilian, this was him and Katsuki. And he wasn't about to give up on him. 52 rescued, 9 injured, and 1 in emergency care, huh? A pen tapped rhythmically on the surface of the table. They should really get it cleaned. It was a far cry from when Izuku was first here and could practically see his reflection staring back. The woman at the desk, gold badge on her vest and a gun at her belt, discarded the papers with a sigh. I hope that young boy is okay. It's a shame that he was already in critical condition by the time we arrived. Izuku eyed the clock, patience wearing thin. That's not what happened. Oh. He directed his attention back to her. The worst thing now was for her to misinterpret his sudden refusal as a sign of cowardice rather than resolve. He was hiding behind the couch at the back of the burning room. I was so focused on the cries of the injured that I didn't consider the silence of the dying. He could have been saved a lot sooner with only a decapitated leg, but my right arm was already full. I failed. I don't think you understood me the first time, Quirkless. Her badge shone, blinding him in the face. The firefighters and police were there, and saw that the boy was already suffering first-degree burns before you were even on the same wing of the building. We then took the liberty of removing him from the situation and bringing him to paramedics. It was something that couldn't be helped. That's not right. His parents deserve to know the truth. The lady leaned forward, a peeved tilt to her head. Izuku suddenly became overly conscious of the other occupants in the office, all law enforcement figures that were there and could act as witnesses. Where's this sudden defiance coming from? Don't tell me that you're late in hitting your rebellious stage. Listen, Quirkless. This deal was made between us a long time ago. We get the credit for rescuing the boy, you escape the repercussions of your own failure. It's win-win-win for you, for us, and even the public. If they found out about your little injury, everyone will lose faith in their symbol of hope and begin panicking. What's more important, the idiotic guilt you feel towards this family, or the sense of security of the entire country? Izuku pursed his lips, glare unwavering. I'm not signing it. The police report was slammed onto the desk. You will sign it? How long are you going to keep me here to try to convince me? His green costume was charred. Taste, smell, feel, hear, and see, Ash made a home in every sense he had. Miss, I respect your authority a lot. This city wouldn't be the same without you, but I humbly refuse to go along with this any longer. I can't keep denying my failures exist or else I'll never move forward and isn't the kind of hero I want to be anymore. She narrowed her eyes. So you're choosing to take the credit, to add to the minuscule efforts you've made to increase your rank, rather than uphold your relevance as the symbol of hope? Quirkless, I'm disappointed. Izuku smiled wistfully. Me too. But I'll get that title back by my own strength. Right now, I'm not ready for it. Not long after, the morning hero was on the deserted streets outside the main city police station. Needless to say, pulling off another graveyard shift and being cooped up in a dark room until the morning to noon hours would really put a number on anyone. Izuku knew the backlash was coming. When the reporters got word of this from the police reports, from the official witness testimonies, he'd be swamped by outrage for lying about his arm. He'd lose his title. But it had to be done. Despite being called the symbol of hope by those around him, strangers, best friends, even lovers, Izuku never felt that way. It was done for the public to maintain a sense of safety, that there was someone else to look up to after all mights fall. Straight out of high school, he accepted the title too early for the sake of a false peace rather than listen to the part of him that wanted to refuse it. Overcome by stress from getting back together with Atsuko after graduation on top of that, and he was stuck in this endless CYCL. Now that he'd broken it, Izuku only had a faint idea of what to do from this point onwards. For starters, he needed to eat something. Maybe shower too. Ignoring the gawks of morning joggers, he slugged his way into the closest cafe in search of a muffin. The disgust of having tiled floors littered by ash was replaced by automatic reverence when the cashier chirped at him. "Welcome. What can I get you?" "Blueberry muffin, please." Despite the ache in his mind, Izuku sent a pleasant smile. She nodded enthusiastically, starstruck but making quick work of removing the item of choice from the display. The hero made to hand over the pocket change only for the girl to shake her head adamantly. "Don't worry, it's on me. That's the least I can do for all the rescuing stuff you do for us." She grinned. Normally this demonstration of energy from innocent civilians would be enough to energize Izuku enough to keep going with his hero path. It was important to save everyone physically and psychologically as well, after all. But today, it only made his eyes droop further. "Thank you," he bowed. "I'll make sure to let all of my friends know about this place." Slightly wobbling from his own exhaustion, Izuku slowly walked to the back of the cafe. Eyes crusted, he didn't notice the excited hand reach out to pull back on his hoodie until he was already butt first on the floor. Izuku blinked confusedly. Whoever did that was strong. "Hiya. Remember me?" He blinked again, adjusting to the sight of a pink-skinned woman beaming at him from her table across. She modified her simper into a more modest one, rubbing a hand against her neck. "Sorry about that. I've been calling you for a while but you weren't responding. I figured I'd surprise you." Tiredness almost forgotten, Izuku shot up to his feet. "Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't ignoring you, just really sleepy. You were that really nice lady who came over to Kaken's house the other day, right?" Ishido grinned. "Bingo. Just so it isn't awkward, my name is Mina Ishido. Take a seat. I was just on my lunch break." Figuring it considerate to continue the conversation and also genuinely curious to know more about her, Izuku scrambled to a chair, muffing thankfully still safe from his little fall earlier. "Thank you for letting me join you, Ishido-san. So polite, geez." Despite the words, her happy demeanor didn't waver in the slightest. Total opposite of Explodey Boy. "You don't look too good though. You okay there, Midoriya?" She shoved a bite of chocolate cake into her mouth. Letting his sleepy smile take over once more, Izuku shrugged. "I've been better." Showing no remorse for the chunks of sweets that flew out, Ishido blared out. "I know what will help. You need some fun, so I'm going to tell a story." Calmly bringing a napkin to his face to wipe off a smear of cream that had flown onto his cheek, Izuku hummed. "Oh, what kind of story?" "One you'll like, especially because it's about your little boy crush." At the responding blush painted across freckles, Ishido smirked. "Really, you and him are a total mismatch. I'm surprised such a sweet man like you would be attracted to that. Strangely though, I can see it perfectly too." Izuku frowned. "Don't call Kaken that." "Cha." Ishido lifted a sharp finger to point at him accusingly. "So you admit that you have a crush on him?" Thoughts rushing over the conversation again in his mind, Izuku blinked wildly before groaning. The pink woman cackled at his expense. "Maybe." "I'm serious though, Ishido-san. Please don't talk about Kaken like that." "Ah, he's used to it, that drama queen." She waved him off, bringing her coffee close to her lips to take a sip. "Besides, he knows I don't mean it. I can't exactly bad talk the guy who kind of saved my entire life from going up into flames after all." Now Izuku felt a little guilty for jumping at the opportunity to know more. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, of course, you don't need to answer. I was just wondering. I don't really care if you tell me or not." No, that sounds so insensitive. "Just, if you feel comfortable, feel free to tell me because I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. Is it even okay to know this without asking Kaken first?" "I should reject." "Yeah, that's it. Ishido, I'm afraid that I can't accept violating your privacy like that." "That sounds kind of presumptuous though." The hero took to clutching his head, eyes focused on jumping from one spot of blue to another on his confectionery. Meanwhile, his companion took to watching this train wreck unfold with a bit of a bewildered glance. "Midoriya, breathe. It's fine, I swear. It's not even a secret, Deku doesn't care who I tell." "Oh." She laughed, bringing a fist down on the counter in merriment. "You're a weird one too, huh? That's good. Baku tends to only like you if you're a little bit weird. Then he has the nerve to turn around and yell at the sky for why all of his friends are a bunch of freaks. Feeling a giggle wanting to escape his mouth, the green head let it out. That sounds like Kaken. Ishido gestured wildly. I know, right? Honestly though, he was a lot worse back in high school. Despite how he talks shit all the time, I wouldn't change him for the world. Finishing off her cake, she went to make a sweet basketball throw towards the garbage can on the other side of the room. When the crumpled paper plate hit dead center, she whooped. I don't think anyone else but him would have done what he did. At seeing the hero lean forward, focused and muffin forgotten, her smile turned tender. You see, I have someone who I love very much. He's a prideful idiot, definitely isn't perfect, but he tries his best and loves me back. That's more than most people can say. Izuku nodded, face forlorn. It is. Being prideful and someone who tries his best sounds like great qualities. But sometimes it gets in the way and causes him to make mistakes. Those traits that made me love him were what drove us apart. Subconsciously, a light pink hand fell from the table to give the smallest hint of a bump on her belly an affectionate rub. I got Pyarjin and tea. Neither of us were living in the best conditions, and his career as a hero was plummeting fast. His parents are rich but refused to help supply for our family unless he broke it off with me. They had a bride arranged for him and everything. At hearing a sharp gasp, Ishido rushed to reassure him. He didn't tell me any of this, because he's a prideful idiot who thought it'd be less heartbreaking for me if I hated him. I thought he didn't love me anymore. Because I couldn't be the great woman he deserves. I kind of shut down after that. Mina Ishido was out, goodbye, lights out, not a sound. But Baku was the first person I confided in. An image flashed through Izuku's head then. A blond man full of rage kicking down his own church doors and pinpointing the frazzled groom with unbridled rage, uprooting his entire life plan just for a new baby bud to grow. The mind wired for quick thinking and covered in bushy green hair made the connection. He crashed the wedding. Yep, he did. She chirped. Smacked my bae in the head and everything. Maybe the force of the swing was so strong that it knocked Ijuru's brain cells in order, because he came running back to explain everything to me right away. After telling his parents to stick it, I wish I could have seen it. Green eyes softening, a lightness overcoming his chest, Izuku whispered. Me too. It's still difficult, don't get me wrong. She sipped at her coffee once more. The only indication that the cup was empty was when the stir straw made an obnoxious spluttering sound. We can't all have the perfect happily ever afters, so we, Baku and Kaminari and Ijuru and I, just kind of get together and make shitty things as less shitty as possible. When Ijuru is with me, we both manage. I can't thank Baku enough for that. That's why, finally abandoning her drink to stare Izuku down, Ishido's smile fell. I want you to do the same for him. And Izuku, after everything that had happened, after their argument against a cold backdrop with the setting sun in front of an empty clinic, after seeing the utter defeat dominating Crimson eyes usually so filled with fire, slumped. I don't think I kept my promise very well. Whoa there, she clicked her tongue, confused. It's only been a few days. Did you mess up already? I don't know, but something happened. He resorted back to staring at his muffin for comfort. The minimal amount of bites taken from it stared back. Like you said, he comes in and changes everyone's lives, Ishido-san. I want to do for him what he does for me. She blinked. You mean, cheer him up? Izuku winced, a bashful smile overtaking his features. How do I say this? Not exactly. It's hard to put our relationship into words, but I feel like I understand it a bit better now. Katsuki screamed into his pillow when his phone went off for the 30th time that morning. His diamond's so-called friends known as Dumb, Ishido, Dumber, Kirishima, and Dumbest, Kaminari, have been texting him nonstop. It was almost like some creepy outside Bakugo instincts were awoken within them as they all decided to assault his phone this past week. When his phone's vibration sent the device sprawling to the ground, Katsuki sprung out of bed to pick it up with a renewed anger. About to give those jackasses a piece of his mind, he froze at the newest slew of notifications. Image sent. 2 figures, one shorter and the other scrawnier, were shown resting on a fountain against the sunrise. The pink, orange, and yellow hues perfectly complemented the foreground, the two unmistakable smiles of the symbol of hope and the retired symbol of peace standing out. They were both waving to the camera, almost as if to greet a frazzled Katsuki running towards them from the other side of the park. I found a photographer he's retiring soon and wants one last gig. What do you think? He added some amazing filters. He'll be taking the photos and videos for the wedding to put together a collage. It was Izuku. He stared at the ellipses that appeared and disappeared on his screen, indicating that the hero was constantly typing out, erasing, and reforming a new message. Throughout all of this, Katsuki couldn't bring himself to move. Don't be mad, but I told All Might about you. He wants to meet you again. Finally gaining control of his limbs, Katsuki threw the phone across the room and went back to sleep. The next message from Izuku came in the next day. He was in his office then, going through the motions of bending that limb here, filling in so-and-so form, and shrugging off the concerned looks of Ishido and Miss Miko, when his personal phone vibrated within his pockets. The doctor you recommended was really nice. She said the same things you did. I'll be ready to go into surgery by next week. Shoving the phone back into his shirt, Katsuki returned his attention to wiping off the dumbbell. Just finishing taking Lord Murder for a walk and sprawled out on the couch at his apartment, Katsuki would be dead if anyone accused him of checking his phone. It was always something different, that he wanted the time, that the weather was supposed to be crappy today and knowing the temperature would help him dress, but he knew the truth. It's been 4 days since Izuku's last message. The nerd had taken the habit of sending the blonde updates on everything in his life no matter how mundane or stupid it was. Random musings on what it would look like when Todoroki started growing gray hair, how many villains would underestimate Uraraka before being smashed into a building, and Sato's continual conveyor belt of sweets being brought into work to share with everyone while the wedding was getting closer flooded his phone at intervals that never became annoying enough to block Izuku or turn it off completely. Because as lame as it was, hearing about a fly on Izuku's wall was infinitely more interesting than being a physical therapist. So it wasn't like Izuku to suddenly shut up. Maybe he'd finally realized that Katsuki would never reply and decided to give up. It wouldn't be the first time. His overall standoffish nature combined with bad temper and foul mouth had most people gone by the end of the week. He'd long accepted that this was a result of his own stubbornness early on as a kid, and stopped trying to make friends in middle school. Putting the phone aside, Katsuki scoffed. He felt like a high school girl waiting for a text from their best friend. Stupid Deku, he mumbled under his breath and flipped the channel absent-mindedly. Only to stop when one news headline flashed into his face like a FING beacon. Number 5 hero, Midoriya Izuku, steps down as the symbol of hope, for now, he says. On the screen was a whole blown-out conference that Katsuki would have more expected to see in some soap opera than in real life. If the unedited cuts of people running around weren't hint enough, the entire thing was being filmed live. Cameras flashed a mile a minute, said Hiro standing at the front with nothing but a conference table and a microphone as his sole companion. To his right, All Might stared straight ahead, proud and unwavering as some of Izuku's other friends shot each other worried looks from within the audience. A woman with glasses, the blonde didn't like her already, stood up to shove one of the recording cameras closer to them. All Might, what are your thoughts on the protege you trained becoming a failure? Katsuki wanted to drive to the conference himself to personally punch her in the face if it wouldn't get her germs on his fist. Luckily, the scrawny man known as the old number 1 hero, expression unchanging, stated calmly. Young Midoriya is not a failure. He is human, with aspirations and a new resolve. That's what makes him a true hero, not a label. If you wish to taint my perception on all of this, you're sorely mistaken. Quirkless, why did you keep your injury a secret for so long? Is your hero career over? A man piped up this time, making sure to remain seated so not to anger All Might any further. I was mistaken. Izuku looked around the crowd with sincerity. There's no excuse. I made a mistake on assuming what the public needs, and for that, I can do nothing else but apologize. If everyone will still accept me, I am not giving up on being a hero or on being the symbol of hope. I'm temporarily leaving starting next week so my arm can heal properly. After that, I'll take everything I learned to aim to be the best hero who saves and is at the top with a new ferocity. That same woman from before interjected. Don't you think that you're being selfish, quirkless? What will we do without a symbol of hope to ward off villain attacks? Please don't ask leading questions, Izuku smiled sweetly. And you do have a symbol of hope while I'm gone, several of them. Shuda will be working twice as hard for the both of us. Uravity is quickly rising up on the charts with her unrivaled rescue work. Ingenium is very reliable and recently saved an entire retirement home. Lemillion is still number 1, and will be here to intimidate anyone who wants to disturb the public's happiness. Here, the hero shook his head. And no matter how impressive our powers seem and how colossal our feats become, please don't forget the everyday heroes as well. Katsuki couldn't listen anymore. He shut off the television and slumped back. Well, that explained why the texts became infrequent. Izuku was most likely going through hell the entire time, the worst of it only tiding over now that he could get a fair word out without someone twisting his intention. He wouldn't be surprised if the nerd was preoccupied the entire week leading up to the surgery and his temporary leave. Which was why, an hour later, when his phone lit up with another message from Izuku, Katsuki nearly choked on his soda. Kaken, I really like working with you. It's incredible what we can accomplish together. With the wedding I mean. I want to see it. And not even Katsuki Bakugu was heartless enough to not respond back. Your punctuation is still shit. If seeing the texts nearly made him choke on his soda, the blonde almost dropped the entire DMN thing when his phone suddenly started vibrating with the notification of an incoming call. He stared at the word Deku written on top with a silent skepticism. It was pretty convincing just to ignore it. But Katsuki Bakugu wasn't going to run away. He pressed the green button. Immediately, Izuku's voice attacked his ears. Kaken. The address snarled. The F do you want? And nothing. In the background, faint sounds of cars rushing past could be heard. The hero was likely just returning from the conference, a lighter tone to his voice despite the hardship it should have brought. It's just great that we're still talking. Yeah, great talking with you, but I'm hanging up. Wait. Katsuki paused, eyes wide as he took in the unexpected outburst. For how eager he was to say whatever he wanted to say, Izuku took the next few moments to prepare himself for whatever would happen between them next. He breathed heavily. I meant what I said earlier in the text. I still want the wedding to happen. The blonde couldn't help it. Do you have a mouth? Huh. Probably not, seeing as you're talking out of your butt right now. Kaken, oh my god. I'm serious, Deku. He spat out, not liking the exasperated tone in the other's voice as if he was the one doing Katsuki a huge favor by listening. If you and Atsuko have both changed since what happened, moved on from it, and learned to love each other, then that's peachy. But that's obviously not what's going on. Tell me one good effing reason why I should help you or why you should even get married in the first place. You already know dash. Yeah, I read your text and I'm telling your text to SCK it. Izuku went silent at this. The car he was in had reached an intersection, the incessant beeping from somewhere beside him fading by the time he spoke his next words. Atsuko she was the only one who stuck by me when no one else would. His voice turned quieter, paying mind to All Might who was driving in the front seat but at the same time loud enough so the older man could hear as well, when I was quirkless. She saw how much I did to save people from the very beginning and loved me for that. Katsuki played with a stray string hanging off of his shirt, breaths almost mute. But we're not good for each other. Sure enough, the X symbol of hope found the courage to continue. I've tried to make it good for so long and denied the very thing I was trying to fix. Still, I love her. I care about her and we need to talk. By the full tone that Izuku's voice took up, he could tell that the hero was trying hard not to cry. His primal instincts, those who endorsed fear, were itching at him to clam up again, to push this epiphany to another day. Go on, Katsuki pushed. This wedding isn't to win her back, not anymore. Izuku sobbed out. As much of a breakthrough as this was for the man, Katsuki wouldn't let him off the hook without going all the way. There would be no half-but admissions or commitments, only statements when the source was completely ready to accept their choice. Prove it? A swallow and the rustling of tears being hastily wiped up by a pristine sleeve took over the feed of the phone next. A faint, "Are you all right?" from the driver of the car sounded, but it was too soft to hear the response Izuku gave back to his mentor. Instead, he turned back to the phone with a determined tone. "I can, but we have to meet up." The blonde rose a brow at that. "What?" "Skylight Gourmet. It's a catering company in between both of our homes that serves everything from almost every culture. Many of the guests have different tastes and ethnic backgrounds, and I search for a place that would have food for everyone. If you're free, let's meet there this Sunday right after my shift and before yours." Katsuki should have said no, at least asked the nerd for more details on what he was planning, but some part of him saw this as a challenge. A challenge to see if he could truly prove his resolve to Katsuki. He was hit with the fire that lit to life to such intensity in Izuku's voice that he couldn't help but take it without standing down. "Find you fine. I'll see you there at 11. Days later found the blonde waking up more by the action of smashing his clock into the window rather than the alarm itself, getting dressed hours too early to only be for work, and leaving out the door with his car keys in hand. And really, the car ride there should have been long enough to talk himself out of it. He should have talked himself out of it and made a nice FING 180-degree turn, but he, miraculously, didn't. It wasn't until he saw that green silhouette in the distance that Katsuki began to regret his life choices. Izuku sprung up, dressed in a plaid jacket which might have been 2 sizes too big for him. "Kaken, you came?" He scowled. "Of course I showed up. I said I was coming." "You did." The greenhead nodded pleasantly. He turned his attention to the building, a strange purple logo standing out against the dark window panes. Most of the guests listed their favorite food as desserts, and I already sent the information over to Sato-san. Those who do like meaty dishes cited things from over 12 different cultures, but I found a package of 20 selections that this place offered that might be good. Katsuki shrugged. "Whatever. Did your amnesia-riddled head forget that I'm not helping, Deku?" "No, I know you aren't helping." Despite those words, Izuku went up to the blonde to tug him inside the establishment. "You're just accompanying me for a bit?" "Oh, such cuties." As soon as the two were under the roof of the restaurant, a chubby old man came bounding out with a boisterous stride. Katsuki was about to flip him off until a sharp pain in his cheek sent him reeling forward. The BSE had both the hero and doctor in his grasp, pinching their faces like they were 5-year-old brats. Katsuki slapped at the hand to no avail. "Oi, Olfefti, Remem go." At hearing this, the stout chef finally released them with a hearty laugh. Izuku went to hold his face painfully while Katsuki seethed at him. "Please, take a seat. I'd recognize those freckles anywhere. You're that adorable as a pea hero, aren't you? Well, we've heard your interest in our limited-time package and are happy to take any request." Finding a nice spot near the back to keep attention away, Izuku delved into the menu while Katsuki looked around. It was a dimly lit restaurant, with vintage dark wooden seats lined with shell patterns. A single light hanging from the ceiling above their table lit their space up in a hazy glow. That in itself wasn't the problem, though. About 6 other tables were occupied, and all of them but one, which housed a single man reading a newspaper, were filled with couples. Katsuki shot his head forward, refusing to observe any more. "Stop hogging the menu." "Oh, sorry." Izuku was quick to pass the laminated paper over, deep in thought. Seeing just how much was inside, Katsuki had to admit that he was impressed. "It's just that the package dictates that I choose 20 dishes from the menu that are listed as being less than $10. Katsudon and sushi are popular choices, but burgers and pasta are also well received by the guests. We need vegetarian options as well." The blonde made a non-committed sound, adamant on not contributing. He threw the menu back, appetite lost. "Just hurry the F up. I have an appointment later today." They didn't talk much after that. Izuku brought out a piece of paper to scribble on and cross out options that he thought would appeal to his guests. Some had to be moved around, some toppings changed, but in the end, he managed to produce a list of 20 items without any input from the blonde before him. As you could probably imagine, a lot of muttering and whispered shouts of "shut up" were exchanged. Finally, the chef came out bearing the first dish for their taste test. It was a simple platter of sashimi cut up to resemble a blooming flower. Izuku was quick to say words of respect under his breath before separating the provided chopsticks to dig in. "You're not eating?" Izuku, having just swallowed a piece and declared it as being perfect, drank from his glass of water. Seeing Katsuki send him a glare, he backtracked. "It's not helping if you're just eating. You don't even have to say if it's good or not." Finally, after a curse under his breath, Katsuki went to tear up his own chopsticks with rage and stab into a piece of fish like it personally insulted him. The chubby chef, who had returned to place another dish of lasagna in front of them, grinned. To help ensure that there is enough for everyone, the package comes with 2 free refills for every dish, 10 liters of 5 selections of drinks, and 8 caterers from this very company who will be at your cute commandment for the entire night. Isn't that exciting? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Katsuki stabbed another fish. If any of the options runs out, it'll be extra to refill, but definitely not impossible. A small bell is rung from behind them, its small ting causing the man to turn around. "That's my call. Let me know when you're done sampling all 20 dishes. We can talk about the contract afterwards." Sure enough, the food came barreling out after that. From barbecue ribs to dumplings to burgers, Katsuki didn't stop himself from picking at whatever looked good. Izuku ate at a much more controlled pace as you normally do at a sampling. He took 1-3 bites maximum before moving on to the next item, washing out his mouth with water each time. If we want to keep this lobster in the shell to preserve its flavor, it's going to be really messy. Aha. I hope he takes requests for extra napkins and clean wipes. I don't want everyone's outfits to get dirty. Sure. Some people are going to have quirks that will make holding cutlery difficult. I wonder if there's specialized tools for that kind of thing. Who FING knows? The hero chewed silently at that, his mutters finally petering out until there was nothing between them but the silent clank of knives against plates. Katsuki kept his focus on cutting up a fajita into 28 organized bites. Now, having touched all of the dishes at least once, he took to leaning a freckled cheek onto scarred elbows. Green eyes stared. "Tell me about yourself." Reminders of all the couples around them made the blonde snort. "What is this, a shitty first date?" "Oh, of course not. Izuku flushed red, his voice rising an octave. "What a crazy suggestion, Kaken." Katsuki narrowed his eyes at him, making the hero gulp. No, this was fine. Izuku could totally save this. He just had to try a different approach using a harmless topic that both could banter over without any discomfort or tension. "How's being a doctor going?" The hero wanted to smack himself sometimes. Izuku would have actually done it if Katsuki's responding silence didn't cause him to sweat. He continued, trying to bring the spiraling conversation back. Since what happened, I was worried you stopped seeing patients." The blonde sighed, returning to cutting his fajita. "Calm your stupid hair, duh. I told my clients that I'll see it through with them to the end and I never go back on my word." And that kind of answer didn't go unnoticed by the other. "What about after?" Katsuki's silence sent a chill up the hero's spine. Scarred palm clenched into a fist, upset with the situation. It still wasn't the time to talk about this. Izuku changed the subject once again. "I've lived with my mom for my entire life. I never really met my dad. He was busy working overseas. That's why she's the only blood-related family I have who's coming to the wedding." "Is she the one who fainted when I kicked down the door?" "She was," he confirmed with a nod of his head. "She's okay though. Luckily the flower girl, Eri, was there to catch her." "You made quite an impression." Katsuki leaned back, bringing both hands behind his head in an unashamed gloat. "I make the best FING first impressions, you butt." The man whirled to him next, pinning him down with curious eyes hiding a storm of forest. "What about you?" Scoffing at him, the doctor took a large chug of his water and slammed the glass back onto the counter. He never missed an opportunity to complain about Mitsuki. "There's not much to tell. I have an old hag of a mom like I told you about, the one who likes tiger lilies and is a beach. We're too much alike. We'd end up in a shouting match over something stupid like who gets the better spoon at dinner. My old pops was the calm one who split us up every time so we could drown in our murderous rage. I don't know how he put up with us for so long." The other hummed a pleasing sound. "He sounds really nice. I hope I can meet them both someday." Red orbs looked away. I doubt it. Kaken? Seeing the slightest hint of rapid movement of tense shoulders, almost like it wanted to be a flinch but was held back at the last minute by the blonde, Izuku furrowed his brow in concern. Are you Okadash? Ah, what a surprise. The old tub of a man skipped out to join their table when he was done supervising the cook on the shrimp. You've already tried everything. Excellent. What do you adorable little munchkins think of our cuisine? Temporarily allowing his companion off the hook, Izuku turned to the chef with a beam. It's delicious. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like to make a request regarding extra cleaning wipes to hand out to the guests, and some modified cutlery for some of the guests with animal quirks. Katsuki twitched, bringing his hand down to tap on his knee. Oh yes, I see. The man brought a finger to his lips in thought. That is a valid concern. I'm willing to throw in cleaning services as well, free of charge. Consider it a gift for doing such a swell job protecting the city for so long. Hearing this, Izuku smiled. It seems some people didn't care about his injury. Thank you. Tapping no longer satisfying, the blonde resorted to clanking his utensils together in annoyance. It went unnoticed by the chef, who continued in a pleasant voice. Are there any more requests which you would like to make? A green mop of curls shook in the negative. Nope dash. For FS sake. Katsuki shot out of his seat, finally having enough of this pathetic nonsense. You really are useless at this. He turned an accusing glare at the chef, fangs bared. Oi, old man, this idiot doesn't know what he's talking about. First of all, the wedding's theme is koi fish, so the garnishes and plates must be the colors of orange, red, and white. His arms made a show of presenting the black ceramic plates with a disgusted look. Crouching down, the tablecloth became the next victim of his tirade, being held between two fingers and away from his gagging body like it was some kind of disease. These tablecloths are AF disgrace to my eyes. Don't you dare use these. We want swirling shades of blue and tucked with a scallop skirting, no bow, to resemble waves. Secondly, the 5th, 14th, and 19th dishes are ripe-offs. Red eyes honed in on the minimalistic vegetables and eggs piled on said dishes. I can cook this sheet myself by throwing 3 things in an oven, leaving it there for 2 days, then having it rot on the underside of my shoe. Take those off the menu and give us a goddamn discount. Moving the plates aside, the lengthy advertisement was snatched without remorse from Izuku's hands and waved menacingly. Thirdly, show us the profiles of all 8 so-called caterers you're sending us. You're probably auctioning off some FNG newbies who drop half the things they carry and can't even operate AF soda machine. Finally done, Katsuki fell back in his seat with a satisfied smirk. Izuku gaped. And Chef MC Creepy, after a solid second of processing, laughed boisterously and without any restraint. Tears streamed down the poor man's eyes, assault harsh enough that he had to cling onto the edge of the seat to keep himself upright. Finally gathering enough breath, he regarded Katsuki with a grin. I like your spirit, young man. Now you know how to talk business, albeit a harsh one. I can include those changes. The discount from subtracting the 3 choices is more than enough compensation for the tablecloths, but it will take me a while to revamp the contract. The man made eye contact with the hero who was still slightly stunned. I'll email the new one over to you. How does that sound? Snapping out it, Izuku regarded the other with a shaky nod. Weiss, thank you. A scurry of waiters coming in to clear out the samples later, and the two were engulfed in silence. A cashier at the front was ringing up the bill, her movements seemingly agonizingly slow to the both of them. Katsuki sighed. Deku, this was a one-time thing. You didn't prove sheet to me, so I'm not helping with the wedding, got it? Izuku smiled sadly, eyes downcast. Got it? When the bill finally came, there was a bit of a conundrum over who would pay. The blonde was pushy, downright insulted at the thought of having a hero pay anything for him, while Izuku insisted that he was the one who asked Katsuki to come and therefore should cover the bill. After a heated game of rock-paper-scissors, the green-haired mess came out on top with a proud grin and threw the cash onto the pad, much to Katsuki's dismay. Before going their separate ways, a timid hand tugged at his sleeve. What? The blonde spat out. Green eyes raked over his form in a way that reminded him of when they first really talked. This time, they lingered on his face. Izuku smiled again, posturing adopting that wistful tone. Contact me when you get back? No promises. And it was true. Katsuki really wasn't planning to text the X symbol of hope anymore. They had nothing tying them together, their deal with the wedding planning gone, and Katsuki would be demed if he called such a high-ranking hero his friend. He wasn't the worst of the bunch, that was for sure, and Izuku became progressively less grating on his very soul once he stopped whining. But that was it, they were acquaintances. The X symbol of hope being his acquaintance was already a huge leap that the blonde hadn't been expecting to make. That is, until he made it home that night. Rounding the corner into his neighborhood, Katsuki had to pass his clinic on the way to his apartment. But whatever was standing there, whatever he passed, it wasn't his clinic. At least, not the same clinic. At the front, there was a large truck open at the back and filled with supplies ranging from pipes to tiles to exercise equipment. A group of people who had no business there swarmed the entrance, door unlocked and some carrying exercise equipment out. The giant cans of paint bringing up the rear finally had Katsuki snapping out of his stupor enough to screech his car into a parking space and angrily march towards the scene with a poisonous glare. He rounded on a man in a hard hat, the others too preoccupied with their tools. He clawed at the guy's collar, voice dark. Tell me in the next 10 seconds what the hell you redoing to my building. Crinkling the blueprints between them, the man fixed Katsuki with a stern look. Sir, it is perfectly legal for us to be here. Here is my license proving my profession as a contractor. A calloused hand presented a card only for it to be smacked away with a snarl from the blonde. It landed in the ground adjacent to them, workers around sending the two a wary look. We were given full reign over the renovation of this clinic, complete with a new more convenient piping system, repaired ceiling, plaster, floor tiles, counters, and installing modern features. Not buying it, Katsuki stepped forward, backing the BSRD up into the wall, its brick digging into the other's back. Who is paying for all of this? Who even gave you permission, who? Bakugu. Katsuki froze, grip on the other's collar forgotten to whirl around and spot a concerned Kirishima. Within his arms was a pile of tiles and rollers. His muscles were hardened, enabling the Red Riot to smash out much of the old tile without repercussions. Before Katsuki had a chance to turn his rage towards his friend, a sheet was being shoved into his chest. The contractor from before was dusting themselves off, looking unimpressed. Read this and leave my team to their job. We don't need any accidents to occur because you're not composed enough to talk normally. And honestly, F that guy. Katsuki would have chased after him to give him a taste of his fist if his red eyes weren't drawn to the summary sheet in his hands. It was a copy, obviously not the original that had a stamp of approval, but 3 names stuck out to him immediately. Mina Ishido, the co-owner of the clinic, signed off on the contract. Ijiro Kirishima, one of the main builders who volunteered for the job and offered his signature as a witness. And finally, Izuku Midoriya, the funder of the $50,000 budget, the exact price of the engagement ring that Katsuki had so meticulously revised. You okay, man? Kirishima went to land a comforting hand on his shoulder, but Katsuki smacked it away and marched back to his car with angry strides. About to follow his friend, a passing worker who needed assistance with a pipe prompted him to jump back into work. And this is where it left Katsuki, slamming his car door shut, locking it tight, and being forced to call Izuku Midoriya when he was home just as he didn't promise to do. The culprit picked up on the 3rd ring. Kaken, did you make it home already? Boo. He seethed with every word. F-. Seeming to understand something, Izuku's tone turned stronger. I'm guessing you've seen your surprise. If you think for 1 second that you can buy my favor back, you have nothing but a fist to the face coming. He was screeching, he knew it. The volume was enough to get looks from the workers and a few passerbys who were out for a stroll. However, with a quick apathetic glance at the scene, they quickly moved on. Why do you think I'm trying to buy you? And really, Katsuki found it hilarious and insulting that Izuku had the guts to ask that. Deku, that is the stupidest thing you've ever asked. Ask again, I dare you. Okay. Izuku breathed, strangely calm despite the initial panic that he was sure would permeate their entire confrontation when he made this choice. It was a stupid question. But I promise, this isn't the same as the other times. Like hell I believe you. Katsuki kicked the glove compartment, its contents nearly spilling out. He wanted to punch the interior mirror so hard that his knuckles bled. You're sorry, Rich, but better tell your minions to call off the project before I kick them off of my property. Kaken, why are you so against this? So many pathetic, stupid Deku questions that made him want to rip out the nerd's teeth and smash his skull in with them. Katsuki shouldn't have to explain this. He thought the hero knew better than that, but now here he was, overstepping boundaries. I don't need your help to bring this place to the top. I was just getting there and you just had to jump in my way. A breath of nothing. Then, there's a limit to how much you can do on your own, even if it's Kaken. Katsuki snapped, really throwing a punch into the mirror this time. Shut up. I'm not a carry-on charity to feed your own ego. I know. He jolted back from the scream. Even Izuku seemed shocked at the sheer power, for he was left out of breath and quiet by his next admittance. Don't ever call yourself a charity. I'm not doing this because I look down at you and think your efforts are cute. I'm doing this because I want to help, even if it means that you'll hate me. Katsuki swallowed. The anger, the unhinged rage to destroy everything knocked down and dissolved in an instant. And now he was left empty but a swirl of emotions that he wasn't used to expressing or dealing with, leaving him confused about what to do next. Izuku continued. I told you, Kaken. This isn't a wedding to win Atsuko back. I don't want the ring anymore. I wanted to prove that to you. And the dumbest, shittiest part about this entire thing was that Katsuki could tell that the hero wasn't lying. There was no shaky tilt that came with being uncertain, of being wishy-washy, to Izuku's speech at this moment. It was nothing but words, stronger than steel and hitting him faster than a freight train. Finally, Katsuki choked out. But you could have just kept the money. It's for the same reason I wanted an expensive ring in the first place. Izuku sounded lighter all of a sudden, almost teasing. He brought an arm over his eyes, tired. Great, now you're just a little impulsive smartass. Kaken? The green-haired nerd brought his attention back, moving forward when Katsuki grunted in reply. I'm not telling you what you should do with your life, whether you should continue being a doctor or not. You can even knock the building down once your last client is released. I have no say in it. But will you continue to help me arrange this wedding? I really want to see this through with you to the end, Kaken. Like today, it's fine with just me, but you make everything a lot better. Hearing a knock on his window, Katsuki looked up. Kirishima was there, producing a coffee from his back like a peace offering. He sighed into his phone one last line before hanging up. I'll think about it. 10 years earlier. It was when the fifth speck of dust smacked right into Katsuki's increasingly irritated eyes that he finally snapped. Black and orange combat boots kicked the seat in front with no remorse, sending the woman whirling on him with a scowl identical to his own. My old hag. Close the demon window. You're the one who wanted it open in the first place. Retort aside, she still spun around to complete his request and stopped the assault of wind on her son's face. This is why I can't stand having you in a car with me for more than 5 effing minutes. Oh, shut it. I didn't want to come anyway. Straining himself against the seatbelt, Katsuki made it a point to send a well-aimed punch to the chair next. Not hard enough to injure, but definitely hard enough to hurt. I'm going pro soon, and you expect me to waste my time at some cheesy-as-F scam that 2 random morons were idiotic enough to fall for? Shifting her seat back so quick that the blonde missed it, Mitsuki sent a good smack to his head. You brat. Don't insult 2 of the best costumers at my business. Mr. and Mrs. Natsum are celebrating 20 years of marriage and were nice enough to want to invite us. Show some respect. Masaru, shoulders slouched and luckily the calmest and current driver of the family, chose that moment to pipe in. It will be a good break from your training, Katsuki. Resting is also a part of being a hero. Never really finding it in him to turn his rage towards his meek father, Katsuki sat back with a grumble. He was graduating soon, 17 years old and still unable to find an agency that would take him. Without any fancy but showings in an event like the UE Sports Festival, a quirk to back it up, or any high-end school to speak of, the recruiters avoided him like the plague. It was difficult enough to get a license, and he would be doing nothing short of simply walking around and rescuing cats without a kickstart. He didn't have time to rest. The good news was that the wife and husband who were initiating the mock wedding were heroes themselves. In this day and age where skill became less relevant as having connections, some may predict that Katsuki was planning to SCK up to them as much as he could. But on the contrary, he was planning to challenge the couple to a match. He wasn't a complete a-hole though. Katsuki prided himself on the small deed of waiting until the reception was over before cornering them. And well, if Mitsuki still called him an a-hole for that, then it's her loss. They approached an intersection not long after, idling by the red light when a car as black as the night sky pulled up behind them. The blonde didn't think much of it at first, the vehicle oscillating between being right on their tail to a good block of 2 away. But 10 minutes later and local stores morphing into cityscape, Katsuki had enough. I know. Mitsuki was suspicious as well. Masaru dear. Make a right turn at the next light. Not quite catching on but understanding the sudden drop in atmosphere, the older man made to follow those instructions. These so-called instructions continued for a while, Masaru driving straight through a random number of intersections before being asked to turn right once more. Eventually, their family car found itself back on the street that it started on. They waited with bated breath, continuing down the road. Sure enough, after a tense second, the black vehicle appeared in the interior mirror as well. Mitsuki colorfully cursed, directing her husband into a crowded gas station in a passing plaza. It was best to lay low at a public place for a while and contact authorities from where it would be safe. They rounded into an unoccupied spot, stopping right in front of the tank. So their stalker wouldn't notice that the family caught on to their suspicious behavior, Mitsuki rounded on her husband. Honey, go fill up the gas tank to about $15. I'll call the police. The man nodded, leaving the car at about the same time she addressed her son next. Katsuki, do you have your phone with you? He frowned. It broke when I was at the gym. You know that? Useless brat, the old hag slumped into her seat. Mine is out of battery. The clanking of the car hatch being open and a short burst of gasoline filling up the tank made Katsuki look over his shoulder. Past his old pop's face and onto the slab of cement they were just on, a certain black blur continuing on its way and into a bridge closer to the horizon made him twitch. It's not following us anymore. He snorted. Cowards. If they actually came in here, I would have smashed their FNG faces in. Mitsuki trailed his line of sight, a confused brow scrunching on her face at this news. We still have to be careful. Ignoring her son's colorful language, she shook her head and made to remove her seatbelt. Katsuki, wait in here. I'm going inside to call the police. He didn't know what stupid force took over his mouth to suddenly blurt out. I'll do it. At that, he earned another smack on his head. Recoiling back from the force, Katsuki only recovered quick enough to send his old hag of a mom the darkest glare he could manage as she left the car. She only turned back, a cheeky smile adorning her face. I'll be fine. Stop worrying, Brett. It's creepy. And thank God she had slammed the door shut after that, for the blonde's screams of, I wasn't worried, would have reached the other side of town and back. Masaru, from his spot near the back of the vehicle, chuckled. Then, there was nothing but silence that accompanied him. Sure, there were the occasional laughs from the other patrons of the gas station, all complaining about rising prices or simply out to get some snacks. The clicks of his father taking his time to wash the windows was even more obvious. But with every second that passed, Katsuki's tapping on the armrest grew more restless. Every minute that went by, and his tapping evolved into a clench and release of his fist on the dress breathes that he was forced into. The entire time, he focused on the small convenience store that Mitsuki marched into, wary of anyone who walked in or out. Katsuki's head whipped around. A woman had spilled her coffee right on Masaru's shirt, an embarrassed flush slowly overtaking her entire complexion. She worked hard to produce a packet of tissues from her pink purse, dropping 4 other things in the process. Her voice was so loud, he could hear it from his spot in the car. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. She gasped out, but his father, being the saint that he was, simply waved her off. It's quite all right. Let me do that for you. Dropping the window wipers back in their compartment, he accepted the tissues to gently dab at the offending spot. Katsuki was quick to turn his attention away from the scene, cursing himself for being so easily distracted. Red eyes went back to scrutinizing the entrance with precision point accuracy. Finally, 2 minutes and a barely noticeable stain on Masaru's shirt later, and Mitsuki came marching out with an irritated stride. She made quick work of getting to the passenger side, opening the door with force and slamming it at about the same time that her husband was getting in himself. Both could already imagine cartoon steam rising from her head and braced themselves. Inevitably, the rant came. Can you believe it? An entire goddamn business is being run here and they told me that their payphone was down. What a disgrace. Katsuki, though he wouldn't admit that his shoulders relaxed at his old hag being just fine, rolled his eyes. It's not that they're a disgrace. They probably, very intelligently, lied to you because you're too conspicuous? What's that supposed to mean? Say that again, brat. Without a seatbelt or the danger of motion threatening them, she effortlessly turned in her seat to pinch sharp pedicured nails into his cheek with an enraged swiftness to the movement that would have made Hades impressed. Masaru smiled, exasperated, going to start the car. The sound of the engine seemed to be what broke the two apart, for Mitsuki was quick to fasten her seatbelt and face the front with a glare. Now honey, we're heading to a wedding now, so no scowling. The man looked amusedly at his wife, turning the headlights towards the exit. That car doesn't seem to be following us anymore. I was keeping an eye out for it the entire time. They most likely gave up. I suppose? She conceded defeat, but didn't seem happy about it. 20 minutes. They made it to the wedding 20 minutes later than they intended, but still with around 10 to spare until the actual ceremony begun. The venue was a giant church with an appealing fountain at the front and a U-shaped road allowing people to be easily dropped off. Buses were waiting on the side, eager to bring the guests to the next venue a block away where the reception would be taking place. Mitsuki stepped out, her white dress with red accents enough to turn heads, but her screaming at her son to hurry the F up scaring them away a second later. The three members rushed in after exposing their invitations to a lady with a basket of flowers. If anyone were to ask him, the music of the organ assaulting their ears was so dead but creepy that Katsuki would have mistaken it for a funeral if it weren't for the lavish decorations of flowers and hearts. It seemed that they were the last ones to arrive, as all the seats minus 2 in the back and 1 at the front were filled. In the end, after grunting out that he can sit alone without causing chaos, keyword being can and not will, to his parents, Katsuki found himself stomping a walk of shame to his spot across the room against their protests. The mild conversations around didn't stop some guests from turning their piercing glance to him in annoyance. Katsuki would give them all the middle finger if he wasn't at a church. He dropped himself next to some spineless kid taking everything in with rapt attention. Unfortunately, the target of said attention was turned to his seatmate at the new arrival. Hello. The voice was wimpy, eyes honing in on him in curiosity. Is this your first time at a wedding? It was. Not that Katsuki was going to disclose that information. He ignored the pestering, sending the piano player a few feet away from them a bored look instead. Just as well, everyone else in the entire room was either trying to talk to him or were giving him disgusted sneers. Unfortunately, that didn't deter the excitable boy. He continued anyway, green eyes shining. It's my first wedding. I mean, I'm not the one getting married, but it's still amazing to be a part of it. With everything going on in my friends' lives, none of them are really ready for that kind of commitment just yet. I have 2 classmates, Shudo and Yamamo, who are thinking about it, but they always seem a lot more mature than the rest of us. If they're not ready, I don't think any of us will be for a while. Shut up. The blonde was graced with holy silence after that, the other boy snapping his mouth closed and withdrawing back to himself almost immediately. The ceremony started not long after, music pausing to make room for the dramatic fall in notes. A parade of people, all male, dressed in black and white suits, slowly marched down the aisle in the middle. The guests recognized some of them as the party that was handing out pocket programs early in the day. Katsuki, having come in last minute, was empty-handed. At the end of the line came one more man, but in inverted colors. Most likely the best man. He sent a kind smile to the audience along with a wave at a few nieces and nephews gaggling in joy. At this point, the song had ended and a new one came on. A hush silencing the guests, and the groom himself, Mr. Natsum, made a grand entrance with arms spread wide and in a suit identical to the best man. It was around then that Katsuki started tuning everything out. The superfluous nature of the entire thing made his teeth grit and temples hurt in annoyance. He found some small reprieve in that everyone's focus was turned away from him and onto the stupid display going on. He didn't know who the husband and wife were but concluded that their friends were a bunch of asshats. The blonde would sooner eat gum off the floor than want anything to do with them. After what seemed like an eternity of awkward smiles later, the officiant, bridal party, maid of honor, flower girl, and ring bearer were all collected on the stage and the organ went still. The priest went off in a tirade of official jargon about love and hope then. The blonde resisted the urge to flip a table onto the bridal party, so imagined doing it instead. It didn't help that his seatmate was brimming with almost tears, cheeks flushed, and scribbling something into his lap every few seconds. I remember when our little girl was first born, Mr. Natsum grinned, eyes never leaving his wife. Wrapped up in a hospital bed, face pale and with the biggest smile on your face, I realized that spending my life with you was the best decision I've ever made in my entire time on this earth. Katsuki yawned. The mess of green curls beside him breathed in a sob, whispering. Appealing. Turning toward the boy, the speech that the man was making to confess his undying devotion was making Katsuki's eyelids heavy. He focused in on whatever was in the other's lap instead, the tattered corner of a notebook peeking out from beneath his arms. Do you, the officiant resolved to move on as finally, the groom's vows ended, continue to take this person as your lawful wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? Voice filled with emotion, the man beamed. I do. At this point, the white sleeve of his seatmate left the page to wipe at wet eyes. Katsuki took advantage of the diversion, honing in on the multitude of messy chicken scratch littering the page in mind maps, lists, and annotations. His mind focused on one bubble labeled whites in particular. The color theme is white to represent purity of the soul and heart. Although Western cultures have since become loose with the tradition, the amount of white material that the wedding dress in particular contains used to reflect the wealth and social standing of the couple. Today, the range of acceptable colors has extended to red, pink, blue, and black to represent other meanings. Holy shit, Katsuki blurted out without thinking, you're such a nerd. With a rare showing of common sense mixed with self-restraint, his voice was low enough so then only the boy next to him could hear. The sudden insult made the other jump slightly, whirling at him with wide eyes. Somewhere at the back of his mind, the blonde registered the wife reciprocating the I doge before accepting the rings from the ring bearer, but he was too indifferent to the entire show to care. He shrugged, jabbing at the notebook as if that answered all of his companion's questions. Green eyes turned their attention to where a determined finger lay on the bubble Katsuki just read. Now looking at him properly, he noticed a splay of freckles accompanying the confused glance. White? The boy blinked. IFNG hate white. He had no obligation to explain anything else, so voiced whatever came to mind. It was better than settling back in his seat to watch as the wife and husband took turns slipping old crystal rings on each other. It's boring as shit. These people are probably too out of the loop to do anything but follow a handbook. There was a hint of annoyance in his brow that was too deeply buried to rise to the surface. Probably angry that Katsuki was insulting the couple, not that he cared. A small voice, barely above a whisper, admitted in shame. I was hoping for a more interesting theme at my first wedding, but there's nothing wrong with following tradition. White has a lot of historical significance. Yeah, I read your shitty notes. Katsuki wasn't inclined to agree. And that's why it's so boring. Another silence, only interrupted by an abrupt applause in what Izuku could only register as the officiant pronouncing the couple as husband and wife. The two rounded on each other in a teary kiss that had Katsuki nearly gagging. The audience took a while to settle down again as the officiant still had to give his blessing, so he took the chance to address the blonde again in a louder volume. "What would you have done if it was your wedding?" The blonde sat back, only barely holding in the reflex to rest his combat boots on the bench in front of them. A flash of white teeth set in a snarky grin made themselves known. "A death match? W? Izuku squeaked, almost yelling in his shock, but managed to quiet down at the last second. At one of the bridesmaids coming out to sneak the couple a short hug before the crowd hushed, he whispered, "Why? You ask a lot of questions, don't you?" Katsuki spat, turning his attention back to the officiant who was giving some last wishes. Their chatter was beginning to draw attention. One lady in an expensive-looking hat from the 80s frowned at them. "No stinking partner of mine is going to sit there on a throne all pretty while I wait upon their every command. If they can't beat me in a fight, I ain't marrying them." Izuku gaped, blinking widely. "That's kind of mean?" Katsuki shrugged. He knew he was but deal with it. An awkward silence passed then. Turning their focus back on the front, the priest had finished giving the last of his blessings before the couple did an endearing twirl on stage. Veil flying, they skipped off the step and pranced back down the aisle and to the doors leading outside against the cheers of their friends and family. Staff scurried in not long after to direct guests to the short bus ride for cocktail fingers played with the hem of his shirt. "Do you know Mr. and Mrs. Natsum?" Replying to relieve his boredom and nothing else, Katsuki shrugged. "Nah. My old hag of a mom forced me to come because the bride and groom did some fashion business with her. That was nice of your mom." Contrary to all the signals rammed into his senses that the blonde absolutely and 100% did not want to be here, Izuku smiled anyway. "I know them. They're the parents of a friend of mine. It's sort of like seeing these kinds of things." Here, freckled cheeks flushed the lightest pink in embarrassment. And Katsuki would have graced that with a well-timed remark, if a woman hadn't approached them then. Slightly stout but with gentle eyes, it took him only a second to register that this lady who was the splitting image of his seatmate was his mother. "Izuku, did you enjoy the ceremony?" Just like that, the attention offered by curious green eyes was gone, smiling genuinely at her. "Yes, Mom. It was wonderful. Did you have fun being a bridesmaid?" A tired but bright laugh sounded. "Oh yes, I hope I didn't seem too old next to everyone else." It was around then that Katsuki left the two to their conversation. Awkward social scenes just weren't his thing. Masaru had spotted him in the flowing crowd not long after, winding a comforting arm over the blonde's shoulder with an understanding simper. "Did you survive, firecracker?" Katsuki relaxed. His old pops was too nice for his own good. "Barely. I was one cheesy declaration of love away from taking a fire extinguisher to the head." The older man chuckled, leading them away towards an impatient Mitsuki who had already secured them a spot on one of the buses. While boarding the vehicle, one older man made it a point to shove the two aside with a broad shoulder, climbing first. His wrinkly sneer had Katsuki seething. "Hey!" the teen screeched, grabbing onto this pathetic excuse for a human being's tailcoat. It was lined with pearls, an obvious indication of how much of a beach he was. "Watch where you're going." The perpetrator turning around while adorning a disgusted frown was around the same moment that Masaru gently grabbed his son by the arms, guiding him back. "Katsuki, it's not worth it?" At hearing this, the blonde reluctantly let go. Who was he kidding? The words did nothing to soothe his murderous red glare, and every party involved knew that Katsuki wasn't backing down. Still, the action was enough for Masaru to pat his back in a silent pride while addressing the other guest. "We're very sorry, sir." And oh, if this D turned and walked away right now, he would have escaped. Everything would have been peachy between them given that Katsuki never saw his fat butt face again. But lo and behold, the piece of garbage pushed further. "That's better. Young man, you should learn from your father. Be grateful that no one is running you out. We don't need your kind here." Without remorse, Katsuki decked him in the face. Or he would have, if Mitsuki hadn't done it first. The resulting commotion was instantaneous. A little boy in the back screamed bloody murder. Another woman, dressed in lavish lace, fainted. Her plump body unceremoniously crashed to the floor of the bus, causing her husband to rush to her side with water. The driver cursed. Mutters of these demon quirk less were the last thing anyone heard before a guard came and snatched Mitsuki up by the wrists. Katsuki made to jump in the fray with emotions in a mess, but was grabbed at the last second by a guard with a paralyzing quirk, pinning him to the floor with a nasty swipe. Let me go. It was pathetic how easily he was caught off guard when a move like that would have normally been a cakewalk for him to counter. No amount of hero training helped him now. Forced to watch his mother taken away to security, he struggled ungracefully. Katsuki bit his lip. His dad was in no better position, a baton aimed near his neck in case there were any suspicious movements. Red eyes caught the sight of the beauty who had taunted them before, nose bloodied but sending the family a victorious glower. The teen snarled. "You are absolute scum." "Katsuki," Masaru pleaded. "Please." It was funny how things worked. It was that one little plea, in the tone that his father always wore when he became wistful, when he looked back at how far he'd come in life despite being quirkless, that had Katsuki relax against the guard's hold. He silently bit his tongue. Knowing that it'll only make things worse for them, for his parents who stuck by him proudly even after he turned 5, he held back any more remarks with fierce, hateful eyes. What happened after was a bit of a blur for him, so focused on his rage that he growled and glared at anyone that dared breathe in his general direction. Mitsuki was taken to the detention center for the rest of the night on accounts of assault, with her husband and son being let go with a warning and a couple bruises from the earlier scuffle. They were driven to the reception in a police car, pushed out with orders of not being able to visit the woman until the early hours of morning. Which was where Katsuki was left, chair set up at the corner furthest away from anyone else and wishing death upon anything that moved. The cocktail hour was just underway, guests mingling with trace amounts of alcohol and appetizers in their tension from the ceremony grew heavier at his presence out of fear of him causing a scene. And the only thing keeping him back from doing exactly that was that they were expecting it from him. Katsuki was better than that. He'd show these a-holes. He'd show them all. A bright orange glass was shoved into his face. Familiar green eyes blinked down at him, a bright smile being sent his way. Orange juice. Katsuki snatched the drink up, not sparing Izuku a glance before returning to glaring at the wallpaper like it stabbed all of his friends and family. The other teen went silent at that. Gently lifting a stray chair set against the serving table and planting it less than a meter away, he set himself on the hard plastic. A notebook was placed down in his lap as scarred fingers silently wrote. The blonde couldn't possibly fathom the intent behind this green nerd's actions. Katsuki would never admit that just having a non-hostile presence next to him was comforting in its own way. Kaken. The addressed whirled around, murderous longing temporarily forgotten. "The F did you just call me?" "Sorry, I heard from the other guest that your name was Katsuki Bakugo." Izuku rambled on, pencil frozen against a pristine white page. "I took your first name, shortened it, and added the chan because I thought it was cute. If you don't like it, I can change it." "No, sheet, I mean dashed." He tugged against blonde locks, flabbergasted. "Why?" Frantic arms stopped, that freckled face peering at him with a type of understanding that sent chills down Katsuki's spine. "I just wanted to let you know that you have a friend." A nice kind of quiet overtook them then. With the rest of the crowd avoiding Katsuki and consequently avoiding Izuku as well, it made for a much more peaceful setting for their exchange to take place in. Finally, the angry teen snorted. "Stuff it. I have plenty of friends. You know Kaken?" Izuku tilted his head, face bright. "I never forget my friends." Before he had a chance to respond to that, the room quieted down in hushed whispers. A spotlight was turned on then, everyone rushing to make a circle in preparation for the couple's first dance. Sure enough, after a tense silence, they parted as the man and woman of the hour skipped out in pure bliss. The best man had a microphone dangling from his palms, grin wide as he announced their arrival with fervor. Skipping their way to the center of the circle, the couple made a show of giving each other affectionate kisses on each other's wrists. Wolf whistles rang out right before the two got into position for their first dance. A tune that everyone knew started playing. Soon enough, Those whistles devolved into hysterics when the chicken song played to the backdrop of the wife imitating a chicken being chased by the farmer, her husband. Izuku let out a giggle himself. I like that. Better than the ceremony, I guess. In retrospect, the very fact that the couple hadn't vouched for kicking the Bakugo family out of the wedding completely after the incident was surprising. No amount of false witness accounts or small white lies from the guards seemed to change their mind. If Katsuki didn't know any better, he'd say that Mr. and Mrs. Natsume themselves were pretty decent people. 5 minutes later, the first dance was finished. The couple took to the center and bowed, cheeks red from laughter themselves. Once they made their way to a fancy table at the front, obviously reserved for them, the best man piped in again with a remark about toasts and speeches coming next. Mr. Natsume was first, accepting the device with sweat painting his forehead. Well, excuse me, but I'm a little out of breath. To the chuckles of the audience, he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Finally regaining his bearings, he spoke with a twinkle in his eye. First of all, I want to express the sincerest gratitude for joining us on this wonderful night. I'm very blessed to not only have such great family, but a strong and caring person by my side. Wrapping a protective arm around the bride's shoulders, he continued. I also want to take the time to thank my daughter, Atsuko. I know it's been rough these past few years with the two of us being heroes. I know we didn't have as much time to take care of you as we did, but you still grew up to be such a wonderful woman. I can't be any prouder of my family. A respectful applause came on as the man made to hand the microphone off to his wife. She took it with a grace to her movements that had Izuku watching with stars in his eyes. Katsuki laid back, resolving to studying the wall in front of him as the device was passed along like a hot potato. The hour went by with sickeningly sweet words exchanged. His father still hadn't returned. He was off being interrogated by a guard somewhere, under the pretense of not being officially arrested but still pretty much held against his will. Masaru had simply told his son to enjoy the rest of the wedding, a worried tilt to his voice as he assured him that he only had to bear with this for a little bit longer. Soon enough, the crowd dispersed to a lineup of caterers walking out with several serving trays holding 3-bite portions of different cuisines. Some of the younger guests, deciding that they weren't hungry enough yet, opted to walk out to the dance floor as the DJ prepared hip-hop music in the middle of the room. Disposable plates were handed out for guests to sample whatever they liked, a style of dine-in that allowed for mingling amongst each other. Katsuki was brought out of his musings when Izuku turned to him, posture excited. Are you hungry yet? Or would you rather dance? The blonde narrowed his eyes, scowling at a passing waiter. I don't dance. Have you tried? Well, the nerd got him there. In all fairness, the athletic prowess needed for certain styles of dance were quite similar to the dexterity exercised in battle. But dmed if Katsuki ever let himself be caught striking Elvis poses with Kirishima like the redhead requested of him nearly every FNG month. He snatched up a toothpick with a shrimp on the end, the caterer having migrated towards their corner out of obligation of their job. He turned to Izuku, unimpressed. I don't need to. Izuku gasped after swallowing his own portion of seafood. But it's a lot of fun. Our class had a cultural festival back in first year and performed a live dance. You know what I learned from that entire experience, Kaken? What? Statistically speaking, the nerd leaned closer with a serious look, almost like he was revealing some big secret. More than 2/3 of the people in this room have no idea what they're doing. One man not too far from them chose that spectacular moment to accidentally bump into a caterer, spilling water all over himself. The scene would have been enough in itself, until a little girl twirling past slipped herself and ripped her dress. And really, Katsuki wouldn't be able to stop the snort that escaped him if he tried. There was some satisfaction in seeing anyone at this shitty party getting rained on like that. At hearing his companion's laugh, the smile on freckled cheeks grew wider. Have you ever heard of the dance moves that people make up by imitating everyday appliances? You mean like the sprinkler or the windmill? Katsuki twisted his face into an expression like he was just force-fed a lemon. If you're trying to get me to do one of those pansy things, I'm going to punch you. Kaken. His new friend stood up from his seat and gestured for the blonde to do the same. The tattered notebook was shoved back into his pockets for another day. Please? My friends created this game a while ago that we could play. A random item or person is named and we invent a move on the spot that coincides with it. The best one wins. Katsuki smirked. How about I name a random item and watch you make a fool of yourself trying to imitate it? Sure. Katsuki's grin dropped as Izuku got into position with an expectant look. He groaned, finally giving in as he marched his way beside the nerd. They were at the edge of the dance floor, away from the disco lights and just far enough so then no one would notice them. "Find fine. I'll join you." Izuku laughed. "I knew Kaken wouldn't let me embarrass myself on my own." The blonde grumbled. "You owe me, you little sheet. I get to choose the first item." At the other's agreement, Katsuki only had to think for an entire 5 seconds before an ingenious thought came to mind. A smug grin made way onto his face, just enough for Izuku to send him a slightly nervous glance. A starfish? His companion watched in horror as the blonde fell to the ground, arms spread wide on the dance floor and combat boots tripping up a few guests at every chance they had. The green head quickly lay on the floor himself, but made sure to curl his limbs inward as close as possible so not to bother anyone else. "That's cheating, Kaken. Do you regret doing the sheet yet?" Red Eye exposed itself, raised in challenge. "My starfish is obviously better than your sad excuse. 1 point for me." Izuku frowned, a rare spark lighting up his gut and fueling his determination. "Oh, we're going to keep going. It's my turn now." He stood up then, sending apologetic bows towards those who were disturbed by their competition. The action prompted Katsuki to sit up as well, yawning from his comfortable little nap. Seeing this, Izuku grinned cheekily. "Microwave." Katsuki halted mid-yawn. "Phew. Don't complain now." Izuku ushered him up. "Come on, I'll poke you and you spin." For F-, but no. Katsuki Bakugo already accepted the challenge and he'd never back down without giving it his all. Just as well, seeing the other guests flinch every time he did anything was really funny. Time to prove to these half-wits that he wasn't just some quirk-less degenerate. He sent the other team the darkest glare on Earth. "I'll be the best goddamn microwave you've ever used in your stupid life. You're going to be so impressed that you'd be begging to let me win this game of yours." Izuku laughed, eyes lit with fire. "You're on." One session of spinning so hard that the blonde nearly fell on the punch bowl from how dizzy he was later, Izuku made a show of integrating a bunch of moves consisting of opening a door, pushing buttons, and munching an invisible burger in timed beats. It was undeniably better, and 1,000,000 times less humiliating. Katsuki narrowed his eyes from his spot by the table. "You're a piece of shit. But it's my win." Green eyes blinked innocently at him. He gestured to the blonde next, spirits high. "It's your turn now." It wasn't fair, seeing as Izuku was 1,000,000 times more experienced at embarrassing himself in front of others than Katsuki was. He'd probably seen nearing 1,000 variants of the same item. It gave him an undeniable advantage. But Katsuki smirked. It was much more satisfying to win when the odds were against him. He threw a slice of apple into his mouth and crossed his arms with a confident stride. A two-timing husband cheating on his wife. "You wouldn't?" Izuku gasped, his inner romantic taking a direct hit. "Oh, I would. The scummier the better." If there were any a time for Katsuki to adorn a sheet-eating grin, it'd be now. He could tell that the nerd was struggling within himself, lips quivering and complicated emotions clashing on his face. It was mildly endearing, but Katsuki would never admit that to anyone. Finally, with scarred palm tangled in curls in frustration, Izuku conceded defeat. "Okay, you win dash." A scream, several octaves too high and bone-chilling in its very core, rang out across the ballroom. It left those further from the commotion, like the two teens, frozen in shock. A select few on the other side of cried out, 1 or 2 running towards the direction of the sound on adrenaline. When the situation finally dawned on Izuku, when the recognition of whose scream it was tugging at his mind registered, he made a beeline for the front faster than he's ever run before. A spark of green electricity was all that was left behind, along with a yell of pure worry and panic haunting Katsuki's ears. Atsuko! And if Katsuki were to follow him, if he were to squish his way between guests to make it to the scene, What he would have seen would have been imprinted in his head forever. The dead body of Mrs. Natsum lay, half on the table, face blue and eyes staring unblinking at the ceiling above. Stuck in the corner of the room, where the looks sent his way turned more fearful and those sent another more solemn, he learned only an hour later as the authorities trickled in that she had died of poisoning. He stayed there, detached from this world where everyone was fretting over a person he'd never met. No one was allowed to leave the scene of the crime until every last guest was checked. Eventually, a woman in a familiar uniform marched up to him in quiet steps. She regarded the teen with indifference. "Katsuki Bakugo, am I correct?" He scoffed. "I didn't do shit." To his surprise, she nodded in confirmation. "Oh, we know it wasn't you. Background check shows that you only met or even heard of the victim for the first time today, which debunks any theories on a motive. That's why we have to see you outside for a little talk." Even he wasn't dumb enough to object to official commands from the police. Keeping his remarks in, he was doing that a lot today. Katsuki stood up. This officer lady was obviously trying to get him away from everyone else while being discreet about it. He purposely stomped his way to the entrance with loud booms, smacking the door open rather than using the handle. The policewoman watching this frowned. What a child. Once outside and away from the curious glances out the window, the first thing Katsuki saw when he rounded the corner was Masaru Bakugo, head down and cuffs chaining him to a tree. His brown tufts of hair were muddy from being rubbed against the dirt. Glasses broken, the man was unresponsive until he saw his son running towards him in shock. A flash of a memory hit him then. Katsuki, young and stupid and only 5 years old, bawling in anger after punching a tree raw. Angry at the world for taking his dream away. Angry at nothing happening no matter how much it hurt. Only for that anger to stop as a kind man, slightly wrinkled face and a head of brown hair, found him with fists nearly ripped apart. And now it was the other way around. Who the F did this to you? About to reach a hand out to his father, Katsuki barely dodged out of the way in time when big hands came to grab him from behind. He spun a few feet left, stopping in time to take in the muscular form of a bearded man, flames ablaze and with another similarly dressed but less impressive silhouette behind him. "You must be the son of Masaru Bakugo," the great man spoke, his teal-blue eyes reeking of boredom. The blonde's display of reflexes seemed to be the only thing out of the ordinary for him. "Allow me to explain on the deal that you do not make any move to touch him. Are you effing serious, trying to negotiate with me?" Oh, this guy was going down right now. Katsuki didn't care if he was the current #1 hero. If Endeavor could send a spear of fire straight through his abdomen, he'd make sure to get a good punch in before that happened. "You crossed the boundaries of explaining when you tied up my old man like a dog for no goddamn reason, you bearded prick." It was then that another hero, this one dressed in red veins with a giant eye emerging from his head, moved from his spot, gaze slightly more sympathetic. "I used my X-ray quirk to search every guest at the venue, yes, including you. After coming up short, we discovered a hint of wolfsbane in your father's pockets, the exact poison which killed the victim dash." "What do you effing mean by that?" Katsuki cut him off, a growing sense of dread falling to the pit of his stomach. He blew it away, refusing to accept it. No way. This was the guy who could handle 2 screaming banshees on a daily basis and still love them. This was the guy who, upon finding his son with broken fists, signed him up for boxing lessons a week later. "You high, H's. My old pops wouldn't hurt a fly if it were dislocating his kneecaps. He freaking loves this goofy couple and was talking about the wedding all week. What motivation in all versions of hell could he ever have? That isn't my job to figure out. As long as the villain is apprehended, then I will be taking my leave." With a respectful bow towards the police, the great #1 hero marched away like it was any other FANG Tuesday night where he dropped his ice cream and Katsuki was inconveniencing him by telling him to pick it up. Finding strength in his legs to stand, past the dread growing into fear and the wetness of his eyes, the blonde screamed at the heroes retreating back. "What? Is that it? Some F-hero you are. You'll never be the symbol that All Might was." This seemed to be the key to stopping the blue figure. He took the slightest pause, opting to regard the teen with the driest of disdain. Your father just had his wife arrested because she was defending him from the victim's guests for being quirkless. Your family, lower class, and with 2 out of the 3 members without a quirk, have been in contact with this couple, upper-class successful heroes, for a while. I've seen hundreds of these kinds of cases where jealousy takes control. Your temper tantrum because you don't think your precious little daddy would ever do anything wrong is unneeded in my line of work. That's just what you think. Katsuki actually spat at him, eyes on fire, because you're an butt. That's quite enough, Bakug. If you move another step, I'll be forced to put you under. The police officers on scene who were collecting the unconscious man into the back of their car interjected. A stun gun and a plethora of batons were clutched in their hands. Endeavor was not the one to make this decision, only pass on approval. This work was done by quite an experienced individual, so we had to bring in some of Japan's greatest heroes to handle most of this case. To prevent panic, we've kept this information secret from everyone but you and the immediate family of the victim. All of the heroes agreed that no one but Masaru Bokogu could have committed this crime. What do you expect me to do? The flamed man added. Done with this conversation? Risk my position to satisfy your ego? Katsuki didn't want to listen anymore. So he charged at Endeavor, arms raised and poised for sending the representation of all those goddamn fakes who smiled for the camera and waxed poetry about defeating all these villains, just to lie and cheat behind everyone's backs. A good punch to the face. The X-Ray F panicked, ejecting some sort of sticky liquid from his lens just for Katsuki to dodge and send an uppercut into the hero's chin. Just as he was about to reach Endeavor, the man himself still unblinking, a branch slammed into his side. Katsuki coughed out at the impact, his head shaking from the aftereffects of the opposite brick wall colliding into his ribcage. He was left dazed, still conscious much to the surprise of the police, but weak enough to not resist when they hit him with the stun gun next. Thank you, Kamui Woods. The #1 hero acknowledged the much younger man with respect. I figured having you blend in would come in handy. Red eyes fought to stay focused, his will still sitting strong as Endeavor approached the young teen with an impressed raise of his brow. It's such a shame that you're quirkless. That hit is strong enough to knock anyone else out, but you're still hanging on. You would have made a fine hero. Katsuki spat at him again. You? If you're so upset, prove me wrong. He leaned forward to talk directly at the spasming body, signaling Kamui Woods to retract his branches. It was almost like a sign of truce. But everyone there knew better. Become a hero, a better one than I am. And that is when Katsuki lost it. Using the last of his remaining strength, he shot up at a rate so quick it rivaled those with speed quirks. A solid headbutt made friends with Endeavor's nose, sending the #1 hero reeling back. Not but a moment later, dumbfounded, a trail of blood trickled down and burned in his flamed beard. The short burst of satisfaction was soon overcome by a heaviness to his mind that begged the blonde to go to sleep. But Katsuki looked him straight in the eye instead, glare unwavering. No one tells me what to do. Before the darkness of unconsciousness consumed him. A room, dark as it was desolate, became the only witness to the unhindered sobs which hit the walls in untimed bursts. They would subside once in a while, becoming naught but sniffles, before escalating into wet breaths held in only by the black fabric of a ruined skirt. Hair a mess, makeup wiped off in a pile of tissues adjacent, she wanted nothing more than for a hole to open up on the floor and consume her. Aizu, she coughed, tears so abundant that they poured into the cavern of her mouth. This is karma, isn't it? Atsuko, he had his arms around her, refused to let go since the start of all this. You're a good person, don't even think that you aren't dash. It is. She burst out with the most broken sound either of them had ever heard. It's karma, Izzy. Karma for being such a beach, don't you see? He felt his heart break, beating for her tears to go away. He didn't like seeing her like this. He didn't want to see anyone he cared about like this. His mind ran in circles, lost in its own uncertainty in what to do. It isn't. But she didn't hear him, too caught up in her own bubble of misery of the memory of her mother, dancing with her in complete radiance 1 second just for her to collapse in a twitch of death like her daughter's very own touch suffocated her. For being such a horrible girl. That's why my parents were never around. They knew and were trying to protect themselves. It all makes sense. She coughed, lip bitten so hard that it drew blood. He clenched his hand, willing his voice to be louder. It sapped his strength, sapped his logic and anger and resolve, leaving only the pure longing to take her pain away. Your parents would never think that. They love you. And still it was no use. For doing what I did to you when we were kids. It was unforgivable. Yet you were comfortable enough to talk to me and be friends again. Why did you forgive me? The reprieve from her sobs ended, her sniffles evolving back into full-on sobs. Atsuko, stop. Izuku pleaded. He could feel the string breaking. F for pushing you away. A hiccup? That's why you broke UP with me, Aizu. I understand so much now. My dad will have to work twice as hard now. I'll be alone. I really will be getting what I deserve. Broke. Izuku dived, hand clutching her face tightly to crash their lips together in a furious wave of desperate emotions. Past the saltiness of tears and broken breaths, he kissed her with the hopes of filling the hole that was growing in her heart. Past the bile rising in his throat from memories of her pinning him to a bed and his own heart telling him that this was wrong, he held her with a tenderness that protected her from the world. Finally, it ended. He separated them, looking her straight in the eye as the fragments of his own broken heart fought against his instincts to jump in and save those he loved. It wasn't much of a match. He tipped, giving the words of the world to her. You're not alone, Atsuko. I'll always be with you.